going in here. Okay.
Okay. So let's talk about daisies.
Daisies? What?
Yeah, daisies under the labor theory of value.
Okay.
What is the value of something that occurs naturally under the labor theory of value?
Well,
It said
obviously,
the value in labor theory of value um, is embodied labor, very specifically. So, in that case, it would say have zero embodied labor, right? In the case of the labor theory of value, I mean, basically it's using like a proprietary terminology in a way. So the way to unpack it is, basically, value unqualified is embodied labor. Value and use is utility, and value in exchange is price. Right. Go ahead.
yeah. Well, I was trying to correct it, but you kind of got it right at the end. I would say a commodity has either a use value or an exchange value. A use value would be um, you have a flower in your garden and you really like flowers, so you pick it up and it has a use value for you. It's just a personal thingy. But an exchange value would be you pick the flower and you bring it to the market and somebody else has a value for this flower that you're trying to make a exchange for another good. And then the value would be you're exchanging it for somebody else's work that would be equivalent to you picking up the flower. So maybe somebody else has another flower who would be equivalent in work in labor to just pick up the flower. So you could exchange the flowers, but obviously there are more important things to exchange on the market. So like potatoes or tomatoes or stuff like that, which actually um, require some labor to dig them out and whatnot. So the use
So
value,
what happens if you're like retarded and it takes you hours to do something that should only take you 1 hour?
well, if you're retarded and you like flowers, maybe you could exchange something that is much more valuable, what you're offering to something else that is less valuable, like a flower that somebody just picked up. But that would still be an exchange value. It it just wouldn't um, well it just wouldn't fit with the theory, but because the theory would go with the socially necessary labor time associated with producing this commodity that you're exchanging.
Okay, so
That's it.
how is that different from what we have now?
Well, it isn't actually. I mean, the labor theory of value is a criticism of capitalism. So they say, oh, this is how capitalism is working. We perceive this. Let's make a theory about it, and that explains what's going on. That's all. And the labor theory of value has, well, the base unit is the socially necessary labor time for a commodity to be produced. So a car that is being produced, that is exchanged on the market, has a socially necessary labor time that is required in general, on average, for this car to be produced. And to dig up a potato has a different socially necessary labor time. It
Okay,
depends
but if you build
on
a
what.
car faster, you get paid more, right? And if you build a car slower, you get paid less.
Hmm.
If you build, well, there is like this social abstract necessary labor time, whatever.
Right, but
For
is it the case that if you're faster, you get paid more, and if you're slower, you get paid less?
if you are in the
Uh,
position that you can produce a car faster than your competitors, then yes, you can reap a super profit. That's what Marx is talking about. You reap the super profit. You reap
I
a
wouldn't be so.
profit that your competitors would actually take, but you are better than your competitors. Your competitors are um, slower than the average, so they kind of they still maybe make a profit, but they lose this profit towards you because you are even more competitive than the average
All right,
is.
Tom, can I get 2 seconds here? Just two.
Yeah, go ahead, sure.
All right, thank you. I want to apologize to Justin Potts for kicking him. All right, so Justin,
Um,
jump in here. Okay. All right, Nadia, go ahead.
uh, I don't think it needed to go quite that far, but okay. I mean, hopefully it didn't make too much of a difference. Still, uh, yeah, I think it's a pretty fair representation. Maybe area value thus far.
Oh, you give me the Nadia kind of benefit that I got it right.
Um, pretty.
Or did
Well,
they
it's pretty
get
close. I
something
didn't hear
wrong?
anything off. What's
Okay,
that?
that's
Um,
fine.
yeah, yeah. It probably helps to unravel the Marxist jargon and use things like utility,
Yeah,
price, and embodied labor. Utility, price, and embodied labor to discuss the various things involved. I think it's probably just mostly what is it? Yeah, equilibrium price and embodied labor. It's involved.
Justin, jump
So
in here and tell us why you did what you just did. Okay, buddy? Jump in here. Justin Potts, get in here.
yeah. And by the way, it's the contacts.
hmm.
So,
It sounds like this labor theory of value thing is exactly what we have now.
Well, the labor theory of value is reducing everything to well, basically everything that you see, every product, every commodity, everything that you have around to the labor that is what's it called? Socially necessary labor time required to build it or to create it. Like if you're sitting on a chair, there is a socially necessary labor time for this chair to be produced.
Yeah, of course, we have that now.
Yes, and um, well,
Like if you go work
everything.
at a factory, your boss tells you it should only take you an hour to build this chair, and if you're too slow, he's like pick up the pace, or you're gonna get fired. And if you're faster, you get a raise eventually for being a good worker.
Well, he maybe doesn't have a choice. I mean, the chair would maybe just require 2 hours to be produced. He can't just fire a person who isn't faster than that.
Right, but then that person would just be making a chair at the average rate. That would just be like a regular worker.
Well, the thing is, the average rate is like, what is it called? I think the abstract labor time. So there would be since there's competition, there will be people who create this chair faster and people who create it slower. So
Yeah, those people are
the
called
pe
winners and losers.
yeah the
mm,
people who are lazy, they don't get paid more. So if you create a chair in 8 hours, but actually the socially necessary labor time to create a chair is 2 hours, then you have just wasted 6 hours of work of your own. You don't get paid for that.
Right, so that sounds exactly like what we have. I'm confused about how the Marxism factors into this, or like why it's so important to Marxism.
Well, the Marxist labor theory of value is just trying to explain how capitalism is working and giving a critique about it. It's not saying, it's actually not giving something, some new information, except that it gives you the information that the laborer is kind of ripped off.
Oh, okay. I see. So you're talking about how people aren't being paid what their labor is actually worth?
Yeah, exactly, because there is like an investment. Let's say you have an apple and you want to produce apple juice. So the capitalist who wants to produce apple juice has to buy the apples. He has to buy the apple juice producing machine. So that's like his capital investment. Then he has to hire people. That would be his variable capital investment. And then there is like his surplus value. And if you add all this up, this adds up to the exchange value. That's more or less like the price that the apple juice is going to be exchanged on the market. But the surplus value is what the capitalist keeps for himself. And this is actually what under the Marxist labor theory of value, this is what the worker is actually being ripped off from. So he should actually be available to keep the surplus value and to redistribute it as he sees fit, not as the
Oh,
capitalist sees it fit.
Where does
oh, can I
invest?
derail a bit?
That's the whole idea of
I
communism. That's
can
the whole
I
idea.
say
Sure,
hi
go
to
ahead.
Veckle for a bit? And actually, if I can maybe divert the conversation to a different topic momentarily. I just now saw a video a friend of ours put out five days ago. Oh, um, I think I must have missed it when that happened.
Uh, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
You said there was a video that was put out?
Oh, yeah. A friend of ours put out a video 5 days ago. I think you commented on it too. Not you,
Which
man.
one was this?
Oh, it's
Okay. It's on G-Man's channel?
yeah.
What's the name? Which video is it?
I'll give you the link.
Michael, you sound so much deeper than I remember you. Have you joined the dark side?
Nope. Nope. Not at all.
Okay.
Let's see. Oh, this video. Nadia supports racist
Yeah.
atheists. Ah, yeah. Okay.
No,
All right,
I
so
was gonna try.
what's the question?
I haven't really been able to watch it, but I think I
Okay.
missed the event when it happened.
You talking about having racists in your hangout? Or you mean what he's talking about in the actual video?
Yeah, what he's talking about in the video, or the general thing, or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
It sounded to me like he was recently in one of your hangouts, and he experienced some craziness going on. But he didn't.
Yeah.
I don't. Let me look. Did he put a link
Yeah,
to which hangout?
Vec, what happened was Gus called him a monkey, and that was like, okay, like that's not cool, you know.
Right. Okay, was he calling him a monkey in an evolutionary sense, or was it in a racial derogatory sense? Because if Gus were here, he'd probably easily try to defend himself by saying, well, I believe in evolution, so it's okay for me to call him that, yada, yada, yada.
Right, I hear you, brother.
So,
But Nadia does have a lot of people that come in here, like Zine, Jason, and
Yeah,
she,
man.
yeah, she
yeah,
keeps
yeah, he's a straight
letting.
up racist. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. And blocking
Yep.
is in order in those cases. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are we supposed to
Yeah, are
prove
you
them
trying to
wrong?
shut down people's freedom of speech?
Well, in general, I would
No.
say probably shouldn't get too many venues, but you know, here we hopefully have enough people to, well, pretty much prove them wrong and so on. And they go and do whatever kind of bad stuff they're doing.
I don't think that guy is worried about having freedom of speech. I think he's more concerned with just simply offending people. That's my opinion, based off of my interaction with him and with other people as well.
Good point.
So I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced that he really cares about being outspoken and just saying what's on his mind. I think he just sincerely wants to offend people. So,
Yeah, I
but
agree. I agree.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going around. Just basically trolls, yeah. Or in the classical Usenet sense. Go ahead.
yeah. So why did you bring that up? You asked why'd you bring up the video?
Oh, well, I hadn't seen it till today.
Oh, I think you should watch it.
Okay. Yeah.
Might convince you.
Convince me of something?
Yeah, I think what G-Man was trying to convince you of, Nadia, is that moderation. You should try and moderate more in your room. You know.
Yeah, from what I hear, it's also the request of atheists as well. So it's not just a Christian having whining about something going on in your hangout. Apparently, there are other people saying the same thing, Nadia. So just for future reference,
I do what I really
something
want to do
something to
with it.
consider.
What I really want to do with it, I think, what is it? Pretty much, probably have an empty hangout, because, let's see. Okay, well,
Yeah, yeah.
number
I
one, use your
actually,
real
yeah,
names,
go ahead.
use your real names, turn your cameras on, and, well, uh, out if you derail, and out if you can't keep up, and out if you, what is it, don't, don't stick to one at a time, or just, go off, flip out and, insult people or something.
My name is Jason William Egroff, and I have live cam right now. So
Hmm.
anyway, and I'm
Hey,
from
hey,
the
hey.
I'm from the YouTube invasion, Nadia.
Hmm.
Should I
Yeah.
leave for good?
No, no. There's a reason I
That's
don't
your
run the show
dad.
like that. Yeah. I mean, well, there's a reason I don't run the show like that, right? Because, yeah, I'd have, like, nobody show up.
I actually think Ref is kind of a troll. We should kick him right now.
Kick me! Kick me!
Who were you guys talking about
Kick
earlier?
me! Kick me!
Uh,
I love Rev,
which,
man.
The person who you think
Hamilton,
is trolling and doesn't care about stuff.
oh,
Oh,
I
I'm talking
think
about the racist
Sean,
scumbag. I mean, Jason. Yeah.
yeah, Sean,
Amen.
Jason, whatever it is.
Amen.
All right, cool.
He from Seattle or something? Yeah.
Jason,
It,
the same
yeah,
name as Rev.
yeah, he throws around the
Jean,
N-word a
however
lot. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, let's call him Jason.
Yeah.
And he doesn't deserve
He's
that
a
name. But
he's a
Well,
fake towel, which is bizarre. Yeah, so.
Yeah, he's just he's a perfect example of what I like to call a keyboard warrior. A lot of the stuff that he says is it's at the comfort of his home, uh, but you know, he wouldn't have the courage to say that in my neck of the woods.
Are you
Back
talking to
in
me? I
good.
feel
I
addressed
wonder if
now.
you would have the courage to say that you're a Christian in the Islamic states.
Chris,
Oh.
your mic is fucked. You gotta reload, buddy. Yeah.
My
Got to reload, man.
I like how Chris compares black people to ISIS, and then he says I'm the racist.
Wait,
well,
wait, say that again? About Chris? What?
Well, Aaron, you are racist by default. We have to have a standard that we can go back to.
Oh yeah, I'm the golden standard now. That's not so bad.
You're our racist standard that we can refer to. Otherwise, we are completely lost. What would we do without you? There's nothing. I mean, we really need you, Aaron. You are our home turf racist here.
I
That
believe
doesn't
it.
sound very comfortable to be around.
Uh, don't feel uncomfortable. He's
Don't
actually a
be
nice
don't be
guy.
bigoted against racist people.
Exactly.
It's hard
Don't
not to.
be don't be racist against racists.
It's kind of hard not to.
Um,
well,
Depends on
yeah.
what race you are.
I think Jason / Sean is Fig Tao, which makes it
What?
a Fig
Pigtail?
Tao. Fig FGTOW stands
What's that
for
mean?
You should just call it fag towel. It's a lot easier to remember.
Faggots going their own way.
well,
That's what that
that's
means?
their
Oh,
self.
okay.
Well, that's their self-designation, actually.
He's a fucking moron, you know? He really is. I mean, seriously. I mean, I'm sorry, but he is, you know?
Yeah.
I think there's a bit of trouble with that thing because, like, if he's gay, and quote unquote going their own way,
What the
wasn't
heck
a
does that
sort
mean,
of
going your own
inclination.
way?
I guess resisting the
What?
inclination to have something to do with women or whatever it is, and
Oh,
avoiding
making it
marriage
sound
or
like it's
whatever
part
it
of some
is,
cult
right?
or something.
So,
Oh.
yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Almost sound like it's part of some sort of cult or something. Yeah. And he's opposing it, I guess. I don't know. But yeah.
Yeah. I had some others. There was this one guy who was. It was unfortunate. I had to knock him out because he was basically getting unchallenged airtime in like the middle of the night. It's like R1 philosophy or whatever. I don't think there's a whole lot of trauma about, but still.
Oh, that guy with the motorcycle image for Avatar. Is that what you're
Yeah,
talking about?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
The anti-Semite.
Heavy duty Holocaust denial,
Yeah.
and without a like a strong opposition, basically, debating against whatever it is, could get in trouble in some countries. Go ahead.
Yeah, I told you, Nadia. Bring him back, you know? Freedom of speech here. Or, no, oh, wait, you don't believe in that, so...
Wait, who doesn't believe in that?
Nadia
I
don't.
don't.
Nadia doesn't.
Oh.
I don't think it
Yeah,
could
which I
exist.
think is very problematic. Because you're basically exercising free speech right now, Nadia.
Well, I don't hold a moral position against it. I hold a ontological position against it. I don't think it really exists to be had, right? That can exist to be had.
Well, we
That's
try and
interesting.
make a basic basis for criteria for what is free speech and what isn't free speech, and like certain things we will designate as like for example, you can't yell fire in the middle of a theater or something like that. Like common sense shit.
Mm.
You know what? People
What if
have
you're having
actually
a
figured out what
conversation
happens.
and
So,
no, go ahead.
yeah,
What
people
were
have
you
actually
saying?
tried that. People have actually tried that. It doesn't actually cause the panic you say it would. But that was actually a Supreme Court case or whatever it is against draft resistors in the against the First World War, and I guess they compared draft resistance brochures or whatever it is to yelling fire in a crowded theater, causing a panic. Okay.
So do you think that the MGTOW movement is a bunch of gay guys who don't know how to be like heterosexual and they're hiding it by pretending to go their own way?
What's MGTOW? Men going their own way? Is that what
Stands for
MGTOW
men
means?
going their own way. Yeah, it's part of from what I understand, it's like a subsection of the men's movement that focuses on not entangling yourself with women that
Yeah,
no
Nadia,
longer.
you can't run at this point, Nadia. You can't run. Answer them.
MGTOW is also
I'm
it's
about to.
not monolithic. It's got a variety of different subcultures to it or whatever.
Yeah, I
Sounds
really have
weird.
to go to the bathroom, but I'm guessing MGTOW. Yeah, there's a lot of misogyny in there and such, and well, a lot of like I don't know, anti-feminism that's basically citing bizarre posts on Tumblr or something as well, straw feminist. All right, go ahead. Well, actually, let me go to the bathroom first.
I find that statement very
All right.
problematic. Very problematic.
So, Chris, you got a shirt on today?
No, not right now.
Oh, okay, good. You got the
Why?
camera off, so that's good.
Why? You don't want to see my naked body? Well, my half
No,
naked body.
no. I'd still like to eat tonight.
Well, you can still eat. You just have to suppress that memory of my memories.
Uh-huh.
I'll work on it then.
Veckel brother, Veckel
Yeah.
brother, do you think we could ever convince any non-believer that God exists?
That's a good question. I veer more towards not us personally. No. I believe in the supernatural, so I believe that I sort of have. I'm sort of on the fence about with the Romans 1 issue, because a part of me does believe that everyone knows that a God exists, but they don't know which one. But then at the same time, there are some individuals who actually convince me that they are sincerely convinced that they don't know if a God exists. So I'm a little conflicted with that personally. But I would have to say ultimately, God, if God really wants individuals to know He exists, uh, he definitely will provide a means to validate it, and I think He has. I
Amen.
think there's some people who see the evidence and they reject it, um, and I think again this is where I'm personally conflicted. I think there are others who uh, they just don't know, but I don't know.
Well, I'll offer something to you.
Yeah, please do, because yeah.
In the book of Romans, okay,
Mm.
it was written to the Roman Church at that time. So when it says in Romans 1:20 that all know that God exists, it's actually talking to the church at Rome, believers already. And if you go down a couple verses, you're going to see that back. So check it out, bro.
So you think the context is only in reference to believers?
Indeed, it's right in that epistle. Check it out.
Hmm. I might. Well, he's definitely writing to the to believers in Rome, but that segment in verse 20, I would say he's talking about non-believers. So it's written to believers, but that one section is, I think, about non-believers.
Keep reading. Keep reading because he's
Yeah,
talking. Yeah, keep reading down in the chapter because it's about believers in the Roman Church, and it's very clear. Look at it, bro. Look at it.
yeah, okay. Yeah. I've studied this chapter a bit, and I have to get back to you on that one. I'm not convinced of that position based off what I read.
Fair enough.
But yeah, let me get back to you on that one. Yeah.
Welcome back, Nadia. What's up?
Oh, hi.
So what's this?
There's
What's
Welcome
this
back.
French? What's this stuff on your
a
screen, Nadia?
Simone de Beauvoir.
What does it mean? I see the word femme, so there must be something in reference to females or women or something. What does it mean?
Uh, she says, one is not born a woman, one becomes one.
One is not born a woman that becomes one?
No, as one becomes a woman as opposed to being born one. But she doesn't mean quite what the first blush might make it sound like. Go ahead.
Being a woman could mean a lot of different things to people. So too with being a man. These
Oh
MGTOW
my
people,
goodness.
while I
Here we
don't
go.
sympathize with them, you don't find it interesting that this is becoming like a bigger and bigger thing in our culture. Kids who grew up in the
What
late
is it?
80s and 90s are now feeling like what they were programmed to want no longer exists.
What is it?
Uh,
Well, what do you think it means to be a man?
Me, I don't know. I just find that question stupid. I'm more interested in being a human being and my maleness. Yeah, I don't deny like the masculine part and the feminine ideas, but clearly they can be in any gender. I just don't find it that interesting of a thing. But um, I don't. I can sympathize though with maybe men who thought Pamela Anderson was the ideal to be with, growing up, TV, movies, telling them every day, stupid men with bad taste like that this is the ideal, and then they get to, you know, 1999 or 2000, all of a sudden, boom, the narrative changes completely. I could at least understand that could be confusing to some people.
I
The
don't
narrative
understand.
changes?
Is she not ideal? She seems pretty hot to me.
Yeah, I don't.
Well,
I'm not
well,
sure I'm following you.
yeah. All right, don't worry about it.
mm.
Wait,
um,
after 2000, men are just no longer interested in blondes anymore? Or I don't understand your point. Uh,
No, I'm saying that I think a lot of people, in my personal judgment, weak-minded people, but people nonetheless, valid people, look to culture to get validation for what they want and think is right. And I think the culture no longer celebrates the slightly more subservient, over sexualized role of the female. And now it's more about the independent, feminized, uh, self actualized woman who's taking back herself. And I think that for people who grew up, alpha male type guys probably, or people who really thought that that was an important part of their identity now, maybe feel betrayed by the culture, and that's maybe what MGTOW is about. I was just trying to, instead of just going, oh, these are a bunch of stupid gay guys, I was just trying to think about what could this be about.
Actually, I think he hit the nail on the head on that.
Yeah.
MGTOW. Interesting.
Unfortunately, MGTOW is like a really loaded term now, because I wouldn't mind like identifying as a MGTOW, but I don't hate women or anything like that.
So it sounds like it's a male version of feminism or something. Is that what it is? Or no?
It's essentially those guys who decide, like, I don't want to get married and have kids. I'm going to buy a motorcycle and ride around the country and just do whatever I want, kind of thing.
Oh.
It's
Well,
kind of like that. It's already a lot of feminism.
I
I'm getting out of the household. I'm not having kids, but that was considered to be radical, kind of feminism. The idea that you were going to let go of your, traditional female role entirely and abandon the family. So these guys are probably more like the radical feminist analogy a bit.
Okay. Well, not everybody's called to be married.
Right, but that clearly isn't the point.
Right.
They don't.
Sounds
They don't.
almost kind of
They don't
self-serving.
think. They don't think that engaging in family life is worth it to them. That it's not going to. It's going to take away their joy. So instead, they're going to become loner. This is an interesting shift, right? They're going to become uncommitted materialists or something like that. I don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it sounds awfully self-serving to me. Very, very self-serving. And,
Okay, how? All right. What is not self? Oh, all right.
I mean, if that's what
Don't most people who have kids say things like, "I really want to have a kid. It's going to make me so happy." I hear that a lot.
No, I'm talking about this MGTOW, whatever you call it.
MGTOW. You said MGTOW.
MGTOW, sorry.
Well, there's a lot of MGTOW people that have been in long-term relationships. So like these are guys that have had a divorce and paid a bunch of child support and stuff like that. So there is that aspect as well.
That's what they were before they joined MGTOW.
Could I put forth the idea that MGTOW is not about a group of men celebrating how fun it is to have a motorcycle and live alone in a one-bedroom apartment? What they're really saying is, I wanted the dream. I signed up for the American family dream, and I got new wave feminism. I got kids that talk back to me and that spend all their time on the internet. I got judges who didn't care about men, who were biased against mothers, and I feel totally ripped off by the system.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's a portion of them.
Well, people don't tend to form groups like that because they're happy about how great their lives have become. It's like they try to, make it that way, but it really is about, we're totally
defending men's rights.
Well, I think it's about men's rights, but I really think it's about the traditional role of a man. And you can say, today's society, it's very difficult, I think, for us to talk about that. We seem to ignore the fact that a lot of men have just evolved. Yes, evolved, not just societal, but evolved to play a role like that. Being devalued might be an interesting sociological phenomenon.
Well, one thing I have noticed over the years is definitely a increasing degradation of men on TV within the family setting. Uh, there are a lot of shows, sitcoms, for instance, or commercials I see, where you have a family of four, mother, father, and two kids, and the father is always viewed as the buffoon of some sort. Let's say the father's, family's trying to get a certain thing accomplished, and the father, being the man of the house, is unable to accomplish that. And then here comes the mother, who's all cool, calm, and collective, and she's the one that gets it accomplished. And I don't have a problem with that. However, it does seem to be a very common thing amongst the media these days, where the man is the buffoon of the family, and the wife is the only normal one in the house. So I have noticed that. And I think that could kind of spark more of this type of anti-man or anti-masculine type of mentality. I think it could play a role in that.
Yeah, we don't like celebrate masculinity like we used to, and then when we do, it's like Ryan Gosling and Shia LaBeouf.
Shia LaBeouf.
Something changed, clearly.
Okay.
Yeah, something
Yeah.
changed. Something changed, man. Just making them all feminine.
Yeah, well, now people are trying to define what a man and what a woman is these days. So now
Actually, I think it's playing.
trying to blur the lines.
I get that. I get that. I get what you.
A man's not a man.
It would only be
woman,
really,
so
really
we don't
important
know
to define what
who
a
the heck
man and
is
a woman were if they really made up a huge part of like who you actually were. These ideas, they really don't, on a day-to-day basis, have anything to do with who you are.
Yeah.
No.
I disagree.
Hamilton, you don't get the finer point of what it means to be a man.
All right, I take that back after thinking about what I just said.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
yeah.
don't get, and you better take it back, boy.
Chris, you
What I
gotta
meant to say,
Chris,
what
you
I meant
gotta
to say,
reload. Chris,
what
you
I meant-
have to reload. Your mic is messed.
Yeah, put on a shirt.
I,
It might fix the mic.
I think that the easiest parts of a person to master are those things that just come with you. And so the idea of like, well, what does it mean to be a man? Like, I don't need to worry about that much. I just think it comes if you just chill out.
So
I don't know that I agree with that. I think there's lots of men who don't know the first thing about being a man nowadays.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't know how to be like a fully developed human being, but that could be true for a woman too, or whatever. There are a lot of people who just become one thing. Most people it's their sexuality or their nationality or their religion, and that they just run with it. Or they ignore everything and they're just stupid, which is cool.
yeah, I'm
But
probably maybe going with a number of different themes, but maybe not any of them. Yeah. Well, of course, I'm really helpless to carry out much of any of them anymore.
Hey,
And
Rev,
the
I'm
total.
curious.
Sorry,
Okay.
go ahead.
Now, I just wanted to ask Rev a quick question. Why did you post this link on the side, the Batman? I was curious. It's a great movie, by the way, too. So, Rev, you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, I was just curious. Why did you link this? Give us this link on the side. Did somebody mention Batman? You there?
Well, Jim's not here, so
Okay,
he
he's unable
does
to
like
talk
room.
right now. Okay,
Welcome, B. Good to see you on.
it's the
We were
busy
just
bee.
mentioning big toes and feminism and all that, and of course,
What does it mean to
I
be
guess,
a man?
yeah, or a woman for that matter. Well, damn, damn if I know. I guess I don't really get to be either, do I? Go ahead.
Yes, you can be one or the other, I guess, these days.
Hmm.
So they say. I don't say it, but that's what they say.
I'd like to be one, but yeah, I don't think it. I don't think I've actually
I
succeeded.
thought you are one, according to what you feel, right? I mean, isn't that what you guys were defending the other day? That one time I was in the hangout.
Hmm.
You say if you're a man and you feel like a woman, then you're a woman. I mean, wasn't that the argument that I've heard from a lot of the people in this hangout?
Well,
And I was the one made
I
to
actually
look
see
like
something
the
different.
crazy one.
I actually, I'm probably not, well, entirely aligned with people when they hang out, but still, yeah. Butler has a notion of a gender as something of a potentially illocutionary performative act, which means that doing it makes it so. Like, one of the things is they speak of performative speech acts. So, yeah, you basically become obligated to a promise, or a promise is brought into existence by, well, saying that you promised something, right? That's an example of a performative speech act. Well, it wouldn't be a matter of you saying various kinds of words, but on the other hand, and it's also not just one of the individual. It's one of it's cooperatively done by both the person and who they interact with and such, right? At least that's a theory of gender, which they're using not as a kind of synonym for sex, but rather a, I guess, this like social role and designation or whatever it is that's, I guess, strongly associated with sex. And anyway, there's something called performative failure, which is the kind of thing that I'm referring to in this case, which is basically when you're trying to do one of these speech acts, whatever it is, or some kind of other kind of thing that where the thing would bring it into existence, like you make a promise and you're saying the promise, brings the promise into existence. I mean, in principle, that kind of thing can fail. That one's pretty hard to screw up, but more complex things of the same sort can a bit more easily screw up. Well, so the kind of thing I go on with, not getting to be whatever it is, be that the basically be like some kind of defeat or other kind of failure of the performative act. But anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did I just kill the hangout? And also welcome Tom and come back, Chris.
Hello.
I just consider sex and gender to be the same thing. It's simpler that way.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you refer to the?
Pretty much the
Be
way I feel.
careful, don't you have to remember.
Have to
Well, how do you
remember.
refer to?
That's pretty politically incorrect for
Well,
21st
you can
century.
do that, but I mean, okay, what's your new term for the social roles, trappings, whatever it is, surrounding sex and all that? Go ahead.
What do you mean? It would just be the same thing.
What's the roles of the
So,
genders?
hey, wait a minute. You're saying the social aspects of the, I guess, the way a person lives that are, I guess, somehow depending on sex and all that, are the same thing as sex? Usually the sex is relatively limited to the scope of the body and physicality and so on, right? Go ahead.
Well, if I'm saying that gender roles and gender is synonymous with sex, then that would obviously indicate that certain roles are for certain sexes by default. Obviously, there could be exceptions, but yeah, I don't see what the problem is.
Well, that's the idea that the, I guess people are functioning or whatever it is in ways that are, I guess, rigidly, without exception, um, somehow concordant with physical sex, right? Is that right? Or,
Well, I just think it's simpler and better off for everyone involved because I think when you start saying things like transgender instead of transsexual, I think that muddies the waters and it turns more people against you than it brings to your side.
well, I'm not really. And that way the distinction, but then again, I'm not really setting the nomenclature, the terms, or whatever. Yeah, so you want to say gender role? Okay, well, yeah, that's a little bit what there's, or pretty much captures most of what they're saying about gender, yeah, at least in the literature or whatever. But anyway, what is it? I mean, it ends up being a semantic difference. It's except that there's a, something limited to the scope of the body, something limited to, uh, the structure of social interactions. I mean, you can make up whatever words you want for it, and well, there you go. You can even unpack the whole phrase to, like the aspect of sex, gender, limited to the scope of an individual's isolated body, irrespective of any kind of surrounding social context, and the aspect of sex/gender that's exclusively consists of social context. I mean, yeah, you can literally substitute those phrases where the feminists would use sex and gender to satisfy your semantic concern, and well, there you go.
Right, but there's also a fundamental difference in the sense that if you're a legitimate like transsexual, you would pursue changing your body to suit the sex that you identify with, right? Whereas if you're a transgender person, presumably you could retain all the sexual characteristics and then just claim to be transgender, not really have to work towards it at all. Like you wouldn't have to get a sex change or anything to like that, which I think is a problem.
Yeah, they generally go about what is it, gender expression or whatever it is. Oh, so if everyone's a cult of personality, well then, if true, then you've persuaded me not to join them. But I've also been persuaded
Well,
by their being
I've kind
Smurfs.
of warned you about like that.
I
They're
said
not
Smurfs. Go ahead.
a Nadia. They're kind of like against like sex work, and they want to make it illegal.
Yeah, I noticed. Once I figured out they were Smurfs, I was like, oh, well, maybe not.
Nadia, what do you think about the practice of giving hormone therapy to children under the age of, I don't know, 18, 17, to people, kids who discover that they're the wrong sex, gender, whatever you want to call it. What do you think of
Oh.
that?
It's well, would have helped me if I had had access to it, but and it can prevent incredibly grievous harm, like has happened to me. So.
You know that for sure, Nadia? You know that for sure?
Well, not like hormones, but puberty blockers, so that way, like, if they become a mature age, they can
Right.
decide.
Yeah, that might be the better
Yeah.
choice. But I think that it's odd that we live in a culture that, on one hand, acknowledges that parents have this incredible power and control over kids and can get them to say or do anything, but yet when it comes to this issue, we shouldn't in any way skeptically examine it. I think that's kind of odd. By the way, I do support people getting the help they need. I don't want people to kill themselves or feel like they're, I wish that we could live in a society where people could make decisions and not have long-term consequences, and that wouldn't be an issue. But you do wonder, though, we do seem to live in a society where people sure do like to blog excitedly about discovering their transgender child, and if you've watched any of the documentaries on this, it seems really unusual. Some of
Are
these parents
minors
involved.
are
Yeah,
minors
well,
allowed to get
in
hormone
some
therapy
states,
without parental
yeah,
consent?
it's a growing movement, and in some states and areas you can with the you have to get psychological, I think, and like a series of doctors to write it off, and I'm sure it's really complicated. I don't know all the details of it, and parental
Okay.
consent, I'm sure, but it.
What kind of consent you said?
It's
Is it
just a
critical or
trend.
clinical?
Parental.
Oh, parental. Oh, okay.
And it would
That's what I
usually
was wondering.
involve either giving a hormone blocker, which would kind of stave off puberty, or giving a hormone change to actually reset the puberty's course, so to speak.
My goodness.
Have you seen the bone structure of my body or face?
God, man, trying to be God.
Have you seen Hamilton?
Well,
Have you seen the
look,
bone structure of my body or face? Good.
I don't. I'm sorry, say again.
Yeah,
Have you
Well,
seen the
yes,
bone
I'm-
structure of? I'm sorry, I have been talked over the past 3 times. Have you seen the bone structure of my body or my face? Or preferably both.
who are you asking?
Hamilton.
I think I can see the bone structure of your face to some degree, somewhat obscured by the spoon.
Okay, let me make it a bit clearer without the hat, and also give you a side profile view. Hang on. Oh, and hair out of the way.
Is this intended to show that you've either received or not received some therapy of some kind?
Not received.
Okay, to be honest, I'm not going to be shocked or like amazed either way at this revelation. It doesn't affect me, but okay.
Well, it's not that shocking or amazing, but the important thing is, let's see. Well, no. Okay, present to everyone, and
And I think I've mentioned before that I don't see it as being dissimilar from
okay.
other women that I've known.
Can you see? Well,
I mean,
the
there's so much.
eyebrow cartilage, the cartilage underneath my eyebrows.
All right.
Right, and
Look, I
again,
have to tell you, I'm not a psychic. Do you want to articulate what the import of that was?
Yeah, it's masculine facial release cartilage development. The other kind of major things that are really going to be able to be addressed are
Okay.
basically the.
But I just consider you to be a woman because that's what you want me to consider you to be, right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, the other room is there.
What does this matter to whether you're a woman or not?
what matters is people are actually really painfully, radically disturbed and pained by their bodies being disfigured. That is, um, well, shaped by some kind of influence, contrary to,
Right.
I guess, whatever kinds of inborn dispositions, or if not inborn, then whatever.
Right. And it's good that we live in a society where
Involuntary
right.
dispositions.
It's good that we live in a society where people can go about trying to change those aspects of themselves in a protected and safe, healthy way.
Well, may I note that the majority of all this is irreversible.
Right.
Right.
And I think
This
that
is
when it
my
comes to kids, that and also the extreme influence of parents and people on constructing identity, we seem to acknowledge that child abuse can exist physically and in all different types of ways. But no, there could never be, parents out there that might, have wanted a boy instead of a girl or vice versa. And then they begin to, kids that begin to notice that they get more love from their parents when they, talk about how they maybe are this or that. At the other side of it, there obviously will be many kids who really do are born with being confused about who they are and probably would be prevented from killing themselves or doing other terrible things by not getting those treatments. It's a difficult, confusing issue. I just think that there's a lot more to worry about than people want to rush into this, and I think we have to be careful. Not because I'm against the rights of people to change themselves or re-identify or whatever. I just think we have to be careful. People can get caught up in doing the right thing and
Okay, but
ignore bad stuff.
okay, but Hamilton, like with puberty blockers, they like you're talking about long-term effects and irreversible changes. Like puberty, the thing with puberty blockers is that they don't like, to the best of my knowledge, like cause like any like sort of like whatever harm you
Right.
or
You're right
irreversible.
about that. The
Yeah.
problem, though, is that since everybody goes through puberty differently and at different times, it can occur that before they turn, either let's say 17 or 18, or get to that age where we begin to feel like, personal responsible decisions are conferred more easily on these people, they can be ineffective, and they have to make that decision to go to the hormone change or not. So you're right. In many
Okay,
cases,
then if that's the case, then like if they decide that they don't want to transition like when they are 18, then yeah, that's fine. Like they
yeah, but it makes it far more difficult if from the age of if the puberty blocker stopped working when you were 15, and from the age of 15 to 18 you've been experiencing puberty of the gender you don't want to be. That's much different reversing that than it is having gotten the hormone at the appropriate time. But you're right though in that puberty blockers probably do work for a very large percentage of people up until the age of, we'll call it consent, or the age of independence in whatever state it is, but in many cases it's not that. It doesn't work that way.
I don't know what you're saying on. I mean, just keep upping the dosage till the levels go down or whatever.
Right, but it's my understanding that there's a point at which it's no longer effective, the blockers.
What do you? I am actually aware that there's what is it? Some kind of issue with too long term of usage. But I mean, are you why are you saying it's not effective anymore? It's not that it stops working; it's that it causes after about I think 10 to 15 years or something, it causes kidney damage or something like that. if this is there's some kind of attenuation of effectiveness of anti-androgens, I am not aware of it. Go ahead.
If it were the case that you could stall puberty indefinitely, it's hard to imagine how this would have become much of a medical, legal debate about, the consent of kids in this whole thing. So it is a real issue, and there are limits to these treatments, and when you need to make certain decisions in terms of the effectiveness of hormone treatments. I'm not an expert on the issue, but I know enough about it to know that. But it's possible that future advances could make this a moot issue. Maybe it already has. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure there are still open issues in regards to these treatments, and then there are things that people just ignore about it. Which again,
okay, but is it any different from like how we treat like kids with ADHD or like any sort of other like mental?
Well, it's not that different to the degree that it's you're allowing an attempt to alter the behavior or appearance of the kid. We allow parents to let children make decisions to some degree. Well, they don't make decisions about medications like that, but we allow the parents to some leeway in, constructing their kids and how they want them to turn out. I just think that the confusions between somebody who wants to be like their sister and growing up and realizing that somehow you're really the wrong gender could be two very different experiences when you're 7 and 8 years old. If you remember being a kid,
hand, she wants to speak. Nadia?
Chris, you probably don't need to go that far or whatever. I think you can see my screen too. Yeah, the effectiveness of the things varying. It has to do with that the sensitivity to the hormones and like estrogen or whatever, so they actually have an effect. Is well, does actually depend on the time window and all that. I mean, for instance, for me, estrogen's basically done. Right? And I'm not an exceptional case. So the crucial time period of increased sensitivity to hormones, and also it's not just a matter of in terms of say gross or facial skeletal structure of I guess removing testosterone is also a matter of the presence of estrogen to have those well actually be feminine and such, right? So what else is there? In terms of the psychological assessments, I can't entirely speak to the criteria, but there is a effort underway to screen with physical evidence like brain scans. Right. And while at the moment that removes these subjective self-reporting components, right? And accept those actually make some kind of progress, and whatever it is with that, you can pretty much have your safety measure there. Good. Am I still connected?
Yes, you are.
Anyone?
Okay.
I guess I don't have a problem with kids getting help if they're transgendered. It's tough right now when it's really hot to have a transgendered kid, and there's a lot of mentally ill parents out there that shop at Whole Foods who would love to probably have something to blog about. It's too bad that there are probably a lot of kids being abused who in retrospect we won't have properly vetted. A brain scan thing would actually be very useful, you're right, because we could get some kind of clear understanding of what this is instead of it being just a purely kind of child therapist phenomena. Yeah, it would be good to be able to
Yep.
quantify it in some way.
Okay,
That's a
Ham.
sad thought. That
Yeah, I agree.
that parents are letting or making their children trans because it's trendy. That's kind
It's
of what
not.
you're
It's
saying,
not.
right?
That's
You
almost
obviously
certainly
know
not true.
very you obviously have been paying very little attention to the world you live in and what parents do with kids and what growing up actually is. That's pretty naive, frankly.
Well, I've
I mean,
seen lots
there's
of crazy
religious
shit,
people that
but
do the same thing, so I don't see why it would
That's
be an unrealistic proposition that trans
that's
communities would have the same thing.
that's a poor representation or poor characterization, poor understanding of how errors occur.
Okay.
Go ahead.
How do you know that, number one? And number two, I'm not claiming that there aren't kids out there who are clearly transgendered and who need help. That's not my claim. That's not my claim. It's just I think that there could be quite a few who are just kids, and kids sometimes will, it's a big decision to be making for a lot of kids at that age, don't you think? Especially when, like you said, we don't, and maybe we don't have a real way of, at least biologically, we may have some methods, but not a very clear method of being able to really figure out, who's who. It's, it's, it's not like the language of gender and sexuality. You'll admit to this. It's not like it's a very, very clear-cut thing that we can treat in a surgical manner. Kids can feel one thing one week and feel something very different in another circumstance. We know that.
Yeah, I'm well, not really on board with very much of your argument, but I am at least attempting to find various, I guess, ideas of how to address your concern. And I'd also like to welcome Captain Crunchy um, and welcome B, and welcome back B. Now that you've got hopefully you got your mic working. Go ahead.
I do agree that kids change their mind all the time. And I think it's kind of ridiculous that we would allow them to make permanent or semi-permanent decisions when, like, we don't even entrust them to vote for who's going to be running their town for 4 years or their country or county or whatever.
I remember what I wanted to be when I grew up every 6 months.
Right, like half these kids, if you could tell them, I'm going to give you a pill that's going to turn you into a crocodile or a dog or whatever, they would take that right away, and then you just never see them again. They crawl off into the swamp and be gone.
Yeah, I think I'm not entirely convinced. But I mean, for instance, I pretty much yeah, I'm pretty much where I started in terms of major opinions. Actually, since my earliest memories. Whatever kind of Marxist dash anarchism, whatever it is, kind of silliness. Oh well, it's pretty much dates the 80s. Okay, atheism is before I can remember a period. Um, really tried to self-emasculate at a relatively young age, so on. I mean, I'm not so convinced that there's total inconsistency, but
Nadia,
on the other hand,
Nadia,
sorry?
Nadia, if you tried to cut your genitals off when you were a kid, you would probably be one of those people who clearly needed to get help, right? Because I wasn't talking about everybody. I'm saying we should be concerned about the influences that parents may be having on this big political, social issue, moral issue. We should be concerned about that.
Yeah, the way mistakes get made is not by dint of fashion.
I think maybe if you think about yourself first, or if you think about the children as individuals first, then maybe you'd come to that conclusion. But I think if you take the long view of things and where those kids are going to be in like 10, 20, 30, 40 years, then you might be more concerned about nailing it down and making sure that we're very specific about who gets what treatments.
Yeah, well, I'm the product. What happens 40 years hence?
Okay, sorry. That was taking forever to find my stupid thing.
Hi, B.
And welcome, B.
Hey, BB.
Oh man, you sound like Gus. Anyway. I was actually in the other room doing something. I couldn't get on my computer, but I was just listening to what you guys were saying. That's why I wasn't saying anything before. So, but
Sounds like you're ready to scream.
no, I was just being a smartass earlier. I don't know. There was. I don't know Hamilton. I don't know you, so I have no idea. I wouldn't like assume that you're anti something just from one conversation. So that wasn't what I was trying to say. I just don't understand maybe some of the arguments you were making, that especially the idea that there would be not only a couple but a lot of parents that would be creating transgender children in order to blog about them. That seems to be very ridiculous to me, that would be a concern that we would need to have over a concern of what is happening to the children who are being forced into like the reparative therapy stuff or being told that they can't do this. Like, weighing those two, to me, I don't really understand where you're coming from. So I don't know if you have some resource or something that you've been watching or hearing that I haven't, that shows that there's parents doing this all the time, because I have not seen it.
No, I don't have any evidence of that, and I don't. It could be a very small problem. It could be larger than people could imagine, but
Sure.
I don't. I wouldn't claim to know about that. But what, at least to me, in thinking it through, I think it's something to be concerned about, and I think that being, again, we would admit that a lot of parents could be use their political ideology or their nationalistic ideology or their religious ideology to get a child to be obedient or to be something that they enjoy. Even if we agree, and
well, I was going to say stop. Okay, well, I'll come back to that.
Let me just finish real quick, because I want to make one point, which is that I'm in complete agreement with, I support the transgender movement, I support gay equality, I support people who want to get surgical changes, I support people who want to re-identify. None of that bothers me. I'm glad we live in a society where people can do that more and more without being threatened. I can't. But, okay, I didn't say it's perfect. I said more and more. I said we're improving. I'm glad that we live in this. I'm glad that I live in a society where we are getting better, I think, every day on this issue. But anyway, that doesn't mean, though, just because we may be in a moral agreement with something, that there couldn't be a abuse of such a thing
Right.
that we could be genuinely concerned about. And I worry that in the rush to do the right thing, we could ignore the very real presence of crazy people, people who I think would
Right. Well, and
potentially,
I
you
would
know,
agree
and
with
I
everything.
have seen some anecdotal through documentary evidence of this connection between people wanting to make their parents happy and identifying potentially as transgender. Now, I'm not claiming that that is like a scientific source or research paper, and this is speculative in some way. It's like a concern that I have. It could
Right.
be, it could be almost nothing, but I haven't heard other than Nadia say, "Well, I don't agree with that," and somebody else said, "Well, I do," but it just doesn't. We can't just, I think, write it off and say, well, that doesn't sound like something people would do. I sure
Well,
as
no,
hell
I
think it does sound
understand.
like something people would do.
Okay, can I respond to it? Because I get what you're saying, and I do I agree with you. Yes, I'm sure there are and will be parents who will treat. I mean, just like any other thing that parents will do, horrible things that parents do to their kids, there are going to be. And I'm not saying that doesn't matter and that we shouldn't put measures in place to catch those type of peoples, which I think you guys were kind of talking about that having certain. It's not like somebody's like, hey, I want to be a boy, and they're like, okay, let's take you and do it right now. There's a process that I think should or would is in place to kind of maybe vet the what's going on, the situation. If the parents, I would hope that's kind of what's going on, and I would think that would be important to have in place. But and I don't know you, so I don't know where you would fall on that kind of thing. But it seems like to me sometimes arguments like that are similar to an argument that will be made like when we're talking about allowing, transgender people to use whichever bathroom they identify with, and somebody will say, oh, well, what about if there's that one, the child molester who's going to do it and he's going to molest kids, and then suddenly that's used to halt the entire thing, whereas that is a possibility. There could be that happening somewhere at some time, but does that stop us pursuing trying to right this wrong? That's kind of the point I'm trying to make. Just because it is a
No,
possibility, it
no,
doesn't
but
mean
I'm
that we
not.
shouldn't be still continue to do what is the right thing, especially if that's going to be a very small portion, like to inflate it to make, because it sounded earlier like you were saying there's all these parents that are doing this to blog about, and then when I asked you, I haven't seen this, like
I don't remember.
sometimes go ahead.
I just don't remember saying all.
Oh,
To be honest, you're taking like the one thing I said that was the most absurd and kind of imagery based, kind of
well, I
talking
know
off the
that's
cuff.
because it
But
was
that
kind of
would be, but I'll be honest with you. So another anecdotal thing was that I became kind of open to this idea. I didn't really even know a whole lot about the hormone blocking thing, but I began to watch some, like it was a PBS documentary I saw, then I went on to the internet and I saw some other stuff about it. And I did notice some things that I thought were odd psychologically with some parents and some things, and even some
sure.
kids openly saying things like, I'm not this anymore. I was just doing it to make you happy. But
Right.
that, again, I'm not putting that up as any kind of, that could be a one-off thing. It could have been irrelevant. But um, my only point was really that we seem to be open to the idea of parents being able to do X, Y, and Z in any number of situations. I think this is potentially one of them, and
Hmm.
this is a huge, often difficult to reverse decision, huge body modification thing, whether
Right.
it's needed or not. But I've never been trying to make the point that we shouldn't do anything about it because of this problem,
No,
or that there aren't
that's
people
not what
out
I
there who
wasn't.
need it. And the same thing with the bathroom issue. I think the people that are worried about people dressing up and pretending to be transgender to get close to people of the opposite sex or whatever, or to abuse people in some way, that could be a legitimate concern, even if it's a small thing.
Hmm.
But you're right. That doesn't mean that we should just ignore the issue or succumb to the conservative demands of whatever they would like to have happen. But
Right.
maybe there's something else we could do. Maybe there's a new way of thinking about the problem, or maybe we need to. I don't know, but
Right. Well, and I
that
understand
would be
that's
my
like I
point.
said, because I don't know you well enough to know if you really were, just because some people will put up those arguments as, or and again, this is not something that you had said or whatever, but I'm trying to think of similar kinds of things that I hear people say a lot of the time, which is not necessarily, to me, kind of betrays like this an underlying, not even that what they're saying is really very reasonable to as it happening, but it's like a way to just halt the progress on the issue, if that makes any sense. And you know, as you've kind of explained, then I don't necessarily think that's what you were doing, but I just wanted to point that out, that I don't, you know, even if what you were saying is possible, because the other thing I was going to say is some of the things that you were saying about, like, you know, kids doing certain things to please their parents because they did what they wanted to, and like, one, that's basically all parents with their kids for the most part, even if they try not to, that's how kids are wired. And if you've ever seen the documentary Jesus Camp, have you seen that one?
Yep.
There's religion does that a lot. Kids are taught to mimic the adults around them, and they get reinforced for it. And who knows if they actually, like, you know, me personally, I did a lot of stuff that now I look back like I was a kid. I didn't know what the heck I was doing, but I accepted Jesus when I was, you know, whatever and all this. So how do we let we let parents do certain things, but this is maybe something that for whatever reason right now we haven't adjusted to the fact that this is, you understand what I'm saying? It's like, so there's allowances given in certain things, and we don't even think twice about it. But then this is one that people are having a lot of problems with, and I'm trying to say, well, why is it we have a problem with that? Maybe it's just because we've never totally been comfortable with sexuality and gender at all, and it's hard for a lot of people to understand it, so they just kind of resist. Not you specifically, but that was maybe my overall point. So.
Yeah, you're talking about parental coercion.
Yeah.
I think if this was the only thing that I talked about, then it would be distorting it. If the only thing that I talked about was, oh, what about those kids that aren't transgender? And we never talked about, you know, transgender people who need help, then I would be distorting it. If I pretended like the side issue was the only issue.
Well, I know, that's why I said I don't think that's what you were doing specifically. Now that you've kind of clarified it, I was just.
But I do think that if you want like a clear criticism that I have of a leftist point of view is only that people, when there's a moral issue at stake and there's something they care about, will often try to make everything look good when there's always a bad in the good. And you know, in the same way Jesus Camp should worry people, I think we should be worried about this too. And I think we have to look at our own issues and not get clouded that there are people out there who, and the idea too that, so if we feel like, well, there's a bunch of people out there and they can't tell us who they really are, and they can't, so when someone does, you know, God, it has to be real. That's the problem. And as much as we'd like to think that every situation is the same and we can help people and we're doing it better, it's not going to be true. And if we don't acknowledge that, and, you know, Nadia made a prescriptive point about brain scans, something that actually could make a difference, right? That could make a really good difference. If we get a better neurobiology of the situation, that could help. Maybe at least being, you know, in psychological screening, there should be something that, you know, shouldn't be pushed away.
Right.
You know, stuff like that.
It would be nice if there could be brain scans for all sorts of conditions that kind of exist within a mental thing, but I mean, it would be nice if you could get a brain scan and, oh, there's this, it's schizophrenia with anxiety or whatever, but I don't know how close we are to that. That would be really useful.
That's true.
Even adults get psychological screening.
You're right, and it is true too that so much of what we deal with when we deal with psychological stuff like that is just taking the other person the word that they tell us, that this is, you know, and it's very difficult. We can pretend like, you know, the one guy that got the degree in psychology and Hamilton Dorr really may have, you know, a better intuition at really figuring out who's lying or who really is crazy and who isn't. We all like to believe that.
I would tend to err on the side of somebody who has a degree in the thing that we usually trust is probably going to know better than a random person.
Absolutely, and knows what the questions ask and what to look for. But I just think that at the end of the day, we can admit, as we all probably know, in the 21st century, anybody that had a general practitioner, you know, we can get people to believe whatever we'd like to get what we want, and so we know that, and that's all. And so.
What were you going to say, Nadia?
I'm sorry.
Well, they don't just take people at their word. They, by and large, they don't just. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
They don't just take people at their word.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make them like immune to, I guess, it's not usually deception. People, as I understand it, people have generally convinced themselves in some way, and well, end up dragging the psychologist or expert along with them. And in some respects, because it's something that there is some kind of control of the presentation of. Well, okay, a thing that's don't have that kind of control, like what is it, fMRI or regular MRI or whatever it is, that gets it out of the way. But so it'd be useful even in adults, right? But psychological screening is already there for adults,
Right.
and no, they don't just take your word. Go ahead.
Well, and I would think, I mean, because I know there's a term for it. What is it? Malingering, I think, is like the term, the quote unquote technical term for somebody who's faking a condition. I mean, there's certain things, psychological screenings that test, that I would think that a trained psychologist, psychiatrist, well, hypochondria is when you think you're sick, it makes you, but I think in that case, people actually believe they are sick, but malingering is, now I'm going to have to look it up. In the context of medicine, malingering is the act of intentionally feigning or exaggerating physical or psychological symptoms for personal gain. So I remember, in school, learning certain terms like that was where, especially like when they were testing criminals, criminals that were trying to like plead insanity or whatever, they have certain psychological tests also for that to test if maybe somebody is intentionally trying to come across as one way or the other. So I have no idea if they have that within this kind of space, but I would think that ultimately, we want to, I would think that yes, we want to, as much as possible, protect people, especially children, from making decisions that are going to be long-term alterations to their body. But then we don't have this foolproof test that we can say, yeah, they're telling the truth or they're not, and maybe that's hard to define. So I would think I would rather err on the side of, when we have all these things in there, to try to do our due diligence to make sure that somebody really wants this, they understand the implications of it. Just like if somebody wants to get like a gastric bypass surgery, they have to go through the same kind of process. They a lot of times will have to go through a certain amount of medical care, also psychological appointments or whatever. It's not just something that you go in and just do because you want it. They want to make sure you understand what you're doing and that you have thought about it and all of the different changes and whatever. That's why they kind of like stage the process. So and that's I think what they do with this process as well. So, but then in the end, if that person goes through all of that process and then the end comes out and says, I really didn't want to do this, does that mean that we as a society failed? Or is it just like, well, we did our best that we knew at the time to try to like weed out the people that weren't really serious or whatever, and then ultimately who's responsible? I don't know.
And
Like I don't know that it
foots the
would
bill
prevent me
for
from
that?
allowing people to do something is what I'm saying maybe.
Right. We do run that risk when we do anything with our kids, when we send them to the military or send them off to a certain college. But when it comes to that's a huge thing, right? We can admit that's a big thing to change that, and
Right.
so
Well, just like any other thing though, but maybe that's what I was trying to say, is gender as big of a thing as people think? It seems like people are very hesitant to allow people to mess with that because they have maybe they themselves are not comfortable with the fact that there are some people that don't identify as they were born, and
Right.
then because maybe I can't understand, because I do identify as female and I was born as female, I can't understand personally how it would feel. So it is hard for me to wrap my head around it. So it would be easy for me to say, oh, well, somebody doesn't really feel, if it's something that the majority of people can understand, then maybe they are not that easy, they're not that willing to let somebody else mess with it, because gender is so defined in our society.
right. People are afraid, I think, of one. I suspect a lot of it actually has to do more with people being afraid of acknowledging how similar we are.
Sure, I
That the
think that's
difference
probably
between
true.
being a man and a woman or being gay and lesbian is really not even that different.
Yeah.
I think that's really the terror ultimately. But
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that.
but yeah, there's a lot of resistance to that stuff. But I think that there are also a lot of people who, again, my only concern here is just that there's a documentary called Living as Transgendered about a kid named Josie. It's on YouTube, and that was kind of the thing that got me thinking about this, because there's an odd moment where, after getting, hormone treatment or just before going through this really arduous thing, she kind of says, really, whatever you want to make you happy, whatever you want me to be, and you're like, whoa, and
Right.
you see that that's a kid, and you remember being a kid, and you're like, oh God, and it took, it gives one pause. That's all I'm saying, and it isn't that it makes you against the transgender movement or against this. It's just when it comes to kids, people that are, we don't entrust kids to make certain kinds of decisions. We know we have such a huge influence on them. I just worry about
I would agree with
people
that.
that are like 35, like who are going to look back, 20 years from now and go, oh my God. That doesn't mean that it's commensurate to worrying about the thousands of people who are going to look back and go, oh my God, I never got to be what I really was. I never got to, So I'm not putting that down by bringing this up, but I do think it's a concern that will be less expressed than the other one, even if it affects far less people.
Sure. Well, I mean, I guess we would agree that it could happen, but I guess for me, I would think it's part of the discussion, but it wouldn't stop anything. It wouldn't stop the progress or the, whatever. So, but I think we've kind of both agreed anyway. So I don't know. Gus, is that Gus?
Yeah, that's me.
Hi. I thought that was you. What's up?
Not much. How you doing?
Good. So we can move on to another topic if everybody.
Yeah, I'm glad that you came in before Gus to school me on what I was talking about. I think I got it a lot easier.
Oh, was Gus trying to beat you up?
A lot less screaming, at least. Hey, Gus.
Now, JJ, go run do.
Is anybody sure?
Now, JJ, go run do. Go on, JJ. You know what to do.
Run do.
What the fuck? B, are you saying that there's a mandatory psychological eval for gastric bypass?
Yes,
I think there probably is at this point. I know that I know a lot of insurances will definitely require it. I don't know that if it is required. It depends maybe on the doctor. I don't know, but I know a lot of insurances require it.
In Canada, most of the provinces have a mandatory eval. Come on, JJ, go run do.
What are you talking about, Gus?
Go run do. Do the same to this account that you did the last. Come on. Go. Come on.
Seriously, why you keep on doing that, JJ?
What are you ranting about, Gus?
You know exactly what I'm ranting about, Captain Socratic Irony. What is table? What is land? What is floor? I love it. Come on. Block this one like you did the last 3 accounts.
Yeah, this is
you being blocked, Gus?
It's all right. I don't mind.
I
don't mind. I wanted to be thorough. Come on, chip face. Be thorough about it.
I want to ask Gus if he's.
Just be thorough about it. Be thorough about it. Come on. Be thorough about it. Come on.
If he's done the decent thing and unblocked OG
I'm not listening. I'm not listening to anything you've got to say about blocking. Blocking is a perfectly viable and valuable option. If you're blocking me because I'm blocking somebody else, then you're a douchebag. But all I want from you at this point is just to be thorough about it. Just be thorough about it. That's all.
I'm just curious. I mean,
just be.
you don't have to tell me.
Asked and answered.
I'm wondering if you had the decency to unblock OG yet.
Asked and answered. No, go blocking.
I guess let me know when we've got conversation again.
Come on. Go take care of it.
Then I just won't talk to Gus. But I am wondering if Gus has unblocked OG.
I don't really particularly care.
Which is
I don't particularly care. It's
nobody's talking to you, Gus.
It's a perfectly legal. Yeah, okay, Darwin's deity.
You're just going to tell everybody else.
Okay, Darwin's deity. Nobody's talking to me. Go on. Go ahead, Darwin's deity.
I blocked Gus after he decided to be a dick and wouldn't unblock OG. After OG politely asked.
I block whoever I want to. I block whoever I want to. You block whoever I want to. I just want to make sure you're thorough about it, chimp face, and go get it done.
When you're done, after OG politely asked Gus,
you're not done. I don't give a fuck. Go get it done.
I'll wait till you're done, Nigel.
Come on, chimp face. Come on, chimp face, get it done. Is it done yet? You blocked me yet? Come on, cutie pie, let's go. Come on. Come on, Mr. Monkey See, Monkey Do. Come on. Is it finished? You done? Is it taken care of? Am I blocked now?
Yeah, there was actually a serious discussion.
There sure was.
Yeah, unfortunately,
sure
one of the panelists central to it is.
Yeah, you're right, Nadia. She'll never, ever, ever come back now. Ever, ever. You're right to be concerned. We've lost her forever. We've lost her forever.
Not forever.
She'll never come back.
Probably not forever.
Well, then what are you bitching about then?
Well, it at least makes it.
Yeah, there was a serious conversation going between two people. Now there's another conversation going between two other people.
It was actually more than two.
Yeah, that's right. That's why there was.
And also,
okay. That's nice. Well, all JJ has to do is tell me he's blocked, and I'll recede into the darkness again. Tell me I'm blocked again. Come on, JJ. Go run, do.
Could we please not delve into drama here?
No, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. All he's got to do is tell me that I'm blocked. That's it. And then we go back. I recede to the shadows. If you're having trouble speaking, JJ, just belch it out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So, like, you were doing this all because, like, Gus blocked OG, JJ?
Please.
I've blocked a couple accounts of Gus's, yeah.
Okay, we've lost two panelists. Could we please hold back? Anyway, the main thing is about there is, you know, I guess a distinction between doing and allowing you're trying to make that is not really a genuine one. You say, oh well, it's such a momentous change in someone's body to make. Welcome back, Captain Crunchy. The trouble is, yeah, there's a rather impactful, I guess, radical bodily change impending, irrespective of intervention. Right. The question is, well, does it actually go the right way? Yeah.
Well, you're bound to have a certain failure rate, right? So I don't really see.
Failure rate of what? So.
Like a population rate, there's a mortality rate, various forms. Like it's such a minuscule percentage of the population that you might just have to say like that's just tough luck, but we can't really amend all of society to suit this very small percentage of people.
That's not what it takes, but the main point is, yeah, I mean, generally when one has some kind of indication of impending great suffering, there's typically something of an obligation to rescue, so and you don't just say, oh, well, it's quote-unquote nature, therefore stand idly by. And particularly in cases of special obligations. It's what?
I said that depends on the kind of suffering.
Really? How so?
Well, I don't think anyone is obligated to help a like a robber or something like that gets shot and is bleeding to death. Like I wouldn't feel as though anybody's obligated to save them.
I think that's a minority view.
Yeah, generally, I think actually even what is it, Castle Doctrine, whatever it is, kind of affairs, still required to pretty much immediately report the deaths or least they're being disabled. Go ahead.
Sure, you have to report it, but you don't have to provide them any assistance or anything like that.
Well, medical assistance is not something people are generally capable of.
Most people are able to provide basic first aid. And if somebody's bleeding out, that's pretty effective in keeping them from bleeding out.
Okay, well, I don't see quite so much of that, but still.
I'm just of the view that it's better to err on the side of caution, so I would prefer to wait until people were of an age where they can make a reasonable decision with informed information, like whether that's 16, 18, whatever age that is. It's definitely not 9 years old.
What
Yeah,
constitutes caution? What constitutes caution?
What do you mean, what constitutes caution?
Well, Iron, you understand some of these surgical procedures, the earlier they're done, the better, right?
Better in what sense?
What do you mean, better in what sense?
You know, like more bangable, like the end result.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Better in
right.
what
I
sense?
see
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean better? Have you blocked me yet? What are you talking to me
Well,
for?
I think there is going to be a section of people that could just be medicated, right? Or they could be given therapy.
No. I mean, there are certain surgical procedures that are involved in all altering gender / gender reassignment. That the earlier they're done, the better.
That's not even,
There are some procedures that past a certain point can't be done at all.
that's not even under discussion. It's all hormonal therapy, etc. Surgery stuff, pretty much is like, I think only in a few places it's 16 or up, and everywhere else is 18 minimum. Actually, I think the 16s maybe not even be. In that case, I think it might just be like 2 individual cases or something like that.
Yeah, well, it might just be that that works out poorly for them. I mean, that's tough luck. You just have to suck it up. That's the way that things work.
Oh, okay.
Gotta suck it up and take it up the ass by your bootstraps.
No.
Mm.
But I mean, what is the best available evidence regarding, I guess, the outcome of puberty or whatever? I mean, for the individuals involved.
What, I'm not sure what you're asking me. Where is the result of the evidence for what?
What is, I mean, once you have, say, the best available evidence regarding, I guess, the potential outcomes of puberty for, say, an individual under consideration for, I guess, puberty, trans treatment, or whatever. Well, how would you act on that best available evidence? Right?
Well, I'd have to obviously look at the evidence, but I would assess the severity of their case, and I would determine whether or not they need therapy, medication, or whether they need to pursue hormonal therapies or surgeries.
What do you mean by medication if not hormonal?
Whatever other kind of coping medication they would need to take to normalize themselves or set aside their depression or what have you.
No idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's kind of okay. Yeah,
Well, we
that
have
doesn't actually apply
medications
to
for
this.
like
Yeah.
clinical depression. I'm not sure why we wouldn't be able to form a medication for dysphoria.
Mm.
Well, how would that work exactly? You get 6 hours of not being disgusted by the sight of being in the wrong body, and then suddenly you'd have to take another pill?
I think there are medications prescribed for dysphoria, aren't there?
No.
Yeah, I don't
Or at
think
least
so.
not that kind.
No.
Hormones are basically one of the. Basically, that's it.
Oh.
Right, see, and that's what I'm
The,
saying, is there's a huge area of therapy or work that you could do, medication that isn't being used or explored, as far as I know, that
How
I think we
exactly
should
would
take a
you
serious look at.
how would you formulate this mythical, non-dysphorium, anti-dysphoria pill that you're talking about?
Gus, I'm not a fucking
brain
Well,
cancer.
then
I'm not a
don't
pharmacist, right?
rely on fucking science fiction, man. Like you're relying on pharmaceutical hand wavium.
I'm really not.
Yeah.
I'm saying
You
that
really
it's
are.
The way they do it is they identify like various chemical ongoings that well, basically one could have a drug somehow participate in, and that is somehow characteristic of the way the disease goes on. Like what is it? Serotonin reuptake in people with say major depression. Right? That's you architect the things that way. The trick is structural brain differences are not that kind of chemical phenomenon. Okay, so in the meantime, the best available evidence regarding the outcomes of puberties and such is, well, something that someone under especially a special obligation to the individual involved, like a guardian, may actually find an obligation to intervene to prevent a very bad outcome. Like mine.
I'm just saying we have whole swaths of people who won't buy food with GMOs in it, and you guys are just brushing these other solutions under the rug and getting ready to pump kids full of hormones. I think it's really weird, and I think it's dangerous, and I think we have to actually take a solid look at these things from a different perspective.
What perspective would that be?
More of a right-wing perspective that isn't heavily laden with moral arguments and Christian overtones.
Christian overtones and a left-wing perspective?
I said a right-wing perspective.
Yeah, and then you said Christian overtones. So Christian overtones exist in a left-wing perspective?
What are you talking about? I said we need to look at it from a different
perspective. You said we need to look at it from a right-wing perspective.
That doesn't have
something
Christian
that's not
overtones.
laden with Christian overtones. And so you linked the two sentences together, right? So if you're saying that...
Because I'm making a distinction between that and right-wing perspectives that are heavily laden with Christian overtones, they're going to be saying this is evil, immoral, we shouldn't research it, etc.
So what perspective again? What perspective again are you talking about? Without referring to it so vaguely that it's like nailing Jello to a post?
A secular right-wing perspective.
What exactly does that mean?
It means a more cautionary, a more cautionary perspective that isn't superstitious or based off morality or things like that.
Oh, so okay, so you could have invoked that without saying right wing. When you say right wing, essentially what you're saying is maintenance of the status quo no matter what, which is what the right wing often fights for.
Well, of course that should be the first instinct, right, or like the priority.
To maintain the status quo.
Yes, of course.
That's ridiculous. The status quo should be as fluid or rigid as necessary to meet the needs of those within it, all of those within it.
Well, I don't live in a utopia where I save everyone in the world. Like, that's not the society
Nobody lives in a utopia world. But you
Well,
try.
you just said
your
he just
best.
said save everyone, right?
Your
He just said
best.
save everyone, right?
You try to save as many as you can. You try to help
Right,
as
and
many as
I'm
you
saying
can.
how hard do you try, right? Like you have to measure whether or not it's worth the investment.
Well,
Sometimes it
let's.
is,
I can't
sometimes it
think of a
isn't.
good reason why trans people shouldn't be given the same considerations as any other human being on the planet.
It could be a question of expense if you have socialized healthcare like we do in Canada.
The question about kids getting their sex changed has more to do with the question, should a 12-year-old get a boob job, than it has really anything to do with transgendered. It's not about whether they're transgendered or not. It's just about, should we be letting kids that are 12 and 15 undergo such a huge friggin' thing when we don't even think they should be able to vote or buy, alcohol or whatever. It just seems like a good question.
When you make an interesting point, though, Iron. I mean, in Canada, where there is, state healthcare, single pay healthcare, they're starting to knock some pretty important stuff off the list of what's going to get paid for by the state. I mean, I know in Ontario, physiotherapy is no longer covered by OHIP, and neither are yearly physicals. So I think that's interesting, and I think that's a problem that's going to uniquely face single payer healthcare systems. But having said that, I mean, again, you can't just look at people and say, oh well, you got dealt a shitty hand, suck it up, Buttercup.
Yeah, you can, because that's what's going to happen, right? Like when the rations start running low, that's when you start making hard decisions. And the people before us, they had the luxury of splurging all this extra money. But a couple of decades.
Healthcare is a splurge.
Yeah,
Boy,
they have been. They've been splurging in healthcare on
have they really?
a lot of ridiculous things.
On such as setting gender reassignment to one side. What other things have they been splurging on ridiculous things?
We spend a lot of money trying to eke out just a few extra months of existence for very old people who have had very fulfilled lives. There's a variety of conditions that we spend a lot of money researching on and working on. There's a lot of people that we've brought over, and refugees, immigrants, etc. we've brought over and put onto our healthcare bill, even though they've never paid anything into it.
Okay, so let's take that one little piece at a time. Your first point is heavily exaggerated. As a matter of fact, when you're an old person, you're less likely to receive interventionary care in the Canadian medical system than you are likely to receive it. Okay, so that's, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about there. Two, putting people on healthcare who haven't necessarily paid into it, that is a moral issue, because how in God's name are you going to have somebody come over here as a refugee or an immigrant and then treat them as a partial citizen? Because that's exactly what you're talking about. If you bring people over here and say, okay, come and work for us, come pay taxes to us, but you're not going to be a citizen enough to be treated on health care.
Obviously, your taxes are too low.
That depends on who you ask.
Right.
I was bringing that up to illustrate how we're not going to have the same luxuries in a few decades that we've had up until this point. Our economy is not that great. The American economy is going to tank eventually, and when it does, we're going to be sucked into the black hole with it. And when that happens, these kinds of things like transgender surgeries would be the last thing that people are going to be thinking about when they're rationing health.
You're absolutely right. In the meantime, let's not do any now while we have the means to do so. It doesn't make
well, in the meantime, maybe we should prioritize our spending and actually start using some conservative values in fiscal conservative values.
Because when you inject conservative values into fucking anything, somebody always gets left behind. If you want to live in a country where people get left behind by fucking design, you go ahead. I don't want to live in that kind of country. And I don't think that makes me a pie-in-the-sky utopianist to fucking think that, wherever possible and whenever possible, it is government's fucking job to stick up for people who can't stick up for themselves due to condition or for fucking persistent situation.
I have to assume that your healthcare system is prioritized in some manner, though.
Oh yeah, but one of the things that's becoming rapidly scary is that healthcare costs are rising up so much that, there are people who are speculating that inside of 25 years, more than 50 cents of each collected tax dollar that goes to the province, because it's the province that administers this stuff, will end up going to healthcare, and then allowed to go to its predictable conclusion. I mean, that can end up soaring out of control. I don't know. I don't have an answer for that right off the bat. I suspect that what's going to happen is we're probably going to have to go to some model of public-private partnership, some kind of a third payer system. But that being the case, it's neither, for practical purposes, it's neither here nor there. I mean, you either say, look, we will carry everyone in our nation who is of our nation until we no longer can, or we're gonna by design leave some people behind and in effect create second-class citizens.
Why do you think a public-private partnership would somehow help the
most European countries, most Western European countries have some mix of single payer and multi-mode pay healthcare systems. There are very, very, very few single payer healthcare systems left in the world, mostly because these days, with the cost of medical everything being through the roof, in some cases stupidly expensive for no good reason, and nobody wants to address that. It just ends up being something that just isn't workable financially anymore.
Well, I'd actually say that the public-private partnerships for those cases is largely tantamount to, well, just refusing treatment for those particular conditions, right?
Yeah, that's just not the case in Western Europe. In Western Europe, there is a... No, it's not. I'm sorry, there isn't.
Well, the what it's called is actually price rationing, right? I mean, so it's sure somebody rich enough can buy, I guess, whatever treatment is being otherwise taken out of the single imperial context, but well, otherwise, apart from their being so rich, it's denied. Period. Right. So.
Well, I mean, the rich can always get what they want done to them somewhere in the world. I mean, they almost become meaningless to examine when it comes to their health care, because as long as you've got money, you can get something done to you. If it's conceivable, it can be done to you somewhere, somehow. But I'm talking about the fact that most Western European countries have moved off of a model where the state pays the entire tab for everything, and they've had no choice but to do that because the costs of healthcare have gone stratospheric in a relatively short time.
I don't think that's an entirely accurate attribution, but yeah, the notions of triage, there's some kind of genuine shortage of resources, is something that might be better to make on a different basis from, say, well, whatever accident of, who knows what a person's finances might be contingent on. Is this in reference to sex reassignment surgery on the single payer system and whatnot?
Yeah, there's a concept on the floor that as healthcare dollars become more scarce in a single payer system, gender reassignment surgery has to be seen as a nice to have, a luxury that's impractical going forward in the long term.
Well, I see a lot of trans people offering themselves, but I guess we're disposable anyway.
Well, I mean, this is I find a grand irony, if I can trace a really wide circle for a minute. I find a grand irony between people who, on the right wing, who decry the notions of natural selection, which they believe means that the strong will survive, which of course is not what it actually means, but this is what they think it means. And yet, you know, they decry that, and they say that this isn't how humans should behave. It shouldn't be the strongest survive, and yet they invariably want to create social policy where that's exactly what happens. So if you're born with gender dysphoria and you're not quote unquote tough enough to just soldier on with that burden, then you should simply be, you know, patted on the head, set to one side, made as comfortable as possible, and allowed to do, you know, and sometimes not even made as comfortable as possible, and allowed to simply take your own life if that's your thing. And nobody will admit to this, but that's basically what it boils down to, you know. And yet there's that odd dichotomy there that, and nobody, it's really funny, you know. If it's one thing human beings distinguished itself very early on in sort of the race between animals, was that we looked after each other. Even the weakest among us looked after each other. In all but the most furiously competitive environments, like the Inuit, for instance, periodically would put the very old and very sick out on ice floes. But that always depended on whether or not there was sufficient food to be caught. If there was sufficient food to be caught, and in most cases it was just a question of labor, if there was sufficient food to be caught, the old were protected, the weak were protected, the infirm were protected, you know? So I don't know what the fuck these people are talking about.
Well, one of the usual economic rationales is that the pretty much doing at least the bottom surgery tends to cut down the rate of psychiatric commitments, or to a degree that pays for itself. But anyway.
Well, when you consider that particularly in North America, the mental health system is woefully inadequate. I mean,
What are you talking about? Shut up!
You can draw some really disturbing parallels between the ready availability of mental health facilities in the early 21st century in you know, the West, to the availability of medical facilities in the late 19th century. I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's utterly ridiculous. I have a better chance of getting fucking cancer in my prostate than I do if I really need mental help, of being able to get it in a timely fashion. And that's a fucking fact. It's even worse in the States, where frankly, you know, many American governments are using the prisons as de facto asylums, which is fucking mind-blowing. That nobody has launched a series of court cases against this. I have, you know, I can't even begin to think about it.
Gus?
What?
You have access to the Canadian mental health system, correct?
Sort of.
But kind of.
Well, in theory.
In theory. Okay.
In theory.
Do you think it's healthy to be angry all the time, Gus?
I think it's wonderfully healthy to be angry all the time, Hamilton.
Or at least if you are angry all the time, it's healthy to let it out.
I think it's fantastically healthy to be angry all the time. Any more stupid questions?
People accuse me of having no emotions. It's like, what are you talking about? Well, they say it, at least.
I like when you smile, Nadia. I wish you smiled more often.
It's very rare.
I wish
Smile.
I had the resources to fix my teeth, or my face, or my voice, or my crotch, or anything else.
Did you say you You lost enamel from your teeth?
Yeah.
What causes that?
Carbonic acid.
Oh, soda?
Yeah.
It affects different people differently. I know people can guzzle soda for fucking years and it doesn't affect their teeth that much. And some people who, they just aren't that lucky.
Sure. I wonder
Well,
if there was some condition that caused that though.
It's the same old saw with smoking, right? Like all of us know that little old lady or that little old man that like smoked since they were a fucking fetus, right? They came out of the womb with a smoke in their fucking mouth. And they lived to be like 102, right? We all know those guys.
Right.
So, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think major thing with this is basically it's used to combat fatigue, which well, in my case is pretty severe. So.
What's used to combat fatigue?
She's using the caffeine in the diet Pepsi to jack herself up.
And nicotine, I imagine too.
Well, I'm not as familiar with the effects of nicotine, having dodged the smoking addiction bullet.
Yeah, you're lucky.
Gotta have my fucking chocolate, though. I tell you that for nothing.
Should switch to coffee. Soda's
Lord.
crap for you. Let's talk about coffee. I like coffee.
Yeah,
I could use a good re-sleeving. I wish they'd hurry up and make like downloadable humans. So just download ourselves into a new body. That's it. Done.
Did you say re-sleeving?
That's right. Re-sleeving. Download into a new flesh sock. But of course, that would create a whole new type of impoverished people. Like if the basic essence of humanity could be digitized and stored digitally, I swear to God, within like 50 years of that happening, you would have a type of homeless people as people who have no body. They wouldn't just have no home; they'd have no body.
I think I heard something about the first head transplant?
Yeah, it's them Russians, but that shit didn't take.
I wonder. I wasn't even sure if it was true.
The Russians did it. Them
Much
fucking
less if it
Russians.
worked out.
Them fucking Russians will try anything, man. They're crazy.
Did they do it to a chimp?
No, I think it was done to a human. I think the first attempted head transplant was a human, and I think the guy failed a couple of particulars on his CAT scan, if you know what I mean. That shit's just nutty.
I think there was a girl that got her head frozen.
Well, I mean, the minute you do that, you're fucking dead, right? I mean, the water in your tissues turn into ice, and one thing about ice is that it's very sharp. So as you're...
They use a different fluid, though, but they can't unfreeze it yet. I forget what it is.
That's great.
Well, it's a saline, isn't it? So
I hope so.
Yeah, it's something like
I
that.
think so. Yeah, when I die, I hope I want them to put my brain in a vat, so I can be a brain in a vat, in a vat. Nah.
Reminds me of that scene in RoboCop 2 when they go through all the new RoboCops that go crazy suicidal after their brains get transplanted.
Yeah, it's pretty gruesome. Or the recent RoboCop where fucking they go completely fucking like Joel Kinnaman is standing there watching his fucking all of the limbs being pulled away and he's nothing left but a head, a heart, and 2 lungs. I'm like,
Yeah, that
damn,
was crazy.
damn, and he's just looking at himself like, go. I want to die. I don't fucking blame you, Joel. I'd want to die too. Fuck.
That
Holy
movie
cow,
was
they
very
did make
good, but
a,
that scene was good.
or a remake or whatever.
What was that, Nadia?
They did do a remake or reboot or whatever.
Yeah, they did. It's not bad. It tries to explore a number of the same themes that the original Paul Verhoeven movie did, but I don't know how successfully they did it.
What with the same themes?
You know, the rampant corporate oh, Jesus Christ. The rise of the corporatocracy, the implications such a thing would have on populations as a whole, urban decay, certain law enforcement themes, law enforcement, how law enforcement is supposed to meet the sort of new threat of criminal ultra-violence, something which, by the way, in the real world never actually appeared, because violent crimes have been steadily dropping in the real world ever since RoboCop was released. So
Wasn't there like a big lead-related spike though of violence in like the 80s or something like that?
a big lead-related spike?
Yeah, like they found out that was because of all the lead in the gasoline, and that's why they switched to unleaded gas.
That's
I
a
don't know if that's a
theory.
myth.
That's a theory. I don't know how valid that theory is, but it's definitely a theory.
What was why they switched to unleaded gas again?
Because the lead in gasoline was making people violent.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty true.
Yeah, maybe.
No, lead poisoning does that.
Yeah, I don't know that there was any concrete correlation.
Yes, there is.
Oh,
For the reason that they took the lead out of the gas.
Oh.
Implying
Yeah,
that
actually, that's
the
fine.
leaded gas was going into the environment, making people violent.
Oh, no, I don't think they knew at the time that they actually did the change. Go ahead.
all I know is the less human beings are introduced to lead, the better.
I still think it's crazy that they used to put lead in the gasoline to begin with.
It's no crazier than them putting lead in pipes.
Well, the reasoning was different, I guess or I assume it was different. Was there some reasoning?
JJ has a bunch of little 18-wheel trucks on his desk that are all tooting their horn.
They just wanted to make the gas heavier so that you thought you were buying more.
That's what I've heard, but was there also an excuse, a reasoning that the lead in the gasoline somehow helped lubricate the engine?
I don't know. I can't remember. My dad would know. I should ask him.
I certainly don't know. But yeah, the lead did make the gas heavier, and I'd heard that.
Lord only knows.
Really, I just thought of that off the top of my head. That's funny.
Oh, really? No, I've heard that before. All right, let's talk about coffee now.
As you light a cigarette.
That's a pipe.
Now that you mentioned it, I want coffee.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. I don't want coffee.
Is it that fucking late?
Well, here at Eastern time.
That's right, you're an hour later. I didn't make any coffee today.
Boy, those little truckers on your table are really angry.
Can you hear that?
Yeah.
No, that's my phone. It does sound like a... Okay. Sorry.
Get out of the guy's way, JJ, for fuck's sake.
That's stupid.
He's got to get his cargo to the other side of the goddamn table, and you're not helping.
I'm playing poker on my phone. You're lucky it's not going ba-ding, ba-ding, ba-ding.
Oh, I feel fortunate, believe me.
I've spared you all. All right, I'm putting this on after this hand.
Hmm.
What the?
Chris, what do I care about what again? Hello? Am I still connected? Oh.
Who is it?
Oh, she's off. Did Justin Potts porn bomb this channel earlier?
Somebody porn bombed. That's why I was asking. I don't know who did it, or if anybody knows who did it, or.
Oh, Psycho says it was Justin.
Does he know though?
It's a good question.
With certainty, with absolute certainty,
Certitude.
in a way that
99% chance, yeah.
that he could not be wrong.
Well, if I could hear his voice, I could sew it
He
up.
has a justified true belief.
Yeah, but what about the Gettier stuff, though?
It's a justified true belief, though, right?
Yeah, well.
Come on.
All right, I'll give it to you.
Hey, there's something to be said for being unpredictable, though, right?
There's got to be a couple things to be said.
Oh yeah, no, there's certain places you really want to be unpredictable, like, I don't know, major surgery.
Hey, did anybody see
No,
Darwin's
probably
DVD
not.
and MK's tonight?
Was he into...
Oh, yeah.
What happened? What happened now?
Oh, he freaked out on Arcane?
No.
And then first he chastised MK for talking about himself too much. So I talked to Darwin's yesterday, and we never got a chance to get around to this term of self-authentication, which I still don't understand how they're using it. And the first time I heard it used was yesterday with Mac, and I'd never heard anybody use that term, self-authenticating. But then later, DD used it, and we talked about some other bullshit and never got around to getting to that. And I said that I wanted to. So today, I brought it up, and he said, we talked about it enough yesterday. I said, well, no, we didn't talk about it at all, and he didn't really want to talk about it. So then Arcane said he'd talk about it with me. But then immediately Darwin started going after Arcane about it. And it was fun to watch. And then we talked a little bit. I talked with him a little bit. Then Joe Sunseed came in, and they were talking about justification, I guess. What the fuck were they talking about? I don't know. Eventually, though, he went off on Joe. I mean, dropping F-bombs and accusing him of using one of Jack's arguments, which is really not, but at least not originally. I don't know. It was really funny, though. And then he had to leave immediately. Then he
Stizer seems to be sitting by himself at MK's Hangout right now.
Yeah. MK went AFK, and so people came in, and Ocean came in, and somebody else came in, and nobody had mods, and then eventually Joe dropped and came back in, and nobody could rebroadcast him. So,
boy, I'm telling you,
everybody left. Yeah. Oh, it looks like there's a couple new G-Man videos I have to watch.
have to is a pretty strong word, isn't it?
Oh, come on. If I want to laugh, and I like to laugh. Yeah. I miss some other good hangouts too, I guess. So I've never seen Hamilton before, I don't think.
I know New Tropic, Jack, and Justin, mostly from Pal Talk.
Oh, okay. So I've never experienced Pal Talk before.
Yeah, I was kind of I know Jack, and I was friendly with Justin and Collaterality, I call him, but New Tropic, Six Hats guy.
Yep. I know them. I like them.
Yeah, I like the funny people.
Justin might be a bit of a contrarian, though.
Yeah, nobody's perfect.
Exactly.
Speak for yourself.
So mostly when I laugh at Jack, it's unintentionally. I like Jack, but he's a funny guy.
Yeah. So true. So you experience Pal Talk. From what I know of it, it doesn't seem fun to me. I like this format much better.
Yeah, you don't have to listen to people talk for 20 minutes before you can make fun of them.
Right. I mean, you can make fun of them in text, I guess, but what fun is that?
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Fodor's natural selection argument?
Fodor.
Yes.
Fodor.
That's the one that can't choose between coextensive traits.
Right.
There's no way to in what you might call a sort of all things being equal environment. There's no way really to. But even then, actually, there's no way to tell exactly which one the selective pressure is affecting. Yeah, I've heard that. I think the real answer to all that is just like, yeah, but we can do it anyway. We really know. Maybe we can't say how, but we know. I don't know. It's not very sophisticated, but that was kind of my reaction to it. Guy seems like a real asshole too. If you've ever seen him talk.
Oh yeah, I've seen a couple, and then a couple responses.
I mean, even if it's true, I don't think it has a real. It's not like people are gonna abandon the evolutionary framework. It's just a place where people may have trouble filling something in. Everything has that. The only reason people feel threatened by that stuff is because they think it makes science more like religion or something like that. But who cares?
Well, yeah, the thing is that it's an argument against natural selection. It's not an argument against evolution. And in fact, Fodor doesn't deny evolution.
Right.
He just says that's not a good explanation.
Right.
That I mean, and acknowledges that there are other selectors.
Oh, that's become fairly. I mean, that has become almost to the point of not even being controversial anymore. From the impression that I've got just from reading some things recently, but maybe I'm just reading biased people. I don't know. I don't tend to read like a lot of technical stuff. Obviously, I'm not. I don't even remember the argument stuff that well, and I only read half of the book, which may sound like a defeat, but it still felt heroic getting through the first half of it.
I haven't read any of the book, and I think I just repeated all that I remember of it. So
I like Justin, Jack, those guys, but I'm not really that into analytic. I didn't go to school for it. It's a hobby of mine that I've kind of occasionally find to be interesting. But so I don't invest as much in that. But I do. There are occasional things that will kind of interest me. That was one of them, for whatever reason.
Yeah. I feel the same.
I mean, I've even listened to Evolution False talk about what is it, Stephen Meyer and the signature in the cell. I didn't read it, but I even downloaded it. Like, I may even look at that. Like, I'm interested in um, it probably is bullshit, and I'm not one to even understand it. I'm sure, really, but I'm interested in stuff like that a little bit. Just unconventional critiques of things. Even if they're complete bullshit, sometimes they're just fun to see the creativity of it, right? Or there can be good questions in those things, even if they're not totally convincing. I find stuff like that kind of interesting. So I think I'm pretty sympathetic to just like the evolutionary picture and that kind of interpretation.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's DD. That's who we were talking about. EF, DD. Just goes crazy.
DD. Yeah, I have to learn the new jargon.
He's EF. He's EF and he's DD as Darwin's deity or Duncan Dawkins or Darwin's delusion. Yeah. But tonight he was Dances with Hyenas, which is my favorite.
Wow.
Favorite account he goes by because he calls the Power Rangers hyenas. They're his, his stalkers, his hyenas, and it's just funny.
There's an odd, almost he's an odd guy. He's an odd fella. I find him interesting though a little bit because he's so. He's what do you call it? He's he's monomaniacal. People like that are always kind of interesting.
I agree. That's why I like talking to him, and I'm trying not to antagonize him too much, so that I can continue to talk to him. Because I mean, Joe Sunseed may now be on his troll list because he quoted Dawes, which is, or at least an idea put forth by Dawes, which is part of one of Jack's arguments for intentionality. And he just went ballistic. EF went ballistic on him, saying that he was trolling him, repeating one of one of his stalker's lines. It was so funny.
Yeah, when I asked him like that question from like the top 10 the questions that DD or EF does not answer, like he flipped this shit.
He did.
Oh, hilarious.
And see, if you I think if you want to try to do something like that, I would, if I were you, I'd try to be a little more subtle in how you ask one of those questions. I've avoided it so far.
Like talking with the dude is like walking on eggshells. I mean, like it's hard not to piss the dude off.
Darwin's deity has that excellent combination of extreme narcissism and extreme hypersensitivity that most real true bullies actually have. It's excellent.
Right, Chris, are you saying that Darwin's deity is a little bit volatile?
Well, that's tautology. That's self-evident.
Okay, good. Hey, B. Oh.
I think that for a lot of people, Darwin's deity reminds them of that one person in their life who was an authoritarian guy or a woman or who was always had to be in control and who, whatever it was. And I think people feel that whatever frustration it is that they have when talking to him reminds them of like the worst people that you could ever deal with. And he's so good at getting people upset because he's everything that could be wrong with a human being.
That sounds harsh.
But he is also, he's intelligent, perceptive, funny as hell. Sometimes really, it's like psychologically insightful about people. He knows how to hurt people, even just sometimes with like the intellectual argument he'll pick to bother somebody. He's very good at what he does.
He's pretty good, and so recently it's been fun to watch him go after fellow theists, like say G-Man or Mac. Tonight it was Arcane, Logos, and MK.
Who are you talking about?
Darwin's deity, EF, whatever you want to call him.
I don't know that I've talked to him before. What is his avatar? What does his avatar look like?
Or Duncan Dawkins, or Dawkins Delusion, or I think you might have seen him before.
Maybe. I mean, I don't. Is he on camera? Or the avatar would probably be what I would recognize more than.
Taylor Hicks.
Yeah. Never on camera.
Oh.
Oh yeah, Taylor Hicks is a picture he uses for one of them. In fact, that's how I picture him to look like.
Taylor Hicks, the dude that was on American Idol forever ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He says he looks like him.
Interesting. All right. I haven't.
Also, George Taylor from Planet of the Apes.
Who?
George Taylor.
Oh no, he's used Charlton Heston's.
Yeah.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
That's the character's name. Yeah, Charlton Heston's image before.
Kay, can I ask you a question?
KB.
Me? Kay?
Yeah.
Kylie? Yeah. Yeah, you
Yes.
can ask me a question.
Yes. Why would you ever shave that off?
Shave what off?
Yeah, that's come on. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why?
Because I wanted to. I still have hair back here. I just have it in a ponytail. So.
It makes
because I wanted to. That's why I would do that.
Fair enough.
It used to be pretty long. I mean, it was long for a long time. But.
You didn't do both sides though, did you?
No, I'm going to. In the summer, I'm going to do basically the same thing here, and then have it be like kind of like a faux hawk kind of thing coming down here.
I like that. Mohawks are cool.
Well, see, Rev, that part of the problem is, or part of the reason that I'm doing a lot, not doing it, but part of the fun for me is the reaction that I get from people that I used to know. Like, is one of the things that my ex-husband said to me, or used to say to me when I talked about cutting my hair short, he said, well, then you'd look like a dyke. which is a bad thing to him. So there's part of me that's like a fuck you to people that used to tell me how I should dress or look. So not that you're
fuck that guy.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a part of that is very much like a teenage kid being like, well, I'm going to do whatever I want. So, but I didn't do that when I was younger, so I give myself a pass to do it now.
I got you. Well, you're hot no matter what. So anyway.
Thank you. Even if I shave my head. I like the Sinead O'Connor. I used to think Sinead O'Connor was good looking.
She was.
And she had no hair. She shaved her head, so. Yep. But I'd had I've always wanted to cut my hair really short, but I'd never had the guts to do it, so I'm working up to it at this point. Anyway. Did Nadia go to sleep? Or where is she at?
She had a knock at the door.
Oh. Interesting.
All right, poll to the room for straight guys. All right, so how many straight guys like bald chicks?
What is that supposed to mean?
I like hot bald chicks.
You like hot bald chicks. Well, what does that mean?
Well, whatever I term to be hot is hot.
Well, what's wrong with the girl being bald, Rev? I mean, what's wrong with that? What is there something inherently offensive or bad about that to you?
Not necessarily, but I could never be attracted to a chick that has no hair. You know, maybe it's just me. I don't know. I'm sorry, B.
I don't really care. I mean,
I don't find it attractive, but I think there are certain women that have the confidence to pull it off, and I guess that's attractive in its own way.
Yeah, I could see that. I think there's still, I don't know, to me, of course, what I find attractive changes. I think, I don't know, I tend to be more of very much, as soon as someone opens their mouth, then entirely what I think about them in terms of attraction changes, because there are certain physical characteristics that I would be attracted to, but as soon as somebody starts, speaks, and then I understand what kind of person they are, then everything changes anyway, so I do think I tend to have more of a physical type in terms of guys than I do, or in terms of girls than I do guys. It's going to be like all over the place in terms of the guys that I've been attracted to, but girls seem to be more similar. I don't know. I don't know how it works for most people, but
I hear you.
Yeah.
It's what's on the inside that's more important.
Well, to me, it's not necessarily that. It's more like, I'm trying to think of an example. Like, okay, well, when I first started dating after I got divorced, like I did the whole OkCupid thing, which not that great of it. I mean, you can find people that have sex with pretty easily, but anybody who's like worth spending time with for very much, or at least I never have any luck. But there was a guy on there that physically was pretty much, I don't know what you would say, very much my type. Like he had red hair has always been, for some reason, this borderline obsession fetish that I have. And so he was really good looking and all that, but every time I tried to have a conversation with him, he was just an idiot. Like I could tell he was stupid, and I was like, I tried a couple times to like get myself to be into it, but I couldn't, because I was like, I couldn't do this. This person would be, unless he did not speak the entire time, which I don't know how that works, but I just couldn't, so I don't know that I could do the whole physical attraction only, not have any kind of, I don't know, I don't think it would work for me, but I guess if somebody can do that, then that's cool. I don't have a problem with that. I just don't, personally, I couldn't.
Yeah, it doesn't work for me either.
Unless I was extremely drunk, that might, maybe once or twice, that could work, but I don't. usually drink that much. So.
Just want to apologize for your asshole husband.
Yeah, well, that's good because he never will. So thanks for that.
Yeah.
On behalf of our gender.
Yeah, well. That's
Here,
right.
here, JJ. Here.
What is that? Oh, yeah. No, I'm not under any delusions that he would ever apologize for himself, but that's okay. I have to go off camera because I don't want to get Nadia in trouble, so hold on. But I'm still here, just as to why I was going off camera.
Get Nadia in trouble.
I'm in Oregon where certain substances are legal, but I don't want to.
Oh, say no more.
One toke over the line, sweet Jesus. One toke over the line.
There you go.
Enjoy, B.
Mm-hmm.
It just reminds me of that one guy.
What one guy?
With his small glass barrels.
What's up, Ocean?
Oh yeah, he's a good musician.
I like the singing though. I definitely dig that. Ocean, did you lose your ability to stay in Neff's hangout?
Say again, what?
You jumped into Neff's hangout right before I left, and I didn't know how long you could put up with.
Oh, it wasn't long.
Oh. I just went in there. There's a couple guys in there who I was talking to yesterday that seemed pretty cool, and I was just like basically saying hi to them. But I can't do the monologue of Neff for that long. So.
Yeah, it was like I don't know. I went in there when there was like I was watching the live feed for a little while, and I was like, oh, I could probably participate in this conversation. And then I went in there, and I said like maybe 5 things, and then it was out. There wasn't really any point to it.
Yeah.
So. Yeah.
Hamilton, there's a link on the Hangouts on there. That's where I got the one for Neff's. I don't know if you see that.
Yeah. It's not really worth going into. Whatever your name
Maybe
is.
an evolution junkie. I don't know. Maybe some people.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know, if you're definitely if you're like a huge evolution junkie and you like talking to stupid people, then that's the perfect place for you. But you don't care.
Yeah.
If you don't want to listen to long, drawn-out explanations about very specific, yeah.
Yeah, if you like talking to stupid people and you don't like actually talking, because that will shut you down pretty quickly. And if you're talking,
you guys pretty good job moderating.
When I talk to Nephilim Free, all I do is think about the people in his basement cleaning bugs.
People in his basement that are like
unsolved Long
on the
Island
edge of their cage going,
bunker
"Let me out,
killings."
please," while this guy's yapping. Because what he does is he ties people up into his basement and he goes down there and tells them about the glory of God and how evolution is a farce. Heavily populated down there.
Anybody vouch for this
Omar guy? I have no idea who he is.
I don't know. Omar is.
It's another one of my fans apparently.
Huh?
I don't know who these people are.
I'm gonna show him in broadcast to see what's going on. Hey Omar, what's going on?
You have fans? I don't know.
It's
Ocean's mom?
Ocean's mom.
Yeah.
Wait, you gotta broadcast Ocean's mom. Come on.
What's going on, Mom?
I like the way it looks like I'm looking at Ocean's mom's boobies.
Said in the side chat, son, if you ever need food, let me know. I will drive some to your place. Love you. Good night.
Oh, that's so sweet. Your mom's so sweet, Ocean.
This is. I don't know if that was my mom or not.
Well, if she is Ocean, if that's that picture, listen, I want to fuck your mom, bro. That is some hot shit right there, Mo.
It's not my mom's picture.
She's a MILF.
But my mom has done that.
Just
Has fucked your
shows up at
friends?
my place with food. I'm like,
Oh, no.
all right.
Showed up to your
She
place
did
at...
that this week, actually.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
Oh. Anyway, I don't even think they do your mama jokes anymore, really. Like, my kids don't do them. Is that like a thing of...
I do your mom.
Good for you. But yeah, your mom jokes, I don't
Don't do
think
your
they're...
kids' mom.
Wait a second.
Your kids don't make your mom jokes because they haven't discovered how to truly appreciate them yet.
I guess.
There's a level
Of maturity.
of appreciation,
Right.
of maturity that you have to reach in order to appreciate your mom joke.
Yeah.
There's also a certain level of immaturity that you have to reach at the same time.
Yeah.
And when that supply and demand, when the X and Y crosses right there.
Well, I get it, because that's why certain things are hilariously funny to me, and they usually are very immature humor.
Very
but
immature things.
I don't like Napoleon Dynamite, or I don't know how to explain it to people.
You like
but
Napoleon Dynamite, or you don't like Napoleon
I
Dynamite?
love Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh, like there's just something about the word quesadilla that just makes you laugh.
Quesadilla. No, I have Napoleon Dynamite text tones on my phone.
Really?
Yeah, Tina can get some ham. That's one of my favorite ones. I do like Rico and Kip, though. Don't be jealous, because I've been chatting with babes online all day. He's pretty funny. That movie was actually made relatively close to where I lived or grew up, so that was another reason.
I don't know. I've been chatting with babes online all day.
Let's try and talk to Omar here. So apparently a troll for JJ. So Omar, what's up?
He hasn't said anything yet.
Oh, he left.
Oh.
Wait, he said it was Ray J. What?
Aww. Yeah,
Why do people not like you, JJ? I don't understand this, because I didn't think you were a jerk, but go ahead.
How is it that it said Omar here, but Ray J in the side?
I have no idea.
It's black magic.
That's really strange.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I have been here. No, that's what JJ. Why is it that people don't like you? Because Annabelle was in here yelling at you last night, and then you and Gus were having a pissing match when I left.
Gus got on you
earlier.
too.
Yeah.
Oh, Gus was here earlier. Only he was one of the accounts I haven't blocked yet.
Okay, so why is it that people don't like you?
What's that?
Why do
they not like you?
Which question?
Mine.
Yeah, go with hers first.
Annabelle, I don't know. I think she was mad about that time I burped 3 months ago. I don't know. Annabelle is just finds something to be bitchy about, it seems. But that was 3 months ago. More recently, somebody brought her up in the hangout, and I said that I didn't like her.
Yeah.
And somebody said why, and I said because I think she's caustic. And I mean that was it. And then all of a sudden she was talking all this and that, all just going on and on about me in the live chat, and then eventually found it necessary to come in here and go after me because I said I didn't like her. So I don't know.
One thing about Annabelle is she won't talk about you behind your back. She'll just talk to you to your face.
I don't know that that's necessarily true.
Well, she'll talk about you behind your back, but she'll also say it to your face. There's nothing that she'll say behind your back that she won't say to you.
That's not necessarily my experience, but maybe it's
really.
different.
I don't know.
Whoa, B, wait a minute. She has you blocked? Why?
That's
why?
a good question, because that's what I'm saying, is
Really?
I've never heard from her exactly why she had me blocked. She may not at this point, and I may be like...
Okay, so I see what you're saying. That isn't your experience at all, is it?
And then, to answer
I still can't get into Hangouts if she's in there with her original one. I still can't. But she kind of talked to me a little bit ago, so maybe she doesn't hate me anymore, but still has me blocked on the other one. I don't know, because I've never heard from her why she had me blocked, really. So...
And to answer Ocean's question, I think I have 2 people blocked in entirety. They're both Gus's accounts.
Okay.
And it just happened recently. Because the other day, OG was trying to come in, and he said, "Oh, does Gus have me blocked?" And so I asked for OG if Gus would unblock OG, and he said no. And I said, why? Or somebody said why, and he said because I don't like him. And
OG's like innocuous.
I don't know
can see
who
why
OG
probably
is.
like
yeah,
Gus
I have
might
no
not like
idea
him.
why. I mean, I don't care. And Gus doesn't even bother me. I was just trying. I don't even know what I was doing. And
I don't know
tell me
either.
tell me maybe I'll unblock him if I am not too lazy. I didn't block this latest one because I don't care.
I think nobody should block anybody because that's stupid and
I
irritating.
agree.
A couple
That's
of
just
people,
me.
but they're people I just find to be.
Like, who is it? What's the dude, Bunto? He was
Bunto?
like, yeah, you know who Bunto is?
Yeah.
Probably the closest I came to blocking someone because he would message me every day saying something offensive. And I was like, whatever, you can ignore people because it's pretty easy to ignore people. I don't understand why people
Show
don't.
me your boobs.
Well, no, well, some of them were, but then it was like he was basically just saying things to try to get me to get irritated, and I just ignored him. And so that would be the only time I ever thought about blocking somebody, but I don't have to react. I don't know if some people don't know that you don't have to react to somebody on the internet. It's not required.
I haven't had any regulars try and do that to me yet, which I'm kind of surprised. But no.
Yeah, I don't.
The closest is this Ocean's mom person, which is like being incredibly nice.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how that progresses, right?
Yeah, so this is the second time I've seen it.
Oh.
And it was the same deal. They just came in and said something really, really nice and then left. Great.
Interesting. Hold on.
I think it's hilarious. The first time I saw it, I died.
It is hilarious.
That's called a good troll, right?
Yeah, it's a fantastic troll.
Fairy god troll.
Totally into it.
Welcome back, Nadia. How you doing?
Hello.
Hi, Nadia. Are you back?
I'm gonna find my block list. I don't know who's on it.
Bear with me. I'm setting some PDFs to a roommate.
I think I blocked down corner. That's who I blocked.
Down corner, he is kind of crazy sometimes, but not necessarily in a non-fun way. Sometimes it's okay.
Fuck that. Kevin's cool. I love him.
Kevin.
That's his real name?
About Down?
Yep. Yep.
I'm surprised that you like Down. Down has like all the qualities you generally don't like in people.
You gotta get to know people, Ocean.
What are the qualities that Rev likes in people? I don't know that I know that yet.
Honesty.
I guess he's honest.
Well, but there's, I don't know. I don't know him that well.
He's a type of honesty that I really don't like, though.
I have seen him be very cruel to people, or say very cruel things.
Yeah,
that I don't like in people. So.
Right, but he's honestly cruel.
Yeah,
right?
But that's not okay.
Right, but I think that the cruel outweighs the honesty as far as whether or not I actually want to hang out with him. It's kind of the personality that it's just like, no, I don't. Not really into it.
Well, but is it honesty? I mean, there's a difference between. I mean, you can be right and still not be an asshole about it. You know.
Well, I mean, I do that.
And sometimes you're an asshole.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Is I will be an asshole.
Right, but you're not like, and you're not doing it.
But I'm not like Down.
There's a difference between being an asshole just to be an asshole, to irritate somebody, to hurt somebody's feelings, and then when you're just saying what you actually think. Those are very different. So.
Yeah.
Well, Down is very honest. He hates fundamental Christianity, you know?
Well, that's not the stuff that I've seen him being cruel about.
No, I've seen him be cruel to people just for, because he doesn't like their... He's been cruel to me a lot. That's the reason why I blocked him, is because he just wouldn't let it go.
Well, I've seen him making fun of people's physical appearance basically because for no other reason that I could see other than just to get under their skin, which I think is cruel.
He does do that. Which is funny because he's like, kind of a chubby guy.
Well, I don't know. Yeah. I have no idea because I've never seen him.
He has a lot of funny looks.
Has he ever been on camera? I've never seen him on camera.
He's been on camera a couple times.
Mm.
He's got this kind of like squarish face that it's one of those that, like, when he grows a beard, his face looks better because his face isn't that great. You know what I mean? Like,
No.
so a lot of people grow a beard for that reason. I say
didn't
this
know.
as a bearded man, but
Right. I didn't know this. So I'm going to ask that now when I see guys with beards. Do you have a beard because you have beards, or because your face is weird looking?
Or what's the deal?
You could never know unless you've seen them without a beard. That's true.
I don't know.
It's easy to imagine
To imagine
what people look like without their beard on.
It's surprised. Like, I have like a much rounder face.
Yeah.
Than I look.
I've seen a lot of guys that look very
Like, my
young
chin
when
is
they don't
here.
have their facial hair. Like
Yeah.
that seems to be mostly what happens. What I really don't like is the whole like. There's a difference between having facial hair and identifying so heavily with your facial hair that it's like a different entity. That's a
me.
weird phenomenon.
What?
My beard is its own person.
Well, but no, where guys are like, they think that like the most redeeming thing about their physical appearance is the fact that they have this. Like I don't like I will take that into account when I look at somebody, but it's not like the first thing that I notice.
It should be the first thing you notice. My beard is solid.
Maybe I haven't seen any epic beards that took my attention that much. I don't know.
You've seen mine. I don't know why you're not. Are you immune to this?
I must be.
This is a problem. Get yourself fixed.
You need to up your game. No, it's not my problem.
You up your game. You need to up your observational game.
Okay.
If you're not noticing the grandness that is this beard, I don't know what's wrong with you.
And I don't see. Sometimes I get it. Everybody gets very like snobbish about certain things, and they get very involved in certain things. But then there are sometimes like there was one guy that I went out with a couple of times, and he was like obsessed with talking about his beard and the things that he did with his beard, and I was like, wow, you would like take more time talking about and fixing your beard than I do doing my hair or my makeup or any of that stuff.
The number one reason that I have a beard is that I don't like shaving, so I don't really do very much with it. Like I'll shave it like once every few weeks, and you know, there it is. Okay, it's like it's just way less effort than trying to keep a clean-shaven face, which I haven't done in like 10 years.
Well, I get that because if I I mean, it's like why would you? I don't grow a beard, so I don't have to deal with having to shave it. But
Right.
like, you know, shaving your legs or whatever, that's a pain in the ass.
Right,
So.
you should grow a beard on your legs.
I don't know that I could. I don't have that much leg hair come in, but that's an interesting concept. Okay. I didn't know we were talking about my leg hair. That was interesting.
Let's grow it out.
I actually don't have the like, for whatever reason, my genetics must be, like, even if I, like, in the winter, if I don't shave my legs, like, I don't even really get that. Like, there's some girls that I know that it is a lot if they don't. Like, it's not even that big of a deal for me, which I'm glad at this point, because as a girl, it's like, you're all excited about shaving your legs until you do it once or twice, and then you're like, fuck this. This is annoying, so.
Excited about shaving your legs?
Well, when you don't understand it, when it's like the rite of passage or whatever.
And then it's, okay, I really want this short. Like, I did not want facial hair to grow in when I was growing up. It was just like, oh, God, I'm going to have to deal with this. And
well, there's a certain amount of, like, now you're like, it's like having your period, the same kind of thing. Like, now you feel like I'm a woman, and then after the first time, you're like, oh, God, I have to do this for the rest of my life? Crap. So.
Shit.
Like, same kind of thing, so. But when you're a teenager or a kid, it's like, then it's like a mark of being an adult or something that you get to brag about to your friends. At least it was for me, kind of.
Right.
But now I would gladly, especially when you're like not interested in having kids ever. Again, it's like, what is the point of having to do this? You know, why isn't there just like an off switch that you can just be done? I don't know why God didn't make it that way.
The off switch?
Yeah.
I'd love to have an off switch for body hair.
Yeah, right? Why couldn't we just decide, like, oh, no, I don't want these
I don't want the
pictures.
body here. All right, cool. Done. Got rid of it. Great.
Laser and electrolysis.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
have
that would
considered
be
it,
nice.
actually. As much hair as I have on my face, I'm like, maybe I should get rid of the hair on my body. So,
Ocean, question?
what's up?
Are you going to do hangouts with fellow pagans? Because that would be pretty awesome. I'd be a regular listener, so...
You know, I've had a few.
I hear pagan.
I've brought a couple pagans into Nadia's before. And I've thought about, like, I know Kevin and I could probably do regular hangouts all the time if we wanted to. But it would involve me basically interviewing him a lot. Because he just knows way more about this shit.
Who is that?
Kevin, his name is Kevin. He's a Greek pagan.
But he's not, I mean, you don't know what his username is?
His username is his name. It's Kevin.
Kevin Sorbo. Okay, Kevin Sorbo. Like God is not dead. Kevin Sorbo.
But he's a Hellenist pagan, Hellenismos.
Yeah, Iron, you can fuck off for that. That's pretty...
Have you met Kevin, Jay? Or Rev?
No, I haven't.
Haven't? Okay. You should meet Kevin. I think you would like him.
Rev, you don't like God is not dead? You don't like those movies?
No.
No.
So fucking...
That makes me like you so much better.
This is kind of hilarious because I bet you I
fucking
like God's Not
dishonest.
Dead more than Rev does.
I haven't seen God is not dead 2. I haven't seen that one yet, but
It's very dishonest. That's my opinion.
oh yes, like
God's
I
Not
was
Dead
having
is
this
dishonest?
conversation in another hangout about like Fireproof. Have you seen that movie?
I love that movie.
Oh my gosh, I was having this conversation. It was Beckel's hangout the other day. Like, did anybody? I watched Fireproof when I was still a Christian, and I thought it was stupid at that point. The part where he takes his computer outside and smashes it with a bat because of the porn. I'm like, are you serious? This is so
Whoa,
stupid.
that happens?
Oh, it's hysterical. The dialogue.
And it wasn't even like what they had to put on in the movie to portray that he was looking at porn was so lame. That made me laugh. And then he's like, I can't. His whole thing is like, I have to like, you know, whatever the verse would be, cut out your whatever if it offends you. So he takes the computer out in the driveway and he bashes it with a bat.
He should have been gouging his eyes out.
I know. That's what I said. Like, so in Hangout, I was like, I bet everybody in here, including me, has accessed porn on the internet. So why are you guys still on here? Because why aren't you cutting this thing out? But nobody likes that argument. It's only fun when you get to tell other people what to do with their time. Really.
I access porn on the internet.
No. So does your mom, probably.
I mean,
I
don't have. That's a thought. I'm not sure if she. I'm not touching it. All right.
That's like there's a game called What If or Would You Rather, and one of the questions was, would you rather watch a porn with your parents or watch a porn featuring your parents? Yeah, that's an interesting question.
One word.
I'd rather watch one with them. I wouldn't. I don't want the images seared into my head of my parents.
Yeah, that's easy.
With.
Yeah, that's an easy question.
Yeah. That was my answer at least, but maybe some people, I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. My parents aren't that hot, but.
Well.
Holy shit! Where the fuck is this going? Anyway, I think.
No, I'm just. I don't want to see my parents.
Not what? I think Nadia
I'm just trying to be sympathetic to other viewpoints.
She wanted to speak. Okay.
Oh, did you?
It's Nadia's After Dark.
Nadia, go ahead.
One of my roomies thinks it'd be cool if I somehow, I guess, learned it and wrote a Duolingo course for this feminist constructed language.
It would be.
There you go. That would actually be cool.
And you're the one to do it, aren't you?
Not necessarily.
You could also write one for mansplaining. The whole when guys are trying to explain things to women. You could do that one too.
There's no splaining to women.
The reason why women call it mansplaining is because they don't understand it, so they dismiss it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Bug Brennan and Firewoman, of course.
Because they're women.
Iron's
loving this.
Yeah. Whatever.
See?
No, What was that?
You said whatever. I said see.
I think it's a stupid language.
What is a stupid language?
Nadia put the link in the side there. It's a recently, the 80s, 83, constructed feminist language.
I didn't even know this existed.
I just found out today, earlier.
Wow.
I just found out earlier today myself.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I smoke too much to really read that at this point, so we won't do that, but I'll keep it on my link.
Yeah. I'm saving it for later.
No, I was going to say in reference to the porn thing that we were just talking about, has anyone ever seen the movie with Paul Rudd? It's called it's where he's getting married and he has to find somebody to be his best man. Huh?
Ant-Man.
No, not Ant-Man.
Oh,
he's trying
the wedding movie.
To be, what?
The wedding movie? Ant-Man.
The wedding movie.
He has to find somebody to be his best man, and it has the
Best
kid
man.
that was in. Okay, that one. Anyway, so I was watching. My older brother was like, he was visiting at one point. He's like, let's watch this movie as a family, like me, my ex-husband, and my brothers and my parents, and we're like, let's watch this movie. So we took it on his request or his recommendation. So we're sitting there watching this movie, and there's a scene in it when they're at work. And somebody brings up this YouTube video of this grandma on a Sybian, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? I can't watch this with my parents in the room. So I gotta go to the bathroom, and I walk out. And then later, my brother, I was like, why did you recommend that movie knowing that we were all gonna be watching it? He's like, well, I forgot about that part, but yeah,
I showed my mom Jessica Jones. And I watched the first episode, and I did not, I totally forgot. There's this incredibly graphic sex scene in the last third of the episode, and I just kind of was like, well, here we are.
Or have you seen the girl with the dragon tattoo? Have you seen that movie?
Yes.
Okay, so you know the scene there, where she gets back at that guy and brutally rapes him. That part, I had never even read the books. My mom had, and so we all kind of went to the movie, and I'm sitting at my mom, who was doing her knitting when we're in the movie, right? And so as soon as that scene comes on in the movie theater, I can hear her knitting needle stop, and I'm like, dude, you knew this was going to happen because you've read this book, so you cannot blame this on me. I'm sorry that we're watching this together, but
she knitted while a man got pegged.
No, she stopped when he was getting pegged.
Oh.
So she was into it.
I don't know. I didn't ask.
She said, "Oh, this is the good part. Let me stop knitting."
This is my favorite part of the movie.
Either that or I don't know. I didn't actually ask her what was going on at that point because I was too traumatized. I don't know.
I don't know. My mother took me to see Quest for Fire in the theater when I was 10, so.
I don't know what that is.
The caveman movie with no dialogue. If you haven't seen it, it's worth seeing.
With no dialogue? I don't know that I could do it.
Quest for Fire. Oh, it's great. And Ron Perlman is in it. It's one of his early movies.
The dude in a Hellboy?
Yeah.
Oh, there's Ocean's
Mom is back.
Uh-oh, she's going to chastise you for porn talk.
Okay. They need leave.
It's okay, son. It didn't offend me.
Who is this person?
This is the nicest troll.
Absolutely, man. They have to come on mic. It's come on, dude.
Well, you know the reason that they can't come on because it's probably a guy, so they can't come on mic.
Who knows? It might be Annabelle.
Man. Either way, it's very
Probably not Annabelle.
entertaining. Oh my god.
That'd be great if it was Annabelle, though.
Oh, speaking of
My
guys,
chat says Ocean does a lot of ocean splaining, which is true.
Mm-hmm.
I do that.
speaking of guy voices,
It's stupid.
supposedly voice surgery for that, but yeah, I'll never be able to get it. So
Voice surgery. I mean, what would they do? Shorten or change the larynx?
Yeah.
Or what? I mean, what would they be changing? Vocal cords or something?
yeah.
shorten everything down.
It's pretty dangerous though, because afterwards you can't yell, and you have like a high rate of getting infections in your throat and stuff like that.
You think I care?
I always thought, like, I was never happy, not that it compares, but I always thought I had like a mannish voice. I always felt like it didn't sound the way that I thought it. Like, when you listen to yourself, when you record it and then listen to yourself, and it sounds very different than what you think you sound like.
Yeah.
It always sounded to me more masculine than I thought it did. So
I get the occasional comment that my voice is higher than people expect it to be. But, and I when I hear myself recorded, I'm like, that's what I sound like? But, whatever.
yeah, I usually get the same thing. Like, when I see myself on video, I'm like, oh man, I don't look as cool as I thought I did. Let's just stop watching this. That's usually what happens.
It's pretty cool right now. So you get the purple.
Well, that's because if I watch myself later, I would not think that. So that's why I don't ever really usually listen to or watch any of the Hangouts or anything. Because then I'm like, oh.
I would just say really quick, Nadia, you don't sound like a man. Oh shit! Wait a minute, I'm trying to encourage you, so I'll shut up.
Rev, I like your microphone. That's kind of cool looking.
Rev's got a nice little setup.
Mm-hmm. I don't see Ocean. You and Rev both have this kind of. Sean used to have that. Has that too. Like, where it like looks very professional-ish looking.
I have a DSLR hooked up to my computer.
Well, what are you laughing about, JJ?
Very professional-ish looking.
Well, it looks like somebody who's not like going off of their iPhone, or me like going off of their computer. Obviously, it's like
not merely professional-ish. It's very, very professional-ish.
I know Sean did the same thing with his DSLR or whatever. Fancy schmancy stuff, but
Yeah, Ocean, your video quality is like insane, bro. It's like
It comes with working in the film industry.
you're not quite in focus though.
Show a
Ocean.
thing real quick. Hold on a second.
Is that intentional? Oh, there you go. Okay, they're not. See, you just weren't close enough.
There. So
There you go. That's good.
let's see. I'll show you kind of how I've got things set up.
Okay.
Got a little thing in the side here. I'll accept that portion. Boom. And I'll make this a little bit bigger so we can see what else going on. All right. So this is what I have set up. Is I have a DSLR hooked up. It's a Canon T3i, and then I can do all these little things to it. And if I balance, I can balance for tungsten.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, I'm blue, but then the background looks regular because I have a tungsten bulb in my room. But yeah.
Hmm.
I never want to get caught being recorded on one of these in low quality audio.
That's right. Rev, when did you get your septum pierced?
And my mic I got from
Your mom.
Ludic.
Oh.
Ludic Interface suggested a headphone microphone setup.
2011 to answer your question.
Yeah. What's the gauge on it?
Small.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I got a small nose to start with. If I went up from this, it's gonna like blow the fucking septum out. So.
Right. Is that the only thing that you've had pierced, or do you have other stuff?
Yep. That's it. Just like you with your eyebrow. God,
Did you get
so
a
cute.
Prince Albert or whatever it is they call it?
That's not the only thing I have pierced.
Hey, Rev.
I want to see what else.
No.
I think that B should show us all of her piercings.
That would get Nadia.
She's talking about her belly button, right? You're talking about your belly button?
No, I'm
You're not talking about your belly button.
Nope.
What else could you get pierced?
Her rib cage.
My rib cage. My right pinky.
Your right pinky is on camera.
My right pinky toe. Maybe.
Maybe she's got those corset lace things that go up the back.
Those are pretty hot, actually. When they do them and then thread them, those are kind of cool.
You guys are fucking killing me. It's like, seriously.
Yeah. No, I actually want to get the two right here on my lip. I want to get these two down here, but that'll be in the future, I think. That's an
I don't have any piercings.
Neither do I.
You're hot enough, B. Just no more piercings. You're hot enough.
No more? Sorry, I have to go video again. No more? Why not? What is that? Is there a certain amount? Like just like I can't take any more hair off? That changes it.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right.
JJ, why don't you want any piercings?
I think he's about to blow.
I don't know. I don't need any.
Well, that seems to imply that if somebody needs them, then that there's a problem with them.
I don't want them because I don't feel the. Yeah. I don't have any tattoos either. I might get a tattoo someday.
Aww. I only have one. I want to get a sleeve. I really want to get a sleeve, but that's not cheap at all. So.
And it takes a while.
Yeah, I have one on my right foot, but I've had it since I was like 20. So.
I had a roommate though that pierced his own septum. And I watched him.
I wouldn't pierce my own anything. That doesn't sound fun.
And I watched him. It was really funny.
Hell, ouch.
It was so funny.
Oh my gosh. Was he drunk? Was he?
Oh, maybe a little bit. That he may have smoked something, but his eyes were just watering while he's trying to.
Oh my gosh.
Push this thing through his septum.
Oh, from what I've heard, the septum is not a very easy one. Like, because there's a certain spot you can get with where there's cartilage and all that. It's not a very.
Yeah, it's like gristle.
Yeah.
No, if the person. Go ahead, JJ. Sorry.
Well, he just didn't use a piercing needle either. He used just a big like leather needle.
Oh my gosh.
Holy shit, motherfucker! Wow.
He was kind of a nutty dude.
Hardcore.
Is that what you used to put holes in belts?
Yeah.
This is the tattoo I'm thinking about getting.
Which one?
This is the Mark of the Legion. It's supposed to put it up higher on the arm rather than this thing. But
I can see it. Wait, no, I can't even see it.
Well,
I saw a bunch of like all of these marks, or which one?
What you do is you pick one, you have SPQR underneath it, and then there's lines underneath, or whatever.
That looks like the doctor
one,
represent. Right? The Mercury one. That looks like the doctor's one.
It is. The doctors use the Mercury symbol.
The caduceus.
Okay, yeah, if that's what it's called, I don't remember.
That's a cool
the trident.
I like the Bacchus one. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
He's the god that drinks, right? Bacchus.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. I like Pluto.
I'll probably wind up with Jupiter, but
Jupiter's cool. Mars. For some reason, I've always liked Mars, and even though it was a god of war, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know why I've always liked Mars. I think maybe because I did a report on Mars when I was a kid, and then I've always identified with Mars. I have no idea.
Would you get an eagle like that? Ocean,
no. I'd probably get one that's more
a cooler eagle.
Romanized.
Okay.
You get like a bald eagle, like.
I don't know why it put the eagle in that pose, because that's not. That wasn't the Roman Mark of the Legion eagle.
I don't like a lot of these illustrations.
A lot of them are kind of. They're like simple representation. Yeah. They're definitely not.
Well, that just looks like a rainbow, like a.
But the general idea is you get a symbol of a god, and then you put the insignia of Rome underneath, and then lines to represent whatever amount of years you want to represent something.
What is Arcus? Is that supposed to be a rainbow?
I'm not familiar with Arcus. My Roman gods I'm not good on them.
Arcus looks like seems like a gay pride or a rainbow or something like that.
It looks like a rainbow.
Right, which would be
almost like a rainbow.
But I assume it's really just representing an arc, right?
Oh, Arcus.
I think it is a rainbow.
I didn't even connect that. Ouch.
Not sure. Hold on, let me see.
Yeah. I'm surprised I was going to get a Mjolnir, was either a Mjolnir or a like a Celtic cross. So I was going to start with those two, one or the other.
How old are you, JJ? If I can
45.
ask. Oh, okay. So when are you going to start doing these tattoos?
Well, I was going to do it last year.
But you chickened
it's
out?
been put off. No, well, I moved. I actually drew the Celtic cross and was working on a Mjolnir design.
Arcus is a messenger of the gods, and is the personification of the rainbow.
Oh.
There you go. Oh, that's cool, Rev.
Yeah, this is what I was going to get on both of my shoulders, but, you know.
Ooh. That's cool. Can you hold it up a little bit?
Yeah, we don't see the
Okay,
bottom.
so Alpha, Omega.
What's the... Is there a point that it goes down to, or is it...
And then Aleph and...
Yeah. Bet.
Bet? Is it Bet?
Okay, well, you got at the top here, right? Yod Hey
Alpha.
Vav Hey.
Oh,
Yod Hey
yeah.
Vav Hey at the top of the cross, right?
Right.
And you got Alpha Omega. Jeez.
Wait, where's Alpha
Bet.
Omega?
Well, Bet is on the one side. You got John 3:16. Alpha at the top, Omega at the bottom.
Right.
Yeah, it's killing me because I'm not remembering the
Aleph and Bet.
The Hebrew.
Which Hebrew?
Here and here.
Aleph and Bet. Right? Actually, Aleph I recognize. Is that Bet on the other side?
No, it's the last one.
Oh, then I don't know.
Tav.
Oh.
Aleph and Tav. Yeah. But yeah, I was gonna get that on both of my shoulders, but I think it's gonna hurt, so I don't want to do it. You know.
Oh, come on. That's part of the fun, right? This is what I'll show you what I want to get. Oops, hold on. I'm gonna fix my stupid thing here. This is what I want to get right here. Something similar to this, if you can tell what that is.
Is that
Oh,
Kali?
that's Jezebel. That's Jezebel.
No, that's the
right
Whore
there.
of Babylon, but close.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
I like that.
I found this
held
book
that
at
up
the
before.
yeah, I know. I found this at the thrift store a while ago, and like this is what I'm going to be for Halloween, but I'm pretty sure I want to get some kind of tattoo similar to that. So, yeah. I think this was actually a Seventh-day Adventist book after I've looked at it and researched it, but it's very fun either way.
That's awesome. I like that book.
I do too.
I'd put that on my shelf.
Yeah, but I want to get something that's, because, you know, the whole girl on the seven-headed beast with the horns and the whatever, I like that. So someday when I have all the money to do the tattoos, that's what I'll do.
I've seen some other pretty cool designs depicting that. The whore on the beast.
But the Whore of Babylon and Jezebel are not the same thing. That
No.
I realized. I always liked the name Jezebel a lot, but I realized as a kid, like, that wouldn't be something that I could name my kids. It wouldn't work out that well, at least when I was still a Christian, you know, so I don't know.
Ranks up there with Cain.
Yeah, or Satan or Lucifer or something. It doesn't work so well.
That's true.
You know. But I do find it interesting that if you can think of the epitome of evil within the Christian culture for a female would be Jezebel or the Whore of Babylon or whatever, which is basically a female who uses her that is in control of and owns her own sexuality and doesn't allow a man to control it. That's what is the epitome of evil within the Christian religion is very interesting to me.
Yeah, that's true. There's Delilah, and I've known a couple Delilahs.
Right, and Delilah is what's wrong with her? Is it the fact that she's
a betraying little bitch.
Yeah, she is a lying.
No, okay,
she's
wait.
a liar. She's a betrayer.
Yeah.
Those are the big issues with her.
Those are true.
What, you mean that
she's basically a woman.
She stole a man's hair. Come on.
Without his consent too, so she's like a hair rapist.
Now I'm gonna have to go read the story again because y'all are making her sound
Oh,
worse.
you guys sound like Samson's wife.
She's like Delilah is a total bitch.
Total hair rape.
That's the one who that's Samson's wife.
Cut his hair when she was asleep.
Wife.
He was asleep, right? And then
No,
it's
not
like
wife.
No, he wasn't his wife.
Consort.
Oh, I thought they were married.
No, they fucked around though.
No.
I thought that was part of what made her so bad was that she betrayed him and started sleeping with that other guy towards the end.
No.
Well, they weren't betrothed or anything like that, but she like left him.
She
and
was
betrayed
still
him. She was like his
still a whore.
confidant. Fucking horny two-faced bitch.
Not true. Not true. He was seduced by her, and
Right, exactly.
What
so
happened
then here
happened,
again is the narrative of a woman who doesn't use her sexuality in a way that is approved. Then that's a bad thing.
The real problem with her is that she's a betraying little bitch.
And stole his hair.
Stole his hair, which was the source of his power.
And she cut his hair.
That is the real issue.
Right.
Is the hair stealing.
You guys.
I think there are examples
Like,
of
she can control her
misusing
sexuality. She
as well.
She wasn't so bad at
No.
it's bullshit. I mean, he let it happen. He loved her.
Yeah. He let it happen while he was asleep.
The ultimate evil in the Christian, I mean, Eve is the one that everything is kind of blamed on, right? And she fucked everything up for everybody, right?
No, not true, not true. In our theology, okay, Adam is responsible for it at the end of the day. He fucked it up.
Why?
Not Eve.
See, that you think that's less offensive
Hold on a
than...
second. Rev, I want you to defend that. The woman took the apple, went to Adam, gave him the apple, and he ate it. And he's responsible?
Yep.
Wait a second.
Sexism.
Ocean. No. No. The fact that it would be that, like, no, you totally derailed my train of thought at this
Jay
point.
also blamed Samson for losing his hair. Like,
Right.
what, he wasn't wearing a hat?
Yeah.
It's the fucking truth, man. I'm just giving you
Should he have put on a beanie when he went to sleep or something? Like, this is silly. Because she snuck into his chamber to cut his hair.
Samson is responsible for his own hair rape.
Victim blaming.
Yep.
All right, I'm out.
Ocean, how dare you? How dare you?
Okay, Book of Judges, okay.
Who was Jezebel?
Jezebel's awesome. No, she was I don't remember exactly what Jezebel was. Who
wanted John the Baptist's head? Who is that?
That was the girl that danced. Her mom told her to dance.
Yes.
Her mom told her to dance and ask for John the Baptist's head. So it wasn't even really the girl who asked for it. It was, Salome. It was actually the mom, but she told her to do it.
Mom was Herodias.
Wasn't it Richard Strauss who did Salome?
At least in Oscar Wilde's play was Salome was making it a man, but anyway.
Yeah.
But I think it was adapted. I think.
Right.
Where did Ocean go?
He had to go.
Couldn't handle it. He couldn't handle it.
His mom was calling.
That's what I was gonna say. I have to go look back here at Delilah, the entire because I do remember the story, but now I have to make sure that what was actually going on.
Hair rapist.
See, well, in the Wikipedia article, go ahead, Nadia.
I found an IRC channel devoted to the Ladon language and such.
Of course.
And also a Google Plus community too.
So in IRC? Oh,
I used to do IRC when I was in high school. Holy shit, MIRC.
Yeah, I haven't used IRC for so long.
I had when I was a senior in high school, I had an internet boyfriend from MIRC before it was cool with like at large. The population at large still thought I was weird. So
the best internet trivia rooms are still on IRC.
MIRC,
I believe it.
They have some really good trivia. Downnet Trivia's room is really good.
See, I was on FNet. FNet was what I was on.
I'm sure they have a good trivia room too.
MIRC is the program, though.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
yeah, there's a bunch of different programs
that you could access
that's
IRC with. Yeah.
It was 1996. I was a freshman in high school, and that's when we got the internet, and I started, and I found porn, and I found MIRC. Those were the two big things that I found on the internet. and then I did find I ended up in this room that was a bunch of Norwegian guys, like in their 20s. And at that time, I did not, because I was still a Christian, very sheltered, I didn't realize how different the UK is from the US in terms of their sexual education. And so these guys would be telling me, like, we have, they would be telling me, like, we have these things like sex, like they would have, I can't remember, one of these guys was telling me, like, they had this, like, expo where they would have all these sex toys, and I'm like, that's not real, you're lying to me. But now I realize he was probably telling the truth, but at that point I didn't know, and so, but I did actually meet a guy who was not a 50-year-old, guy pretending to be 17 years old. He was actually 17 years old, and that was my internet boyfriend.
How do you know?
Because I met him, and he came up to where I lived, and then when I was 18 years old, I went down to where he lived in Texas and did not have sex with him. I stayed at his house for a week and did not have sex.
And you lived, luckily.
I had that much willpower. And then he moved up here, and then we were engaged, but we didn't get married because he was kind of crazy there. So. But he was the age that he said he was.
How did you stay at his place for a week without him having sex with you?
Because I had willpower. I was a Christian girl, and I couldn't have sex because it would ruin my life.
Did he keep asking you, though?
Well, we had oral sex,
which
is different.
Oh,
so
my goodness.
At that point, it was not the same.
Did he give you oral sex, or was it just you giving him?
I just have a quick question. Why does this Captain Crunchy guy keep coming in and not saying shit? Like,
we were talking last night.
Wow.
Hello.
He's mostly a troll. That's no censorship.
We had a pretty decent
No
conversation.
censorship, brother. Why aren't you talking, man?
He'd rather be a troll.
Listening, that's all. Just observing and listening. That's all.
Hi. What's up?
Hey, what's up, B?
What up, Crunch?
We're just talking about my immorality.
That's cool. Y'all can do what y'all can do what y'all do.
Who's baby cakes? I don't know what you're talking about, Iron. Yeah. So I guess if we're getting back on the topic of because I used to tell my friends, like, I had a boyfriend, but he was on the internet, and they thought I was crazy. But it was I guess I graduated in 1999. So at that point, it was kind of heard of, but not as much as it is now. Like, now it's like totally cool to meet your boyfriend on the internet. But then I was still a weirdo.
Yeah, trolls are one thing.
That's crazy. I said you could have got kidnapped. That you don't know. Yeah, man, that's crazy.
Well, but, to be fair to my parents, he flew up to where I lived first and went to church camp with me. Winter camp, church camp with me first. So they did verify that he was a real person and was not 50 years old before I went. Because I was 18 at the time. So I don't know, like, I don't understand necessarily where my parents were coming from, but I was 18. Although I hadn't graduated high school, I was technically an adult. So I don't know if that's why they let me go, or I don't know.
Woo.
Like, now, I wouldn't, if my daughters were asking me if they had, like, I don't know that I would let them, but if they are 18, then they can do kind of whatever they want. But, yeah.
Yeah, this world is crazy too. And nowadays you can't allow something like that to happen.
Isn't
Nowadays,
love
as opposed to
Captain?
then.
Yeah, what's
Captain.
up? What's up, buddy?
Isn't love crazy?
Yeah, it sure is, man. You moved to Texas and everything. You don't know them or nothing.
I didn't move there. I went there for a week when I was 18. Actually, that was when Columbine happened. I was down there when Columbine happened because I remember watching it on the news.
Wow, I was in elementary school.
Well, thanks. Making me feel old. Yeah.
What y'all do? Y'all just play video games and stuff? Y'all play hide and go get it?
What? That's, I don't know. No, I had my license. He didn't, so I drove, which was not probably a great idea because I'd never driven in a large area, and I remember going the wrong way on a one-way street in Austin, Texas. So, but I didn't get in a wreck, so I guess it worked out okay.
Hey, B,
that's cool.
Hey, you know what? If nobody else comes, it was the right way.
B, did you listen to my video on eternal security by any chance that I PM'd you?
A couple days ago, maybe.
Yeah.
No, probably not at this point.
Fair enough. All right.
Sorry.
It's cool. Sorry.
I do like the idea of eternal security, though.
Nice studio. So what's like the male way of saying Ladon?
I have no idea.
That was a joke.
I don't get it.
I'm resisting.
I'm trying to understand it, but at this point, my brain will not process.
Well, they have okay. The word, I'm not sure exactly how to pronounce it. Riding. Mine is a non-holiday, a time allegedly a holiday, but actually so much a burden because of work and preparations that it is a dreaded occasion, especially when there are too many guests and none of them help.
Actually, that is the definition of what it usually is for holidays for females.
That's why.
Yeah.
That's why it's language.
I do get it then. I do get it. But I've always resisted and been like, I can't cook and I don't do the homemaker thing, so sorry. That didn't ever work for me really too much.
I hope you can make a sandwich at least.
No, well I can microwave stuff. I can microwave pretty awesome, and I can also get stuff on like Pizza Hut. I can do that. But I can make lasagna and spaghetti sauce. I can make a freaking awesome spaghetti sauce. That's it. That's the only thing that I really would claim that I can make. So.
You guys typically have it pretty easy when you go camping, though.
Sorry?
I was just saying, girls typically have it easy when they go camping. Guys do all the work, so it evens itself out.
Oh yeah. Have you ever tried to pee in the woods with a vagina? Good luck with that.
I tried it once.
I can like follow the directions on recipes, but I have to warn you, I don't really have that much of a sense of taste, so I can't tell if it's really going wrong.
I just don't understand, like, putting in hours and hours of work into something and then having to clean it all up after. I would rather pay somebody money to do it for me. I don't get it at all. I've never been domestic at all, so.
I like to cook.
Well, see.
Captain, can you make a sandwich?
Man, I can make a Subway. I make teriyaki chicken. I can make anything my mind come up with.
So you can make a sandwich then?
Yeah, I can make a sandwich. I can make pizza, a burrito, nachos and Fritos.
Well, give this guy a Michelin star.
Yeah, I was gonna say really, I was gonna say really quick, JJ. You know, we like to cook, so I guess we're beta males. We're not worthy.
I like to sew sometimes too.
Yeah, you guys are punks.
No, see.
I know you ain't
I would
talking iron.
that knew how to cook because then I would not have to pretend that I did or cared about it.
I'm what you call self-sufficient.
All right.
I agree with JJ.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Sweet.
I can cook, but I don't really see the point of having a girlfriend if you can cook for yourself.
I'm sorry if you don't understand. Is that the only reason that you would have a girlfriend is so that they could cook for you?
Well, yeah, like domestic stuff, sex, companionship, you know, the usual.
So wait, you consider sex to be a subcategory of cooking?
Yeah, I mean, they're just gonna cook for them, you know, cum dumpster, that type of thing. So go ahead.
What?
You're strawmanning him, Rev.
Her iron like to cook up a lot of sausage.
Actually, I prefer it raw.
Like Johnson or Oscar Wiener.
The bigger, the better.
Wow. Wow.
Oh my goodness.
In all seriousness, though, I wouldn't want a girlfriend that was like roughly equivalent to a male roommate. I wouldn't see the point in that.
Wow.
How would you determine?
Wait a minute, stop.
Your girlfriend.
What's wrong with? Wait a minute. What's wrong with him having that preference?
Oh.
How exactly do you define a woman? You know, iron. Like what the fuck are you talking about?
He didn't. But wait a minute. I don't mean to interrupt and talk in his place, but he didn't say that all women should be that way. He just said that he prefers to be with a woman who's good at cooking. If somebody just said I want to be with somebody who's good at cooking, and then their preference happens to be for women, what's wrong with that? It's not saying that women can only be people who cook for men. That's the wrong thing to say.
I think Iron just likes to say things that he thinks will piss people off.
Yeah.
I just like the traditional dynamic. I think it's neat.
It's neat.
But see, I don't want to be with a woman who's like, my role is to cook and have sex. I'm not into that. But why can't, if two people both like it, and that's what makes them feel good about being alive, why do we laugh at them?
I agree. I'm coughing. I was like, my mic off.
I don't laugh, but I have to say it's alien to me. Go ahead.
She gotta clean up at least. If I'm cooking, she gotta clean up. She better put on that apron and she better start sweeping the floors up.
Yeah, all right.
Are you married, Captain? Captain, did you hear me?
Oh, yeah, what up, B?
Are you married, or you have a significant other?
Do I have a spouse? No,
Yeah,
no, I
or
don't. But I am looking for.
Okay.
Still on the open market.
All right.
What about you?
Well, good luck.
You still on the
Good luck
open
with
market?
that. I'm just saying. I don't know. Probably not from. Sorry. From your, I have no idea what you would call. I'm not married. No, I was married for a long time, which but I'm not looking to get married or be in a long-term relationship at all at this point. So, no.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, I tried that for a long time and it didn't work so well. Probably because I couldn't do it right.
I think Captain said he was a born-again virgin.
It sound like you, JJ.
What the fuck did you just say, JJ? A born again virgin? What the fuck does that mean?
That actually is a real thing, unfortunately.
I heard JJ's an atheist monk. He lives in a dormitory under a basement.
No, the
Did
born
you
again
not,
virgin thing
not
is
say you are a
sadly
born
very
again
something
virgin,
that I
Captain?
learned.
No, I never said that.
Oh, I thought you did.
I said I said I was a born again Christian.
I'm lost. I don't know what the fuck's going on at this point.
Crunch has forsaken premarital sex, but he isn't a virgin, is what he was saying.
Yeah.
What happened to Sausage? Johnsonville?
Yeah, he's not a virgin, but he's a born again Christian and is chaste now until he is married. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, that's it right there.
That's what a born again virgin is.
Right.
Yeah,
I understand that concept. I understand that concept.
Sounds like bullshit to me, but anyway.
Yeah, it's a silly term.
Well,
but they use it.
unfortunately, I understand it. It's basically like this consolation prize that is given to people who couldn't. Yeah, I understand that, and it's not a fun place to be in because you're like, at least when I grew up, the way that I grew up, it was like you're seen as you're kind of a virgin, but you're not really because you already screwed it up. But we'll pretend that you're cool enough to be, like that was the way that it was for me. I hope, Captain, that's not a slam on you, but it was like because the way that I grew up, it was like you can prove your Jesusness, your Christianness by not having sex before you get married. But if you mess up, we'll give you this consolation prize of being a born again virgin, and then you could act like you are as cool as the rest of us. Is basically what it was. So I do know that term.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hold out until I find the right person. Because you know that if you wait a long time, you get a big surprise at the end.
Maybe. Hopefully. Yeah, I hope it pans out the way that you want it to.
Yeah.
Pans out.
Oh, JJ, JJ can't control himself, man. He probably jerking off right now.
No, I'm gonna wait until after I leave here, but it's pretty much guaranteed.
All right, okay, no censorship. Have you ever had your dick in a woman?
Yeah, of course, buddy.
Yeah, you're not a virgin then. So stop. You're not a virgin.
I guess my problem would be is like the reason that we think virgin is even a big deal. Like there are some cultures that don't even have a term for the word virgin like we do. They don't even have a word for it because they don't care. It's not a big deal to them. So the fact that we all give a shit about it has to do with the cultural value, right? So I think it's a stupid thing that we put a lot of value on that really should not be there. Because to pretend that the act of having sex, whatever you want to, define that as, changes somebody internally, inherently, that is a very harmful and bad concept, I think.
No, I hear you. I totally hear you. But what I'm saying is the guy's not a virgin. He's not. Oh, okay, Phil's calling me. Be right back.
I think it's more about maintaining value for the person. So not everybody's just going out doing whatever they want to do. That's my look.
Hey, what can a few showers take care of?
Well, I mean, Captain, I understand what you're saying because I grew up with the idea that like every time you have sex with somebody, you're giving them a piece of your soul, right? So I had the same kind of messages. But when you think about that, how devaluing is that to a person to think that like, well, what if somebody had sex with a bunch of people before they figured this out? They gave their soul to a bunch of people. Like it's like saying that like who you are can be that can be separated from you because of a sexual act. Like that does not make sense to me now where I'm standing. Like I don't feel like me having sex with somebody changes who I am. It doesn't because I'm who I am regardless. But within the Christian worldview, it does, and it's a very harmful message. So
I don't know. In a way, it is, but to me, if a woman been with a certain amount of men, then for me, she just hands off.
Okay.
I gotta be with a woman that been with a yeah.
Well, I mean, personally,
Wow. How many women have you been with? Uncensored. How many women have you been with?
Probably
Well, I don't know that
more
really
than
matters.
you.
Well, see, okay. We don't need a dick measuring contest. What I'm trying to say, like, if that personally is where you're at, that's fine. But me as a female, the fact that I could be judged on how many people I had sex with, like that would, lessen or increase my worth. That's a pretty offensive concept.
It is.
And the fact that so many people believe that and think that like the measure of what a female is, like the totality of what a female is how many people she is allowed to have sex with her, which is like kind of like this passive thing. That's like I would rather look at it like. Go ahead.
Nah, I said where I'm from. If a girl been with a whole bunch of dudes, we call them birds. We call them jump balls.
You call them sluts or whores or whatever, right? But what if you lived in a world? What if you lived in a world? Okay, Captain. What if you lived in a world where a girl where sex did not mean anything other than like you look at how many people you've shaken hands with, right? Yep. I think whenever I shake hands with somebody, that gives a piece of my soul to them, right? Can you like think of an alternate universe where that was the reality? And like, what if the amount of people that you've shaken hands with means that you've given your soul to them, right? And that means that you are less of a person.
No, but that's not. No, that's not even the case. But when it comes to sex, that's something special.
I'm asking a hypothetical. Could you imagine a world? How ridiculous that sounds to you when I'm explaining this to you. What if in this imaginative world, sex means? What was that?
I said that sounds ridiculous because it's only a handshake. But when you dealing in terms of sex and everything, I tend to think that's special. So sure. I hold a piece of that in my heart. So I think that's special. And if a woman is loose, I won't mess with her. That's just
you
how
understand
it is.
that for some people it isn't that special. They come home and do it like taking an aspirin.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. Some people are.
So there are some cultures that have certain acts that maybe we do as our culture that if we did that to them, that would mean something different than it would to us.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm not
really like try to look at this neutrally. Honestly though, like if you look at it neutrally, like what if whatever you're talking about as sex it means as much as a handshake, or make a handshake a little bit trivial, but something else like what if it doesn't exchange any soul pieces? Can you see how people will be like, we can do that, and it doesn't mean that you take something from me and I take something from you?
Man, B, listen, you talking to a born-again virgin. Born-again virgin, which is fucking stupidity, but anyway.
I think you're underplaying the risks associated with sex, though, when you describe it.
Underplaying the risks?
That's what I was trying to say, is a handshake is not the same as sex, but I'm trying to correlate the two to understand, like, where something that to me maybe mean one thing, but to somebody else could mean something different. That's what I was trying to. Yes, obviously there are.
If sex wasn't so special, like a handshake, you wouldn't have went against Christianity for it. You're like, oh no, I had to leave Christianity because. You see,
Captain,
what if it was a handshake?
That's the reason that you decided that I went against Christianity, which is a very simplified and obvious and actually offensive reason to decide that I went against Christianity.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If you just hypothetically met somebody and they were like, I got out of a relationship 6 months ago, and in the intervening 6 months I've slept with 200 people, would you kind of be like,
I'll kick her to the curb.
Would that make
you? No loyalty.
And by the way, I want to be clear that clearly this wouldn't be true for everybody, but just in like a general thing, would some part of you be like, I might worry about them being faithful if they are that?
Well, faithful to me is that I would ask them. Okay, so 6 months you've slept with 200 people. Like, how many people a day would that be? Is that even possible in the first place? But I would say, why one, I would have to verify that they were free from sexually transmitted diseases. Obviously.
Okay. How about 50 people?
Are you asking me if there's a number of people that I would be
No,
uncomfortable
not at all.
with?
I'm just trying to put out a number that I think is kind of big, that isn't ridiculous.
Okay.
300 is
Well,
ridiculous. That 50 to me is a lot. That's a heroic
Okay.
effort, but I think that I'm just trying to come up with something.
Right. I would say, to me, at the point that I'm at right now in my life, I can decide whatever for myself I'm not comfortable with, but if somebody else is comfortable with a different number, that's up to them. But I could say, okay, one, I would definitely make sure that somebody was safe before I would have sex with them, but I wouldn't think that somebody having sex with 250 or 50 or 200 or 300 whatever people, that meant anything about them. I would ask, okay, why is it that you did, because I don't have sex with people that I don't have any idea about their history or who they are or whatever. So yeah, it may be something that we would talk about, that I wouldn't necessarily change the fact that I would or would not have sex with them, if that's what you're asking.
See, now this is why women don't need voting.
Go ahead.
What was the time scale, Hammy?
6 months. I don't know. That to me is not really relevant.
It's all arbitrary.
Anyway.
The only point was to try to evoke just the idea that there might be.
If there is a number or a time period that would be too much, and I don't know
or that we do, even without looking at judging people morally. I don't look down on people who sleep with a lot of people, as long as it's consensual.
It sounds like you do, kind of, if you're trying to give a number.
Well, I'm being honest that if I met somebody and they said, well, I got out of a relationship and for the past 6 months I slept with all these people, I would have an instinctual reaction to go,
yes,
I don't think I want to get with this person, but I can admit though that, I'm not looking at it like they're a devalued or they've given up who they are, but
right. And
I just
would
think
agree
that
with
even independent from that stuff, there are inferences we make.
That would strike me as a little bit odd, because to go from, to say 6 months and I've had sex with this huge amount of people, I would say, okay, why is that, or what was going on in your life, and then I would have to evaluate it from there. But I wouldn't necessarily, say that it's an impossibility or whatever from that, just the numbers. I would have to maybe, yeah. So I guess I'm agreeing with you on that point.
Is it gender specific? Sorry.
Oh, no, go on. I was just going to say real quick
Go ahead. Hi.
I think 50 years from now, though, how we talk about the degree of insane emotional craziness that we look at sexual experiences between people is probably going to be a lot more chilled out, hopefully.
I hope so. Yeah.
But people like me that really, really find the one-on-one monogamy thing to be really beautiful, I'm not going to lessen or degrade that just because it becomes more of a minority opinion.
Well, okay, so what do you mean by that? The one-on-one monogamy thing, what do you mean by that?
Well, I think that sometimes when there is a suppressed position in society that becomes liberated, the position that seemed to be the majority or in opposition to that can sometimes be looked at as threatening, which it may be in a way, or somehow lessened. And I was just saying that while it's good that the kind of points of view that you're espousing about individual people's essences and stuff like that, being connected with having sex with people, at the same time, the idea of sex being where you were talking about losing a part of yourself.
Mm-hmm. Right, which is a Christian
all I meant
idea.
by that.
You it's like the super glue or Velcro thing is you give a piece of yourself to somebody when you have sex with them. That's what I was talking about.
So if I said that was a part of your essence, would that be a bad way of putting it?
Essence just sounds more woo than I would have explained it, but okay.
I was thinking more Star Trek kind of thing, but yeah, all right. Not that I like to talk in those terms really, but I don't. But yeah, that's all. I just think that, like what Captain Crunch was saying, like to him it's sacred. I could see somebody feeling that way even if they didn't have, like, from a non-spiritual point of view. Like you could consider having lunch with somebody a sacred act if it
Sure.
just means to you. And I think
Right,
that sex
but
can do that to people.
Sex
I
is a
think
sacred act.
well,
What does
I think
more
that
than
from,
one
go
partner
ahead,
have
Sugar.
to do
Go
with
ahead.
it? No, I'm just saying, what does more than one partner have to do with the sanctity of sex? I mean, it is both. And I
Sure.
prefer monogamy myself as well, but I don't see that if somebody were to be freer and honest, as long as they were being honest with their partner and they were being safe, and as long as they had nothing but respect and it was a beautiful act between the two of them, what does it matter if you had,
Yeah.
50 a year?
That doesn't change the interaction between the two people.
I personally agree with you. I think that as long as people are consensual, then I don't, and it's not hurting other people. I don't really care what people do. That's a pretty popular point of view these days. But I do think that if people want to say, though, well, I think that, it's sacred. I don't think we can say to them that they're wrong necessarily. They just have a different way of interpreting it.
And that's what I was trying to say is that if that for Captain is really where he's at and that's where he wants to be, that's fine. But his right to assert that ends at where it starts to infringe on my right to decide what I want to do with myself. So maybe for you and for I'm not saying that you did, Captain, but I'm saying like for Sugar and Hamilton, you guys see it a different way and he sees it one way and I see it a different way. It's all cool. I really don't care that much what everybody else wants to do with their genitals. I just want to be able to do what I want with mine is what I'm saying. So
Captain, you said you don't think women should be able to vote?
Yeah, I did.
Or was that a joke?
Not really.
All right, so that's a reprehensible point of view. That's reprehensible.
I missed that.
Make bad decisions sometimes. They need men to take.
What? And guys make all the right decisions all the time. Yeah. We're perfect.
That's hysterical.
I thought we were having a serious conversation.
We are.
You did this last night too, Captain. You said things I think that you just want people to pay attention to you because that was pretty stupid what you just said.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna talk about. I don't have the same popular opinion as everybody else, so I'm gonna talk about what my views are. So,
Captain,
that's
since women have gotten the right to vote in this country, are there certain trends you can identify as being negative that you think are connected to women being allowed into the voting pool?
I think they need to be raising the kids. They don't need to be having no jobs.
Right, but is there like a series of repeatedly bad decisions in our democracy we keep making that you can show like increase since women have been, let out of the zoo?
Why are you with women, like as if he has a real point to this. He's just trying to be inflammatory.
No, I'm asking. Why would you? This is a serious question. I'm challenging his assertion that women shouldn't be able to vote.
I said they like voting for like social programs, stuff like welfare and all this other stuff.
Okay, so you identify them with being more liberal.
Yeah, being more liberal. Yeah.
That might be true. Women on average may be more liberal than men. I don't know, but
then they
a lot of men are liberal as well.
Yeah, I think they tend to vote more.
A lot of stupid men. Then there seems to be a lot of stupid men with women too.
Great.
Yeah,
now we get a real virgin in here.
I tell you what, having a child and raising a child is the best job. Why wouldn't want to leave that to somebody who felt like you? I mean, you say that raising a children as if it's a bad thing. I mean, we're going to have the children and raise them. We'll feed them with our own body. It's a miracle. And wait till you get into the delivery room. You'll see how inferior your gender really is. So you keep putting us down.
I could almost agree with that. Actually, have you guys ever watched the videos when guys try to go through the simulation of labor? I've not seen one that could even get it to like active labor.
I would never put down a man like that. I don't know how he has the guts to, after a woman gave birth to him, raised him, and then he's going to act like that.
Yeah.
Man,
I agree with everything you said, except for the one part where you accuse men of being inferior. That seems to be
That was,
counterproductive to what we're
yeah,
trying to do here.
you're exactly right, and it was divisive for a reason. It was
I'd even
my way of trying to get us a little even ground there, because while men have some really great issues that only they can accomplish and that they're special in, I mean, because we are different, even though we're equal, it doesn't seem that he's realizing that. So I took an extreme.
See, now this is how I see it. This is how I see it, Sugar. If women could stay in the house and raise the kids, there'll be more jobs available for the men.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know what? If you just keep all those men with their dicks in their pants, and you keep those men treating their women nicely that stay home all day, and you keep the men making sure that women are valued for the valuable thing that they are doing, instead of treating them like second-class citizens, you'll have a bunch of great women.
Yeah,
But
that's what I'm
that's not
talking
what
about.
happens. Well, that doesn't happen. That's not
I'm
what
not talking
happens.
about women as second-class citizens. I'm not no wife beater. No, I'm not wearing a white tank top with the bean stains on it. No, I'm really a guy.
So you're saying that there's a huge surplus of men who are trying to get jobs they can't get because women have filled the role?
Yeah.
Well, kind of, but I'm not blaming the women. I'm just blaming the laws. But yeah, if the women were inside the house, all the women were inside the house raising their kids, yeah, there'll be more jobs for the men to make the bread, and they'd be able to support the family.
Well, you know who told me that I needed to go out and get a job when I was young was the feminists, and they said I could be anything I wanted to be. I could be a fireman, and so I decided to become a paramedic and work and do that. And I was with men all the time, male job. I mean, nobody ever told me that I was supposed to be a wife and a mother, and that was a great job and just as respectful. I mean, I don't know who did this. I'm sure it wasn't all the women. I'm sure there was a reason those women were revolting. Why did they have to stand up for themselves and ask for equality? Why was that?
Because they didn't like the role that they were given.
They didn't like the role they were given. You think
Oh,
they
yeah,
don't
really.
like the role that they were born for, was to procreate and have children.
Man,
Regardless of what you think.
Sugar, I'll tell you what, those women need a good spanking on the ass. They ain't doing the right role. They ain't doing the right role. They ain't doing the right role. They should be barefoot in that motherfucking kitchen making us some motherfucking sandwiches. Sandwiches, motherfucker.
Yeah. There's no reason.
I have to go to bed, guys. You have a good night.
Oh, B.
No reason for that.
Go for
No,
it, Sugar.
B.
You got this under control. Have a good
No,
night.
honey. I just have to leave, honey.
Oh.
No reason for that.
I do think it's fair to say that you do reduce the value of women when you masculinize them. When you bring them into the sphere of things that are traditionally dominated by men, I think it takes something away from what they used to be able to do or be cherished for.
Well, and it's hard to be a brother.
Are you talking?
Hard to have
Are
a
you
brotherhood when you
asking
have to let the
Captain or are
sisters
you
in.
asking me?
He wasn't asking. He made a
Well,
statement.
I'm just making a statement.
No.
Nah.
I'm going to shut up now because I'm just going to go back to being whore.
Oh.
Right, make us a sandwich.
Let the men talk now.
Thank you.
Oh, hey, Captain, I wanted to ask you a question. Since I was like listening to you for a bit, before you came in here. I mean, before I came in here. What exactly? Yeah, what exactly are you trying to figure out? What do you think the role of a woman is?
I believe she's supposed to be a modest person, somebody that dresses up without looking all flashy or nothing. Just, to be respectable to their husband, to obey him, raise the kid, and take care of the home. Make dishonor from the family. And that's pretty much it. Everything about the woman is about maintaining the household and the family. And for me, a woman should be a godly person. That's for me.
Oh, okay, that's what's up. Yeah, I figured you had the I figured where you was coming from was a biblical standpoint, so I was just seeing if that was what you was going where you was going with that. So yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
For real,
that's
for
yeah,
for real. Those women need to be barefoot in the kitchen making fried chicken
that's
for
not what
all of
that
us.
means.
That's what it's about right there, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Anyway,
Real talk.
Rev, I take it
but
that you are a white knight for
That's what
feminism.
it's about. That's how God wanted it. He want the men to take the lead, and that because just like with Adam and Eve.
right.
Eve was the one that got deceived by the serpent, and then she deceived Adam. So that's why God wants the men to
Oh, God, all he
The
had to
great
do was
teachings of
just
the
say,
Bible.
yeah. God could
That's
have
how it.
not put a talking snake in there. He could have just said, "Hey, guess what?" But no, he had to. Let me get this right. He set them up because he knew what they were going to do before they did it, but loved them anyways. So he set them up to fail. So this is
Right.
Eve's
Yeah.
fault. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Grown adults can be accountable for their own
Grown
decisions.
adults. And tell me, what experience did they have?
Well, let me help you.
How old?
Adam
How old was Eve?
I
Adam
don't
had
understand
intelligence
these
to know
things
who
because I'm
God
just a
was.
whore.
Adam
I don't
had
understand
his
these things.
intelligence. Adam had intelligence to understand who God was and that understand his power. The fact that he had animals and created it in front of him, and he was able to name them. Clearly, he had intelligence to know that. He had intelligence to
You're
know what a
making up a
woman
story.
was,
You're
and he's
making up a
never seen a
story.
woman. He's never seen anyone even look like him at all.
You have no
So,
idea.
obviously he had a lot of experience, a lot of intelligence to not only know what a
No,
woman was, but clearly
no.
Eve, his wife, knew what a man was, and that's why she, obeyed him and
What about
understood that he
Lilith?
was the man.
What about
So,
Lilith?
so hold on, hold on here, Sugar. Was you gonna listen, or was you just gonna keep
No,
running your mouth?
I actually just want to keep running my mouth because what I
Right,
hear is
because
so
apparently you
ridiculous.
want to
Yeah,
ask a
actually,
question and you don't
Matt.
care.
Oh, I can't mute the guy because he's on mobile. But anyway, I think JJ wanted to say something.
Oh,
So
okay, I'll stop.
My apologies.
yeah.
Was I trying to say something?
I think you were.
Oh, I'm sure I was.
I mean, you're a guy. You have something to say, obviously, and it's going to be
I
smart.
stopped talking
Yeah.
just for you.
Well, I'm just gonna take this opportunity then to enjoy not hearing Mac talk. This is awesome.
Well, hey, Captain, one
I
thing
could
that I would
on a song and it would be great.
say though, concerning women in society and in just on basic biblical principles is that I do agree. I wholeheartedly agree on what the role of a woman is and how the Bible says they're supposed to be keepers of the home, modest, uh, lovers of their own husbands and things of that nature. But as far as the single women goes, I would say that will give them credence to actually do work. Only because that we're living in a society that was completely different from back then. Back then, in their society, you had to actually get married because that was the only financial means for a woman, other than living with her parents. But I don't take away the fact that women, if a lot more women should be at home taking care of their children, if they have the means to.
Yeah.
Because there's a whole lot of problems concerning that because you have society teaching their children instead of the parents themselves, and it
I
presents
agree
a
with
lot of
that.
problems.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I agree with you on that. But the only thing because the thing that I'm seeing is I'm starting to see how the family structure is starting to break down from all these laws that are being passed for when I'm starting to see how the society is breaking down from too much free by all the gender roles being blurred.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Funny, I agree with everything you guys are saying, but yet not for the same reasons. But I agree with everything.
Yeah, yeah. To me, I just think feminism makes a country weak. Just look at Europe and how they're letting all these Muslims come in. And these Muslims, they have a hyper masculine type of society. What these people are doing is they just walking inside Europe, and they're taking over because the women just run around loose, and they got their women inside the household, and they just go out and they just start taking their women, and they start making kids with them
Well,
because
so sorry.
because the society doesn't have control over their women. They just running amok. They just do what they want. They want to do all these men. They go to clubs all night, all day. Then they had church on Sunday. They do the whole, and then they rinse and repeat it for the whole week.
You know, I go ahead.
Themselves. That's brilliant. What in the world? Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
Do you realize what you just said?
He doesn't know.
No, you don't. They just raped themselves, I guess. That's just the way it was. Oh, well.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that the men needed to.
Effectively, you did.
No, I didn't. I'm saying that the men need to take control. They need to take control.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's how they did that, by raping themselves, yeah.
No, I didn't say that. You put words in my mouth. You're being dishonest. You're being dishonest now. I didn't.
Well, that's
the words that came out of your mouth, Captain, didn't really make much sense to begin with.
Okay, then ask him and try to get an understanding. Don't just sit here and put words in his mouth. Y'all a bunch of liars.
I think it is fair to
Lying
say that there is a
Come on, man.
distinct lack of control in Europe, and that certain feminine ideas are ruining things over there.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Why is it a feminine idea that's ruining it? Why isn't it bad behavior of people? Because I guarantee you that there are men that are involved in the activities that are creating bad environments there. It's ridiculous to give it a gender. Why would you?
How are you going to show some kind of causation to what you just said, Captain?
Only thing I'm saying is men need to take more control. We need to take more control of our country. Let the women do what their gender role is supposed to be, which is taking care of the home or whatever. The single ladies or whatever. But we still got to take control of society.
Who are you to make the rules if we're all equal?
The amount of men that you have, and when there's a lot of men that's unemployed and just misrepresented, you're gonna lose out on a lot of protection. And women depend on men for protection.
Captain,
what's going on right now? Got all those Muslim men out there, and they keep their women inside the house. Their women are chastised, under control, and they run amok on our women because they just go out and do whatever they want. They have no self-respect for themselves. Everybody,
I would agree with that.
Working and doing all this crazy stuff.
Yeah, but they were the ones who were raping the women, so I'm really not. It looks like you're looking for a person to blame, first of all, and it looks like, I'm just saying what it looks like to me. It looks as if you're looking for someone to blame, a cult, to malign, to say, well, this is the source of the issue, but it's the way that everything is working together not so well that creates like the perfect storm. So you kind of got it mixed up.
Well, well, one, he is not saying he's not looking for someone to blame, and even if he was, the problem would be with the men because men are not being men and doing, and manning up, stepping up to the plate like they're supposed to. And when women try to do it, it destroys the natural order of things, and that's clearly what happens. So, and I mean that's what I'm getting out of it. I mean that's true. In most cases, when men don't take responsibility and stand up as the men of the house, as the head of the household, what do you have? You have problems in the home. If the woman has to run things and be the mother of her husband, as well as the children, she's stressed out and she can't do what her role is supposed to be, and that's to support her children because she's doing. Support her husband because he's not he's not being the head.
Mac, what do you think that the men who were have done when gangs of other men were raping their women? What should they have been doing that they were at fault for not doing?
Kelly Mom, isn't it really straightforward?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, what are you getting at, though? What are you getting at here out of that? From what
That was it. You said it, so that was clear enough.
Okay.
It should have been in the house.
Oh, so that's it. The German women should have been at home. So it really is their fault.
No, it's not their fault.
In some cases they do play a part in that.
Really?
And I'm saying in some because
Wow.
No, that is true. That's true. No, that is true. If you have a woman who, let's put a scenario like this. If you have a woman getting out of a club, she's super drunk. She's over here with her she has like a tight dress on and whatever, and she's just a loose woman out there, and a guy is trying to seek out a woman to actually rape her. You're kidding me right now, right? You kidding me right now, Rev? You're telling me that you're telling me that it's just the man's fault, even though the woman is putting herself in a position to actually have that happen to her.
No.
Me?
It is the man's fault. He did the wrong thing.
No, I know
the
it's
woman
the man's
didn't do
fault, but
anything
it's
wrong.
it's
so
also
don't place
the woman.
any blame on the woman. She didn't do anything wrong, dude.
Wait a minute. Why is the woman? Hold on. If a woman does not put herself in a position to be out there, that would not happen.
No.
She's
not doing anything wrong.
How is she not?
Well,
How
you could
was
make
she
the
not?
argument that she's not doing her due diligence to keep herself safe, right? Like if she doesn't have a chaperone or a friend or something to that effect.
Exactly, Iron.
But
That's the whole
not her
point.
fault.
How is it not? She's
No,
putting herself in that position to actually have that happen to her. Is that not a possibility?
So there's always a possibility.
Okay,
there's
so
a
Art,
possibility
stop.
that a guy jumps in your fucking house right now and fucking rapes you.
Hold on, Art. If that happens because partially it is you putting yourself in a position out there. That's exactly what happens. If someone steps in front of a gun in the line of fire, yes, it is a part of the man's fault to when he shoots the gun. But if the person just steps out in the line of fire and says, I'm out here, and they get shot, is it not their fault as well? What? Are they not putting themselves in a position to get shot?
Talking about guns, Art, can you shoot me in the face at this point?
You know, since we're taking this back around, let's go back to Adam and Eve, because I'll just point out, how many times did it take for Eve being questioned, and how many times did it take for the guy to go, oh, okay, sure, no problem. But
what
she
are you
gets
talking about? Wait. What are you talking about?
But she gets the blame. But it was his fault because she was under his charge of care.
You do hold on, Gretchen.
Right?
I don't think you're reading the scriptures right concerning what happened, because even though she ate from the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil first,
how many times?
Hold on a second. Listen to this.
Matt could have put the
even though she ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil first, who did God call when they both had ate it? Who did God call first?
And who stood up
called
and
the
said,
man who was responsible for keeping his woman in check, which he did not do. That's why he got the biggest punishment.
Did. And
he has
who
to work
stood up
till death.
And said what they did?
Huh?
Who stood up and said what they did? Eve
stood
did.
up and said, no, she didn't.
She copped to it. She admitted it. She admitted her fault first.
No, she didn't.
And yes, she did.
No, she didn't.
Okay, that's what I remember, is that she said
so
yes.
you're wrong. Okay, so let me help you. You're wrong, because according to the scripture, she blamed the serpent. She didn't blame herself. She didn't say, oh, yeah, it was me. I chose to eat it. No, she said the serpent tricked me. She said the serpent tricked me, and then I ate.
Yes, she admitted what she did. She claimed her involvement.
You don't. No. There was no reason to bring the serpent into this because he didn't make her do anything. She deceived herself.
But I'm just saying that, he's like, well, she made me do it. And then at least she said, yes, I was tricked, but then I did it.
He listened to his wife. They was basically blaming each other. What are you talking about?
Wow.
The only time
they were blaming each other.
Yeah, Mac, read Genesis again, Mac.
What are you talking about? Read Genesis again.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Wait, Adam did not just blame his wife for eating from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Hilarious, Mac. Hilarious.
Rev, are you going to correct me on this, or are you going to just keep opening your mouth? Did Adam not blame Eve for eating from the tree of knowledge of good and evil? Did he not do that?
Listen, Mac.
No. I don't want to hear that. Don't listen, Mac. Actually, give me the answer that I'm asking from you.
You're very passionate about what you believe, Mac.
Oh my goodness, I'm not trying to hear that from you. I'm really not. I'm not trying to hear that from you. I want an answer. You talking about read Genesis again? Correct me if I'm wrong, brother in Christ. I figured. Of course.
I'm not going to say anything that I don't want to embarrass you, Mac. So I'm going to shut up.
You can't embarrass me because you're not following Christ at all in the first place. You're embarrassing yourself by trying to address me. It's ridiculous coming from you. This is very hypocritical and ridiculous. But again, according to the scriptures, Adam was questioned, hey, who told you was naked? Why did you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil? The woman that you gave to me, I listened to her and I ate. Why did you do this, woman? The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat. Then the serpent, then he went towards the serpent. The serpent didn't even get a chance to say anything. Didn't need to. So I'm pretty much not missing anything here, because that's exactly what happened. Now they was blaming each other, and I'm sorry, they wasn't blaming each other. They was putting the blame on somebody else instead of just admitting their own faults. But the man was the main one to blame.
But Eve did cop to her action.
No, she didn't. She blamed the serpent instead of blaming herself.
And then I ate. She admitted her involvement.
You might as well say the same thing with Adam, because he said, and then I ate. I listened to my wife. What the jazz?
Because those are different.
How
Because one is an admission, and one is like accusing another, accepting your responsibility.
No, admission would be I ate the fruit of the tree because it was good for pleasure for me, and it was good to the eyes and all that stuff. Like what was going on in her head when she had the thought to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. That would be admission, not to put it on the serpent as if he had anything to do with it. That would be admission. Now, Gretchen, like this, if you had told me, hey, take this $10. Excuse me, take the $10 right there, man. No one's gonna notice. No one's gonna find out. And I do it, and I get caught, and I say, oh, yeah, I did take the $10, but Gretchen told me to take it. Am I really admitting that I did wrong? No. That's exactly what she was doing.
Have you ever passed a note along, in a classroom?
So we're going to just overlook that point.
No, I'm exactly speaking to your point. If you're involving yourself with it, you're showing how you, this is how it came to be. This is how I got confused, and then that was how I became involved. Whereas, he's just saying, she made me do it.
No, he said he ate it. Well, I don't get what you're getting at.
She did it.
I don't see why you're forgetting that Adam did the same exact thing that she did.
And how many times was he asked?
He was asked more questions. He was actually asked
Well,
twice.
how many times was it offered to him, and how many times was it offered to her, and how did she react upon the first
It
time?
was asked. What in the world is going on? They was both right there in the same vicinity.
I'm
What do you?
just asking. When the snake
No.
suggested.
I don't think you're understanding. Well, considering it probably has been a long time since you read Genesis. They were right there.
Man, I'll tell you what, that Eve ain't worth shit,
And
yo.
there we go.
That Eve ain't
Yeah,
worth
with his
shit.
cursing mouth. With his cursing mouth. Yep.
Hey,
Wrote
Rev, man.
Christianity right there. Ridiculous.
Bless him.
I don't understand why we're using a fictional example when we have a contemporary example of Angela Merkel ruining Germany.
What it's all for.
Well, I mean, like, we could argue till the end of time about a storybook rendition of, like, the original sin and all that stuff.
Because I think that he sees the two as synonymous is why I pulled that in, because he really does think that, they raped themselves, so. Because they just shouldn't have been out there.
Well, in this case,
No,
Angela
I
Merkel
didn't.
is the head of state, right? So this isn't a case of a woman making disastrous domestic and
But
foreign.
what does her gender have to do with that?
What?
Well, her gender is important when you're having a discussion about female judgment and the
fact that she
culpability of female
You'll have to let Iron finish, Mac. What were you saying, Iron? What was your explanation?
Well, the conversation originally was about female leadership, right, and the culpability of female decisions in these kinds of scenarios. So having a female head of state who's essentially the final authority on these kinds of decisions is an important fact.
Why? Why is her gender an important
What do you mean?
fact?
Why? I just explained it to you.
Why is her gender an important fact?
Because gender is central to the issue we're discussing.
So, no, how is her gender
important the argument was made
to her performance?
Well, what do you mean? There's differences between the genders, right? Like, that's our worldview. Our worldview is that males and females are different, and that they think differently.
You're saying that Angela Merkel has done a poor job?
Yes, I believe so.
And you think it's because she's a woman?
I think that's at least a part of it.
Why would you think that? Why would her gender be any factor in her performance?
I'm of the opinion that females are designed by nature to act a certain way, with few exceptions, and she is not one of those exceptional people, as far as I can tell.
And so what about the male heads of state who have had poor performance? Is it because they're secretly women?
That doesn't.
Which males are you referring to?
Doesn't matter. Pick one. You pick a male. You pick a male head of state that has performed poorly. Is it because he's a secret woman?
Oh wait, JJ, what if it's
no?
he
But I
listens
think if you compared those individuals to other more quote unquote manly men, you would find that the more feminine they are, the probably worse decisions they're making on this particular issue.
The more feminine they are.
That's a good observation.
No. All you have to do is just blame your wife. Say, no, I took her suggestion. That's all you have to say.
I seriously
then it goes back to her. Yeah.
Gretchen, I feel like I'm in the do.
Yes, and I'm so sorry I don't have side chat, so we can't go Christ is King to each other in the side all the time.
Yeah, I feel the same way, Rev, when you call yourself a Christian with a mouth like yours. Yeah, I feel that do. Yeah, get that together, man.
Listen, like, it's been literally
This from the man who called me a whore the other night for
Muslims
2
raping
hours.
women in the streets, right? And they actually managed to solve that problem. It's not very complicated. When a bunch of foreign rapists come into your country and rape your women,
I agree with you, Iron.
I agree.
And then what if it had been men that they had been raping?
What do you mean?
Just what I said.
Wow, that's...
You still kill them. I don't see what's wrong with
okay. But would it still be their fault because they were out on the street? Would they still be loose? Would they still been asking for it? Shouldn't have been there. Wrong place at wrong time. Too bad, darling. Bad roll of the dice. So sorry.
Christian men don't have any self-control. They're not smart enough for that.
Oh, I forgot. That's why I cover my head.
Yeah,
I
it's
people
nice,
view
Gretchen,
things
if you
differently.
actually would listen when he's trying to respond to your question.
Yeah, like I think people view things differently, but I know from personal experience that lots of times I've known people that have gone walking out at night by themselves and got beaten up. These were men, and people would tell them like, "Why were you walking in that part of town by yourself? That was a stupid thing to do." And it wasn't didn't make a difference whether they were a man or a woman, how culpable they were for being in a bad place at a bad time.
I want to make a confession. Mac has exposed me. I'm a fake Christian. What am I gonna do, guys? What am I gonna do?
You're okay, Rev. You're better than that. So, are you telling me that we're accepting that? See, it seems to me that once again we're letting the bad guy win, right? Because we're going to tell the guy that got beaten up because he went out for a walk that he shouldn't have been there. He should have known better. That's what the guy, the schoolhouse or the schoolyard bully says to you. You should have known better not to come down this hallway. What the hell? Is that what we're condoning? It's ridiculous.
Well, I'm of the view that we should be catching the criminals that make the streets dangerous, and we should be putting them in conditions that would stop them from making the streets dangerous. But since people are unwilling to do that for God knows what reason, we have to live in societies that are unsafe and full of criminal scum walking around the streets at night.
But see, I would have as far as the whole aspect with people getting jumped and things of that nature. If you if you had a friend that was about to be put in that situation, you would warn that friend and let them know, hey man, I know that there's some people that said that they were probably going to jump you later on. You would probably put them in a situation to prevent that, right?
You missed the whole point.
Definitely.
Mac
But
wasn't
so
listening.
with that being said, just with the woman, you would tell her the same thing, that she's in a position, if she puts herself in a position to do that, and it comes to a point to where if you're doing the same thing for a woman and you let them know, hey, you probably shouldn't go out tonight or get drunk or what have you, because
And he just dissolves into
you could be in a situation where you could be like that.
And he begins to sing.
Right. So see, this
precious,
is
precious
actually a tricky situation because in Germany,
word you soon.
they're talking about that right now, where like half the men are saying,
goes among the world blackberry, meaning picking off people.
Okay, whatever.
Dead. Cook, and cook us. Because now they've come to see it. So now they're cooked in this green sea.
I've been exposed.
And Jenny,
fake Christian, exposed.
Popular song. He just dissolves into
I
that
deserved it.
Shakespearean
I
fool.
deserved it.
Who Melville selected as a young
I'm always asking for it.
African American boy who nearly dies drowning at sea, but has survived the last moment. But he comes back damaged, and the fool. Everything he says sounds like nonsense to everyone, but Ahab knows, and the reader knows, that this child has seen into the face of the philosophical horror that the book is about.
I believe in the white whale.
It's the greatest thing ever written.
It's one of them. I'll give you that.
Yeah. So what were you going to say, Art?
Well, there's a discussion ongoing in Germany amongst a bunch of different men, and they're kind of split, right? So like half of them want to say these women made their own bed, they have to sleep in it, and the other half is saying we can't, like we think that women aren't as good at decision making, so we can't necessarily fault them for a bad decision. Like it's our responsibility to be men and step up and protect them even if they don't want to be. And I'm kind of sympathetic towards the latter view because if I told a girl like, oh, it's unsafe to go by yourself, and she still went, I wouldn't feel comfortable, like in my bones, so to speak, like on a biological level, allowing her to go out there and get like beat up and raped and stuff. I would feel as though it's my responsibility to do something to intervene.
Yeah, and I mean, I could see both. I would see. I would probably be in the middle of both those views, to where it's like a mixture of both. I mean, depending on scenarios, the scenario that that that's there, you have rapists who will break into a person's house and rape the woman and so on and so forth with that. And yeah, the woman had the doors locked and everything, and that happened. Can't fault the woman on that. She didn't make no bad decision or anything like that. She was in her home, protected herself and everything. But when you leave that protection, when you leave basically the safety of your own home, and you put yourself in a position to where you lose all self inhibitions, you lose self control, you basically do what you want to do, and you put yourself in a situation to where you're defenseless. I've experienced that, in that's kind of where I can give my take on it. That's kind of difficult for me to say that no, it's someone else's fault, or that it's actually both of y'all's fault. No, I'm able to weigh into that. Yeah, it is your fault, because if something were to happen to you, you put yourself in that position. I know someone particularly who was not raped, but they put themselves in a position to where they was drunk and passed out, completely blacked out, and they could not remember what was going on. They was just stranded. So it's kind of like, you know the repercussions of what you're doing. You did it anyway, and if something would have happened to you, would it be that person's fault? Yeah, it would, but it also would have been yours.
Is it? Oh.
Fact of the matter is, mofucks, all right? You're dealing with a motherfucker that don't sin no more. He don't sin ever. Hear it? For real.
So, Mac, would it be your fault if you went down some dark alley and somebody raped you?
I'm sorry if I have an ironic sense of humor. I can go on for a very long time.
If I put myself in a position to where I'm utterly defenseless, yeah, it would be.
All right.
And I think this is kind of like leaving your car unlocked, right? Because women obviously have a higher sexual value than men do. They're more often sexually assaulted than men are.
Obviously.
Right?
And this is exactly what Jesus taught us to do, right? I mean, that's what the whole story about the Good Samaritan was. So that's the way he reacted, right? Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. I'll mute out again.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Yeah, right, Mac, right.
I mean, the Samaritan didn't put himself in a position to be defenseless.
Right, like if we made it less personal, if we looked at like a car lock, if you left your car unlocked, people would say that was a really stupid thing for you to do. Like it's kind of your fault your car got stolen.
Right, they would. And I don't say I mean, if you take that position to where, yeah, that would be correct, Iron. If someone left their car unlocked and someone stole it, yeah, the fault would be not only on the person who stole it, but also on you for putting them in that position. I mean, you made it easy for them.
No. If you leave your car unlocked, it's not your fault that it got stolen.
Listen, it's not your fault in principle, but in the real world,
in your mind, no.
You haven't done your due diligence in protecting your property or yourself or your safety and what have you.
No.
I mean, it would be different if someone had.
And that doesn't make your car any less stolen. And you can say no, and that doesn't make you less raped. And it doesn't change the way the world works.
I mean, again, if someone breaks into your car, they had to actually break into your car. You locked the doors. You made sure the alarm was on and everything. Okay, they break into your car and they steal it. Yes, they stole your car. Did you lock it? Yep. Did you make sure the alarm was on? Yep. I did all that stuff. They still broke into my car and stole it. Yep. They deserve to go to jail, and it was their fault for stealing your car. Yep. Because you didn't put them in a position to where it was easy to steal your car. You're not making and it's exactly the same thing that they do with what's that? They had like this TV show where they purposely leave, like someone leaves their car unlocked, they leave the door open. I think it's called like it's not trap car. I think it's bait car or something like that. The police officers literally drive a car and leave the door open, or they'll have the keys inside the steering wheel of the car and they leave it unlocked, and people actually go into that car and steal it. What should we expect from people who are trying to take a car? You have people who just don't care, and they will take advantage of an easy position that you give them. I don't see what's so difficult about that.
Seriously, guys, you're dealing with somebody here that never sins. Perfect man right here.
Well, the problem is that the repercussions of your style of thought are playing out in Europe right now, and it's not a pretty picture for the people over there. So that's why conservatives are very concerned, and why we keep telling you guys that things have to change, because if we follow your route, we're just going to end up like them in 50 or 100 years.
Shoot, less than that, really. The way things are going.
I think we are we're at the point here that we have to found here right now. Okay, I'm gonna come on cam for this. We have to found a new church right now. Okay, it's the Church of Mac. We bow to you. We bow to you. You don't sin. We bow to you.
I'm gonna be the first Mac theist.
There it is, sugar. Stop. This is too important. Okay, we must bow.
All right.
Mac, we bow to you.
You adulterers and adulteresses.
I hear he's going to give you special
You never sin, Mac. Mac, you never sin. You never sin, Mac.
Makalaka high. Makalaka high.
Makalaka high. Makalaka high. There it is, JJ. There it is. Church of Mac founded tonight.
Will you get to sit at the right hand of God or the left hand of God, or could you sit right between his legs?
The right hand of Mac, sugar. I mean, this is very
replacing
important.
God. Okay. All right. I got it.
You are blaspheming God. By
Hey,
saying that you're not going to be at the right hand of Mac. Okay.
You're right.
It's the Church of Mac here.
That's productive.
I call the left hand.
Get it right, sugar.
Hey, Rev, what are you doing?
I call the left hand because it feels more foreign.
Rev, what are you doing that's productive right now?
Pointing out the madness.
Take a look at your
laugh.
He's pointing out the madness.
Self. Think about what you're saying before you speak.
Captain, so when you were talking about all the laws, how would any laws have changed right now? Because everything that happened was against the law anyway.
What I'm saying is, how society is built right now. It's a lot of more. Everybody's more immoral, and the way that women are dressing up, they're not being modest. They're not being modest people. They're going outside and they doing whatever they want. They dressing any way they like. They got tight jeans. That's not modest. You're flaunting off your sexual parts.
Captain Crunch, you are not allowing yourself to enjoy being alive.
Wow. I am. All I gotta do is praise God. And that's it, really. That's the essentials.
What a waste of the life that He gave you.
If you want to think like, hey, at least my mind is not.
Just whatever
makes
you.
Know, this is
just kidding.
When a society. This is what happens when a society starts to degrade value for themselves. You got women, they going out there, doing whatever they want. They dress any way they want, and when some guy look at them with sexual desires because the way they dress, then in some ways they're partly to blame because they're causing another man to lust after them because they didn't want to dress modestly.
All right, but and
that's
do that.
The sad irony of that is what you're saying, Captain, is according to Hamilton standards, he would probably be a rapist way before any of us in here.
What?
with the thoughts that
Can
he
I point
has.
something out though? Just one thing.
Wait,
When
where
you
did
say
that came out of
lust,
left field?
No, that
wait
did
a
not
second.
come out of left field because again, when you told Captain that when he says that women need to be dressing modestly and actually cover up, you would say
Okay.
you're not enjoying life.
Can you hold on a
You
second though?
mentally,
Because
you just like a rapist. Where does their mind
hold
starts
out.
when their
Here's what I'll
mind start
say.
when
The
they think of
lust,
raping a woman, it starts the lust of
I live
the
in
lust of the
Manhattan.
eyes,
lust for
the lust of
All
the
the
power.
eyes,
women
the
wear
lust of the
yoga
It
flesh,
pants.
and
is
the
the
pride of
I
life,
like
lust
that.
which
That
would
makes me
start
rape.
from
for
you.
All right.
power,
Yeah.
not the lust sexually. So make that
What?
clear. There's a distinction.
There's the okay. You cut out. I would love to hear that distinction, but yeah.
There's a distinction, she's saying, between sex or between lust and rape. They're two different
No,
things.
there isn't, Mel. No, there isn't.
Oh,
That's
stop calling me
rough.
ma'am.
That's where
Okay,
rape
hold on,
comes
hold
from.
on, hold on.
Rape comes
Lust
from the
is
lust
hold
No, it
on.
Mac
doesn't.
doesn't
of your
understand the
desire.
word
Yes, it
distinction.
An
does.
element of rape, but it is not the entire picture of it. Rape also includes not just lust, but breaking someone's personal boundaries, not caring about how they feel, attacking them, assaulting them, and violating them. That's a
Hatred and
completely
anger.
Oh,
different
okay.
thing,
So what's
dude.
the difference between you do it
power.
physically and when you do it mentally, Hamilton? Because that's what you're doing in your head when you're looking at a woman, dressing them up, undressing them up and down, and basically violating their personal space. What are you doing?
Can I
What's the
comment?
It's the
Can
Church
I,
of
can
Mac.
I,
It's
can I
the
comment
Church of
on
Mac. Oh, it's a Church of Mac.
Well, he is
can I make
Hallelujah,
some
Church of Mac. Sorry, go ahead,
can I make
Balthazar.
some comments on the accusations there about rape, foreigners, feminism in Europe?
Fine.
Oh, by all means,
Okay,
Balthazar.
so what I listen here. So look at Europe and feminism was what they have, what feminism have brought them. Look how shall we end up like this? Okay, so the real facts you can just look it up yourself. All of Europe is doing far better than U.S. on all levels, income, economy, everything. And then I don't take in consideration that we have healthcare and so on. So Germany is the most successful from the big country, and they have had a very good minister for years. Okay, Scandinavia, we have also, my country also have women as presidents for a very long time. We have one now also. We have the top economy in the world. So let's go to the foreigners. And Germany has 3 times less rape victims than US. You can look up the statistic. This I've heard it many times that this this rape incident. I mean, it was sexual assaults, but that this has something to do now with the Assyrian, refugees. Has nothing to do with them. None of them were Assyrian refugees. They came from Morocco largely and Algeria, and that is the colonial history of France and so on. They are also called the nomads. They are pretty criminal elements. So then you blame feminism for rapes happening or something. The one who made the rapes comes from a society that is just as primitive that you describe. You want society to come because these are people coming from agriculture regions in Middle East or also Eastern Europe, and they have come as far as you have come when in thinking about society. That is the reason.
Absolutely.
Wait, Balthazar. No one was blaming feminism in here.
Yeah.
Balthazar,
as far as feminism for rape.
I mean, Balthazar, I
beginning,
don't think you've heard the good news, Balthazar. You haven't
What
heard
was
the
the
good
point
news
of that?
yet. There's a new church. There's a new
The Mackie
church.
Church.
There's a new church. It's called the Church of Mac. The Church of Mac.
And
Right?
once again,
And
Mac
Captain
proves he was
was
not listening.
Hold on, I want to go to church. Mac, Do you think that by discouraging men to not engage in sexual fantasies, you're going to help or hurt the rape incident rate?
Your sexual you know what? This is what's hilarious about when you say sexual fantasies of men.
You have a
don't
it is an
don't hold on
extreme.
hold on.
funny.
Let me
It's funny,
finish. Let me
Mac.
finish,
Repress
Hamilton,
all of
because
your
you asked me a
sexual
question.
fantasies.
You
It's
asked
one
me
of
a
the most
question. Let
basic
me
parts
finish.
of being alive.
Hamilton,
Is that
Hamilton,
you weren't
do you not
listening,
have
Mac.
enough mental
Once
composure
again,
to actually be
you weren't
quiet for me to
listening.
answer your question?
You need to listen better, Mac.
He asked me a question, JJ. How
What was
about
the
you
question?
listen? Are you serious? You wasn't listening? You're being a hypocrite right now?
I don't
My
think you were
goodness,
listening.
that's ridiculous. Anyway,
You're not answering his question.
JJ, be quiet, man. Seriously. Anyway, Hamilton, you do realize that rapists have their sexual fantasies too, right? The difference between you and them is that they're putting their sexual fantasies into action. You're not. That's about as only the
No.
difference that you can get.
No,
because you're
I
doing the
don't.
exact same
No.
thing
How
that they're
dare you
doing.
speak, Hamilton? This is God speaking.
Mac,
Okay,
are you
that's
making
not
a distinction?
funny to me,
I
maybe,
clearly
because
did. You wasn't listening, JJ, as usual.
Just want to make sure you know what a distinction is.
I don't
I want to make sure you
fantasize
actually
about
know what
having
I'm
sex
actually
with people
speaking.
against their will.
Say what?
I don't fantasize about having sex with people against their will.
Oh, so every time you have a lustful thought, you tell that woman that you had a lustful thought about, hey, I was thinking about you in my head.
It's not usually like like if I think about what somebody might look like naked, I don't think of that as raping them. Sorry, I don't.
Right.
I'm not bent like that.
Right. I understand that. So you clearly are doing the exact same thing that a rapist is doing. The difference is that they're putting what their sexual fantasies got them into action, and you're not.
Exactly, and that difference.
That's about as difference as you can get, Hamilton.
Exactly. And you know what? Well, first of all,
how does that make it any better? They
I don't
started
have
just like you did.
fantasies.
They started off just like you did. They started
fantasize
having
about
sexual fantasy, and then they put it into action.
Mac.
You have
And number
sexual
two-
fantasies too. What's stopping you from putting them into action?
But I
Mac,
don't.
you need to
Again, I
educate.
don't have sexual fantasies about raping people.
Mac, you have to educate yourself because what you're saying is exactly wrong. It's exactly wrong, and it doesn't.
And by the way,
look,
Mac,
you know, and God knows it's wrong.
if there are people out there.
Jesus said, "If you lust after a woman, you have committed adultery."
That is not.
If there are
Is that
criminals
not
out
what
there,
Jesus said, Sugar? Oh wait, I forgot. You don't read the Bible.
Yeah, right.
But yeah,
I'm
that is
smarter than
exactly
that.
what he said. So it's no different according to Jesus Christ, the one that you're trying to reference right now. It's no different as far as Hamilton looking at a woman with lust and a rapist doing the exact same thing. The difference between him and them
but
is
you
that
know it
he is
sounds
putting his
goofy
he
even
is
when you
putting
say it.
he is putting his sexual fantasies into action. Hamilton is not.
And
So
almost
really,
every
there
person
is
you go,
really
you're goofy.
really
You're
a rapist.
You're a goofy
rapist looking
Let me
for his
read
next
this.
victim. Hold on.
Let
Let
me
me
read
finish
this.
with
Let me
this.
read this.
A
Mac,
rapist looking for his next victim is no different than Hamilton because they haven't done anything yet. But yet they're thinking, I want to rape someone in my mind. I want to look at them
Mac.
lustfully in my mind. It's exactly what Hamilton is doing.
Mac,
I don't think he likes
well,
me.
you think that, Mac, that while you think that that's right, and you think that you know at 20 whatever years old that you know all of this more than God, because
Now we got to
God
bring in my
God
agent to
planned it
listen
this
if
way.
that means
Well,
anything.
it does mean something, and when you're my
No, it
age, you'll know
doesn't.
you'll know why. So this is what it says
You haven't
about
gotten
rape.
any
It
better
says
than rape.
rape is you don't know anything about the real me. Rape
Oh,
is a crime for which the perpetrator has responsibility, but understanding that rape is rape regardless of the relationship between the parties and regardless of the behavior of the victim. Regardless of the behavior of the victim.
regardless of the behavior of
The focus will stay on the perpetrator's behavior, not the victim's. It is important to note that coercion is unreasonable pressure for sexual activity. This goes over and over and over again. So are you saying that just all of these people and these professionals are so wrong? Because let me tell you something, women in this world
Who are these
really
people
do
you're
get
referring
raped.
to as far as these professionals? Who are these people? Who are these professionals? Who are you talking about? Don't just throw people out there as if I know what the heck you're talking about. What professional?
Why don't you know, Mac?
Anybody.
I don't know what she's
How
referring
dare
to.
you talk over him? This is God
Okay,
speaking.
we know.
This
we know
is
the
God
shtick.
speaking.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
Very good.
Mac, I have a question for you.
Hold on. I'm still talking with Sugar.
Have you
trying to finish.
told all your black
Take Mark's
ancestors?
question, Mac.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Mark.
I mean, have you been? I mean, thinking of writing to all the black youngsters that have been gunned down by police, and obviously you're going to tell them it's their fault for getting themselves in the position where they were shot by the police. And don't forget, by your logic, slavery is the fault of the black African for putting themselves in the position where they could have been enslaved.
Well,
Mark, why do you have to be a tool and mention slavery? Like, everyone knows slavery was relatively one-sided, right?
Obviously, it was definitely the fault of the black
That's
African.
kidnapping.
Yeah,
We've
for
already
putting
gone
themselves
over
in a
how people
position
should be safe in their homes and they aren't held responsible for that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's their fault for being enslaved. I mean, you know, if they'd have taken better
No,
care of
it's
their
not.
situation.
Being kidnapped is not their fault. We're talking about a completely separate issue.
I'm using Mac's logic, Iron.
No, you aren't, because we already established that earlier.
If you leave your car unlocked, it deserves to be stolen. No, the only problem with car theft is car thieves. The only problem with rape is rapists. It's not a woman's fault. She's not to blame just because she decides to wear what she wants. You should be able to have a couple of drinks and walk in a dark alley without being raped.
Yeah, you should be able to. Kids should be able to grow up without having leukemia, but that's not the real world we live in, right? So get over it.
Rational answer to this question clearly.
So
is that
okay.
the
So let
woman-
me get.
hold on.
Okay, so let me answer.
How dare you?
Yep.
How dare you question Mac?
Yep.
How dare you?
Yep. Okay, so
How
Mark, to
dare
answer.
you?
Is this guy mescaline or something?
So
What's
Mark, to
going on?
answer your question, to write to the police for shooting a black man.
No, that's not what I said.
For shooting people in the streets.
No, I said you need to listen to questions, Mac, rather than just.
Well,
waiting.
if you didn't stop going on and on, I would be able to.
The question I asked you was using your. I'll say it slowly for you. Using your logic.
Which you clearly wasn't, but okay.
That things that happen to people are partially their fault or half their fault or whatever. That surely you'll now be writing to all the black.
What's the question? Just get to the question.
I'm repeating it for you. You just have to wait.
Have a little patience.
Just condense
He's
your
British.
question.
He has to make it dramatic.
You asked me to repeat it. So my question was: will you be writing to the families of all the black kids, men that have recently been assaulted? Oh, he left. What a surprise!
I just found a myth that said
Some of those young black people
rapists.
that were shot were at fault, by the way, of course.
I was using Mac's logic.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're just doing a really shitty job of it, that's all.
The myth I found, it says rapists rape attractive women who are drunk in bars. The truth is, rapists rape anyone, anywhere. Most rapes occur in the victim's home. So, can they not leave their homes now?
Yeah, this idea that a woman or a man or anyone in the society should be able to walk up a dark alley without, and then to blame them because they were wearing the wrong clothes.
Nobody should blame them, but there's nothing wrong
It's all
with giving
victim blaming.
advice. Well, you should never blame the victim. It's always the person's fault. But that doesn't mean that saying, oh, you don't go there, watch out if you go there. That's not blaming the woman. There's nothing wrong with
It
being
is. It's
intelligent.
saying
No, it
that
isn't.
because it's saying that in cases of rape, women should avoid certain areas. They should avoid wearing certain clothes. They should stop. They shouldn't drink. In case.
But that would only be insane if somebody said, like, someone shouldn't be prosecuted because a woman was wearing a skirt. That would be wrong. But to say, like John Kasich, the Republican boring weirdo robot guy running for president, said that he would like tell his girls to avoid going to parties where people get really drunk, like sororities and stuff, and he got a lot of flack for that. But that's not victim blaming. It's like if you said, if my daughter goes to a sorority and gets raped when she gets drunk, she shouldn't be able to charge her assailant. That's insane. But to just tell somebody the advice to say, hey, be careful. If you get drunk, you might have maybe you might be more susceptible to being raped.
But the thing that's wrong,
victim blaming.
I didn't say it was. I said in the event of, as I'm using what Mac had said, that if a woman gets raped and she was wearing a short skirt and a low-cut top, then she's partly to blame, or whatever percentage. That's wrong. Equally, the problem is that we have to say these things, like don't get drunk, don't do this. We shouldn't have to be able to. People should be able to go out and have a good time, get a bit drunk, wear clothes, whatever clothes they like, walk down dark alleys on the way home.
That guy, yeah, it seems like a lot of these people who don't have any kind of like relationship with their heterosexuality, they kind of like seem to hate women. I don't know why. Maybe because it's like,
well, Max,
I don't know. There's a lot of like.
This comes direct from the Bible. The Bible says women are lesser. Mac believes what he reads.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Christians that ignore that, or they interpret it differently.
Mac is more. I mean, Mac has to refer to the Bible for virtually everything. It's a wonder he doesn't name himself getting out of bed in the morning.
Joe Sunseed, welcome.
But he probably, I mean, I imagine a lot of people like that would find a way to feel that way, even if they didn't.
This is a guy that tried to kill his own sister, and it was the voice of God that stopped him. According to him.
Oh, I guess sometimes it's good.
Hopefully, he'll keep believing. This is a guy that self-admittedly hasn't read the Bible fully.
Okay. What he was saying was atrocious. So he wants to get back in. I mean, you guys do what you want to do, but I don't think he should be allowed. I can't. I mean, he needs to cool down and think about the things he's saying.
Isn't the idea of the internet and human discourse about being exposed to more, not less?
Well, possibly. I mean, the way that he
if you want to leave,
Joe, listen to me.
I imagine you're not interesting enough to stay.
No, listen to me. I'm coming on cam right now. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you blaspheme the church? The new church.
Hey, I know that guy from a fish con.
I think the way Mac ran Gretchen off was quite appalling, and the idea that, I mean, if he wants to go biblically, then and blame Eve, then he ought to go back a step further and blame his God for putting the serpent in the garden in the first place.
Hey, you gotta remember, free speech. You know, we don't want to be communist China, guys. I mean, telling someone what they said was appalling and that they should not come in and cool down. It's like, I mean, Stalin, Hitler, Pol Pot just smushed into one. So forgive me.
I'm sorry, which part was appalling? I don't know what you're talking about.
Iron, are you like, do you enjoy always being proven wrong night, hang out pragmatically, Iron, from a pragmatic perspective? Do you enjoy that?
Well, listen, Joe, I don't have a problem with you. I'm asking you to be specific about which part of him, what he said was appalling to you.
Blaming women for rape, how about that?
The fact that he somehow was able to justify, saying people lusting after women is the equivalent to rape. To kind of to lower something like rape to me thinking about a hot chick.
Right, so you're offended by the
I
false
think
equivalency.
that what were you gonna say about my position? Go ahead.
No, I'm clarifying. You're saying that you're offended by the false equivalency, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I would agree that is a ridiculous thing to say.
Don't you think that it's kind of diminishing the impact of what actual rape is to try and say something like that just to be, I mean, why else is he saying
Joe, I'm going to have to mute you. I'm going to have to hide you from broadcast because you are blaspheming the Church of Mac. I apologize, but...
I honestly don't think
You didn't run me off. I just have a real bad connection. That's all it is, Mark.
Oh, well, it just seemed that way. Sorry.
I honestly don't think Mac is doing it on purpose.
It's your fault anyway. You're a woman, Gretchen. It's your fault.
I know. I need to run. Bible out of habit.
Don't I? I need to run. I just didn't run fast enough.
And it's interesting, the only two that wanted to talk over Gretchen and Sugar as if they weren't here were Iron and Mac. I think that speaks volumes.
Oh, don't give me that fucking bullshit.
I just did.
Yeah, you're just lying and you're being a piece of shit about
I'm
it.
lying. No, I'm not, because you're on such a prick.
He's gonna pick a fight.
Does Dick Van Dyke come in?
I don't speak over women intentionally. I don't do it here. I don't do it in real life. So I
Iron,
appreciate it
come
if you
on,
keep that
bro.
shit.
You know where you stand with this shit.
It's the nerve there, sunshine.
You know, he doesn't talk over me hardly at all. So I may not agree with what he has to say, but I will disagree that I think he's fairly polite, even if it is bullshit.
Hmm.
You think as Mac was God, he managed to force his way in, wouldn't he?
Well, we don't need Mac though. We have Captain at least. Surrogate Mac.
I heard he's a piece of shit
no
too.
censorship.
What's his bag?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
Captain Crunchy.
Yeah, I actually agree with Mac was saying. I think he did have a point. I think the point is, the thing with society that's happening right now is that these women are acting too freely. And when I say too freely, I mean that they think that they could do whatever they want, and they think that they can whip.
Yes. Yep. Preach it. Preach it. They need to be in the kitchen making that purple drink and the fried chicken. I mean, come on. Come on.
Never realized
That
that
was
Captain
very
Crunch's
fucking
eyes were inside
racist.
of his hat.
I apologize.
I have manners. Can I talk, please?
Hey, can you make your mic shittier?
Captain Crunch is so fake.
Joe, you're Satan. You're even broadcasting from a dark hole. Come on.
Talk. Can I talk? Do you have manners?
What?
Or you gonna be rude all the time?
No, not your mic's gone.
Why don't you cry about it a little bit more, and then
Alright,
maybe you
now,
can come.
yeah, now let me talk to you about whether,
Just whine about it a little bit more, and don't worry about it.
Alright, so I'm gonna talk, okay? Alright, now what Mac...
whine a little bit more.
And your mic's really bad, Captain. You can just about...
Yeah, we can barely hear you.
Yeah, but I'm not...
Yeah,
I'm not trying to...
Hello doesn't really make your mic any better. That's the problem.
Are you trying to do something about your mic at least?
No, I'm using my cell phone.
Ah,
Can you...
No, it's still bad. Stop using the cell phone then.
Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, like, can you hear me?
Yeah, barely. Your mic's still bad. Still.
Right. Now this is what I was saying. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got that.
bad.
You said, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, but your mic's really bad. Is that what part of that is difficult for you to get? I'm not sure what else.
All right, guys, he's on a cell phone, so let's.
I'm not saying
let's. No, 1 second, Mark. I'm sorry. Let us all mute and let him get what he wants out. Okay, let's all mute.
For real, Hamilton? Can I talk?
Go ahead. You got the floor. Okay, so silence.
You're not allowed to talk.
You want to get kicked?
Ever.
You want to get kicked, bro?
Ever. You're not allowed to talk anymore.
That was the only time his mic was spot on and he didn't say a fucking word. That was beautiful.
I saw that happening.
No, I'm just saying because there is somebody that wants to get in here and speak, and this guy is like a joke at this point, so...
Yeah, Captain, can you leave?
Are you serious?
Oh, I can go.
No.
Yeah, I'm gonna go because I got something else to do, so someone else can come in. Good night, guys.
No, Sugar. Do not leave, Sugar. Don't.
She's got things to do.
I appreciate it, but have fun. I'll talk to you guys
Good
later.
night, sweetheart.
Good night.
All right. Good night, sugar.
Good night.
They're raping everybody out here. Left, right, and center. Oh, geez. Oh my gosh.
But man, see what happens when you want to be the friend of the world? That's what you're gonna come up again. You want to be the friend of the world?
We can't tell if you're talking or if you're just going along to a song on the radio.
I'm gonna interpret for him. This is what happens when you're explaining the world. Go ahead.
Now, Rev, this is what happened when you want to be a friend of the world. You don't have God inside of you, so you want to be friends with all these atheists. You want to be the popular guy. Yeah, you can do that. You want to snore? That's what they want to do. It don't matter.
So being a Christian is about not being friends with non-believers.
Yeah, well, not that. It's not.
That's what you just said.
How old is he? Hold on. I don't want to be a jerk if he's like.
You accuse Rev of being
18.
wrong because he's friends with atheists. What difference does that make?
I'm saying what he's doing. He's aligning himself with atheists by discrediting Christians.
Uncensored. Listen to me, brother. Who did Jesus hang out with the most?
He hung out with, but he was changing them. He wasn't.
Yes. That's what we should do, brother. Right?
I think Rev has brought me to deism.
Now, what are you doing?
What'd you just say?
What are you doing to help Christians?
I'm giving you credit for my deism.
Praise God, man. Praise God.
Come on, man. You ain't really doing nothing, bro. You need to take a look at yourself and look at yourself in the mirror, man.
You need to take a look at yourself. And
Come on,
look at
Rev. You
yourself
need
in
to
the
start
mirror.
insulting people and blaming women for rape and doing stuff like that. That's the Christian thing to do, right?
That will never happen, Mark.
Do you think I'm a racist because I'm a Lululemon enthusiast?
Hey, Rev. The Bible says to look at the fruit of others. Now, when I check out your fruit, Rev.
Check out Rev's fruit.
It's also gay.
Hey, Joe, you look like one, so I won't be talking.
How Christian?
Wow.
Captain.
Wow.
Captain, I was really.
Joe, come on, man. You look like a bro. Now, shut up.
I look like a
Oh my
parrot.
God, the new church leader is here. Shut up.
Captain,
He's back. He's back.
Hey, can I talk? Can I talk, please?
Get the joke.
But then you can't talk. You can't talk uncensored. The new church leader is here. He's here.
Yo, Rev, why you acting like this, man? You're not a. You're not acting like
The new church leader's here. Mac is here.
Is that the millennium?
You need to shut up. Mac is here.
It's your own fault, Captain, for putting yourself in the position where people treat you like this. You're to blame as well.
That's what you get for being dumb.
What were you? Are you wearing those cutoffs? How can we help ourselves? So wait, what do you say I look like?
I thought maybe you looked a little bit like Kim Jong-un when you were in the dark. It was kind of creepy, actually. It's the haircut, I'm sure.
Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac. Praise him.
Are you a Mac theist now, Rev?
God, I feel like I'm at an outdoor concert.
The new church is here. Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac.
You get to touch all the fruit you want.
Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac. Return of the Mac.
Oh my goodness.
Is that really all the...
Oh my God.
More to his lyrics. There has to be.
He's here. He's here. He's here. He's here.
Second only to Jesus, Mac.
No, I think he's more to Jesus.
Rev, that's one of my favorite songs, and you're ruining it for me now.
What was that last line? It was really good. It was
Return of the Mac.
Return of the Mac, yeah, it's pretty good.
This summer, just when you thought God wasn't coming back.
In a world.
Wow, Mark, that was awesome. That was great.
In a world. Can you start it with that? Because that's how they all say it. There you
In a
go.
world without God, Mac comes in his place.
Wait, how could there be a place if he was never there to begin with? What a conundrum.
Oh shit.
Oh, Lord.
Guys, probably raised by lunatics.
We should be so lucky.
Well,
poor guy, right? You gotta feel bad for people like him, though.
Yeah, having like a bad phone connection. It's annoying.
In a world with many pussies, there is one man named the Pussy Slayer.
Okay.
Mark Anoia.
Left, right, and
Thank you,
center.
Mark Anoia.
Yes, left, right, and center.
Tearing it up.
Oh,
I love you, Mark.
Mark. Why am I so ignored? You won't dig in my potatoes?
I thought it was
One way of
fruit.
putting it. That's one way of putting it. Digging my potatoes.
Oh my God, the church leader's back. Mac, go ahead.
No, why are we letting him talk?
Oh, because it's funny sometimes.
No, okay, the last thing he was talking about was not funny. There are people in this
Joe, your
community
feelings.
who,
Man up, man.
there are
Man
people
up.
in this
There we go.
community who
Oh, now we're starting a muting war.
Yeah, somebody's gonna get kicked really quick if you do that again.
Oh yeah, like Hamilton shouldn't have been kicked a long time ago for
Hold
doing
on.
the same thing.
Wait a minute, damn you. I'm new to this. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I thought I was just turning you off so that I could hear you. I didn't know I muted you, and I apologize.
wait a minute,
I forgot.
Yeah, okay. Yep.
I'm from Pal Talk. Please.
Hey, Censor, don't do that, man. Seriously, don't do that.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Mac. Captain, I have mods.
And now back to countdown.
Anyway, is there anything you wanted to bring to the table, Joe, concerning anything that I said? Because
I just
clearly
want to
Mark
say,
wasn't listening, and
in the sidebar,
I was about to answer his question,
running
but
a
apparently
mock.
he didn't want to hear anything from me.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mac. There's just no censorship.
No, you're not sorry for
Side chat.
interrupting.
You typed in the side chat, bunch of demons running amok, as in A space M-U-C-K. He actually thinks running amok is, no, it's one word, A-M-O-K.
Yeah.
Running amok sounds like it's some sort of...
No, that's just what demons do.
What, run amok?
Yeah, they run amok.
What is amok, though?
Well, it's a demon thing. I'm not sure yet.
Well, I've already been exposed tonight as a false Christian by Mac, so I mean, you know.
Oh no, I never said you was a false Christian. The Bible
Yeah, you
said
did,
you are.
Mac. But
Well, Mac can't decide who is and who
You're
is
right.
not a
I
Christian.
can. The Bible does.
Yeah, and since Mac can't
depending on the version,
Yeah.
interpret
Joe,
the
in case you-
Bible.
Yeah, which you don't know, but okay.
Tell us what premeditated
Now,
murder is.
I would love to get back to the whole thing because I'm not trying to hear. Yeah, it's I'm trying to get this understanding. Mark, you want me from your question, you want me to write to who now about people getting killed?
I'll say for the third time. Using your logic, Mac, that people that have things happen to them are to blame for their own sad events or whatever. I presume
Which I
you're
didn't
going to be
say, okay.
writing. Sorry, do you want carry on? I'll wait till you finish.
No, I said which I didn't say, but go ahead now.
I said using your own. You did say. You said women that dress a certain way and behave in a certain way are responsible if they are raped. Correct?
You said that.
No, I said they put
Mac,
themselves in a position to where they're utterly defenseless.
Right.
Mac,
And
you said that victims were partially at fault.
If they put themselves in a position to where they're utterly defenseless.
Right, correct.
So you agree that you said that
using...
victims are partially at fault, right, Mac?
Okay. I don't know if it's. I don't know if my.
Okay, we'll clarify then, Mac. I'll ask you the question, Mac. If a woman wears a short skirt and a low cut top and she goes to a party and she has 4 or 5 drinks where
Gets
she's
drunk. Yep.
No, I didn't say drunk. Do you want me to? Do you
Drunk.
want to finish my question for me?
I would love for you to just say what will happen.
Well, I'm trying to
Get
explain.
drunk.
I'm trying to clarify, and you keep interrupting. So
The return of Dio.
if a woman goes to a party wearing a low cut top and a short dress, short skirt, and she has 5 or 6 drinks and she's a bit tipsy,
drunk.
Well, that's
I don't see that. I don't see that classification.
Well, you can still have 4 or 5 drinks and not be drunk. Okay, well, for your benefit, we'll say she gets drunk.
Thank
okay?
you.
And she is raped at the party. Is any of that rape her fault?
Yes.
Right. So you just qualified what JJ said. You're blaming the victim for something that happens to them. So by that logic, my question to you earlier.
No, it's not by that logic. But okay.
Using your logic, okay. I know you don't understand what that means, but I'm going to say it anyway. Because
you're still not understanding.
Using the logic you've just displayed and mentioned, will you now be writing to the families of all the black men and women that have been recently murdered or gunned down to tell them that they put themselves in that position and therefore they are to blame for being shot or murdered?
Let's say there was one. I can speak to one right now. There was a kid that tried to break into a person's house. He was supposed to be going to school.
No, I'm not talking about that.
No. Hold on.
I'm asking you specifically.
No. I am telling you something that happened specifically in my state that I know of that happened in my neighborhood. Now be quiet, Mark. Let me finish.
I'm talking about
Let me finish, Mark. Let me finish. Let me finish because I can
You're
speak
not
on
addressing. You're not addressing.
I am addressing it.
I'm not addressing it.
Hey, I'm addressing it. You can't tell if I'm not addressing it or not. If I can finish.
It was obvious you were going off on a tangent, Mac.
It's obvious that you don't know that, considering.
Point.
Yeah, it's obvious you don't know because you don't know what I'm going to say. So let me finish.
Going off point.
Mac, I'm talking about. What about the guy that was struck?
Mark, don't mute me again. Do not mute me again.
Then you need to stop and listen.
How about you stop muting me, dude?
You're not addressing the question I asked.
Stop muting me.
You're not.
Stop muting me.
You're not addressing.
Now, to finish, I am going to address it.
You're not addressing the question I asked.
I am going to address it if you will let me finish.
No, because you're going to use a different example. You're not addressing the question.
I'm not using a different example.
I'm not talking about someone who
speaking...
broke into a house. I'm talking about the man that was choked for selling cigarettes by the police and died.
I don't know anything about that. What the heck?
What? Where
now
have you
let
been?
me finish. Now let me finish. Let me finish.
Hiding under a rock?
Yeah.
So you
anyway,
don't know about the case of the
I don't have a TV, so if that helps you any better.
You don't have TV.
I don't have a TV. I don't watch TV.
Well, it's been on websites.
I don't go on the website just to look that stuff up. I don't do that all the time. I don't go to NBC News.
Mark,
now, can I finish?
Mark, you gave
hold on, let me finish.
Well, I just want to ask Mark a question. Mark, you gave all the relevant parts of the story for him to make an assessment, though, right? I mean,
yeah.
I think you could just move forward, anyways.
Innocent, unarmed young black men.
Now, let me finish.
Have been shot by the police. And so, therefore, if an innocent, unarmed black man is shot has been shot by the police, or been asked to stop and ran away and been shot in the back, by your logic, they're to blame for putting.
No, that's not how it works.
Yes, so that's exactly.
Now, hold on, Mark. Now, let me finish. Okay, I can speak onto a position to where it's exactly the same. Okay, this individual that I know of put herself in a position to where she went to a party, and when she was in this, her friend took her to this party, and during this time that she was at this party, she got drunk and blacked out.
Right, and she should have
been
looked after.
Hold on, no, let me finish. I personally talked to this individual that I know of. I personally talked to her and said, if something would have happened to you, you partially would have been to blame. And she understood that. Said, yes, because I put myself in that position. And she did.
Doesn't make it right then.
Yet, I don't want to hear it. Because you asked me what I would do. You asked me to give you an answer, and I will. And I have.
You haven't. You haven't addressed
this first part did not finish.
You haven't addressed my question about young black men being gunned down.
And no, because you're not talking about the same thing, Mark.
No,
you are not talking about the same thing.
You're not addressing my question, Mac.
This person is putting themselves in a position to where they're utterly defenseless. They're putting themselves in a position.
My question, Mac.
Yes, I am.
No, I asked you, are you going to write to the families of young black men gunned down by the police and to tell those families that their son, daughter, brother, husband, whatever, was to blame for them being shot?
I will write to the families of the young black man that had their hands in their pocket and would put in the form of a gun. If they would lift up their hands and put it in the form of a gun to shoot at the police officer, and the police officer said gun, and they shot him.
I'm not talking about that. I said the
No, that's what I'm talking about, and that's exactly the scenario I was giving, but you're not listening, Mark.
Mac, you address the question I asked, not make up another example and address your own question. My example,
you're not talking about the same thing, Mark. You are not talking about the same thing concerning the rape victim and the rape victim.
Where did like cop racism come into this? Good
question, Rev.
Because Rev, what I was using was the example: if an innocent woman goes to a party, Mac's logic is saying if she puts herself in the position where she's raped, she's to blame. So my example to Mac was: how about the young innocent black kid who's got running away from the police and gets shot in the back? He's unarmed, didn't do anything wrong. Is Mac going to use the same logic and say
that's not how it works, Mark? And that's not how I put this. That is not what. See, that's what's funny. That's what's funny. You're not even using the very same logic that I'm using.
Mark, I don't think he understands the point. I think something else needs.
You need to stop muting me, dude. Seriously.
You need to address the question and
stop muting me.
Changing the.
Nobody's muting you.
Mark is muting me.
No, he's not.
Where does it say I muted you, Mac?
Wow.
It doesn't say anything. Usually in the
You're right, because I'm on a mobile device, and when he mutes me,
Mac,
he is muting me.
Mac, nobody's muting you, bro.
Okay, that was a test.
JJ muted me.
I just muted you now to see if I could do it. It was a test.
Okay. Hold on, guys. Did it show up on the side chat?
No, it didn't. You're right.
It didn't.
Yeah.
You're right, Mac.
Stop it.
You're right, Mac.
I didn't mute you.
That doesn't still.
You liar! You did mute me, Mark.
No, I didn't.
You muted me twice.
I muted you once.
You muted me twice, Mark.
Anyway, can you address the question I asked?
There is a bug.
Oh, it's a bug now. Okay.
Yeah, sometimes if someone
mutes
someone
now,
once,
even though two people in here, Joe and Rev, want to say that, no one's muting me. No one's muting you.
Mac, I said you're right. It's
a known bug, though.
Why are you guys? You guys are always just so whiny. Just continue with your point.
The point, Mac, is that you are blaming the victim for something that happened to them. That's the problem. You're victim blaming.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you
can
are.
say that all day, Mark, but I'm not doing that.
You are.
Yeah, okay.
Ask everyone. Okay, we can ask everyone in the room in the live chat.
Wow, really? Opinions against other opinions? Really?
In the side chat, type the number 1 if you think Mac is victim blaming.
What the? Okay.
Oh.
Like that means anything.
Just the number 1 would do.
Yep.
Or say yes, he's victim blaming.
Well, yep. I pointed it out. I think.
I mean.
But I'll put the 1 in.
I don't see how that makes sense. Okay.
Mac, it sounds to me like you don't think you were victim blaming, and that you do think that victim blaming is bad.
Victim blaming is bad. Well, in a sense to where that person is innocent, the person is innocent.
It's
something bad.
Victim, Mac.
Yeah, the victim gets something horrible happening to them. Yes, that is bad, to blame the victim as if they're at fault. I'm talking about an individual who puts themselves in that position to where it does occur because they put themselves in that position to where it does occur. Now again, no, hold on, stop, Mark. Let me
Women are
finish.
asking to be
Let me
raped because they
finish.
wear a
Let
short
me
skirt.
finish, Mark.
Mac is being
Let me.
consistent
It's
from the
vile,
beginning.
Mac.
that
What you're
he's
saying
talking
is
about
utterly
people who
vile.
Oh
don't
my
exercise
gosh,
due
let me
diligence.
finish. I'm not talking to you, Iron. You could continue. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just clarifying that you've held the same position from the beginning, which is that you're talking specifically about people who aren't exercising due diligence in their own security. He's
And it's
not
still
talking.
victim blaming. It's
That is
still
not
Mac
blaming.
is consistent in saying that sometimes it's okay to blame the victim, but it sounds like maybe you shouldn't all the time.
Well, okay, let's put it like this. Hey, Joe, let me ask you this a question. Okay, if a person, or if the police officer says, "Hey, put your hands up," stand there and put your hands up. Okay, the person didn't the person didn't do anything. Okay, the person didn't do anything. The police officer said, "Hey, stand there, put your hands up. Let me check you." Okay, now if the person does not put their hands up, if they're not listening to the police officer, and the police officer is telling them multiple times, "Put your hands up," and they're not doing that, if they wind up getting shot for, let's say, if they were, if they say, "Hey, I'm gonna pull a gun out and shoot you," or something crazy like that.
Well, that's the reason they get shot.
Okay, hold on. No, hold on. Now you're victim blaming, Mark. Like your own
cones.
Now, are you serious? Are you serious, Mark? Are you serious? Now you're victim blaming.
Dumb.
Now you're victim blaming.
No, I'm not. Because
really, you're not.
The victim has said to a police officer, "I've got a gun and I'm going to shoot you." He puts his hand in his pocket. The police officer thinks he has.
Hold on. So the person who got shot put himself in that position to get shot, right?
Yes, but that's the difference.
So
to a woman
apply
wearing a
the
short
same
skirt.
thing, man.
A woman wearing a short skirt is not asking to be raped. A man that pretends he's got a gun and pretends to shoot a man that
it's that dumb. Dumb.
A man in front of a police officer who's pointing a gun at him that says, "I've got a gun, I'm going to shoot you," then reaches in his pocket, is going to get shot, and he's contributed towards being shot. A woman wearing a short skirt and showing a bit of cleavage is not asking to be raped.
Whoa, look. Iron, help me out here. Does that make sense to you?
Help him.
Iron?
Someone help him.
Let me ask you, does that make sense to you? I'm sorry. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
That's why he said it.
I've got a gun, I'm going to shoot you, officer, when you're pointing a gun at me and then you're
Now,
surprised.
I'm talking to you, Mark. The last time I checked, your name is not Iron.
The shittest example you've ever used, Mac.
What does Iron think of that example?
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you, Iron?
So, Iron, according to Mark's logic when he answered that question, is he victim blaming right now?
No.
I'm sorry, I missed the exact details.
Okay, I'll repeat it, Iron. If a police officer is standing in front of you, pointing a gun at you, and says, "Put your hands up," and your reply to the police officer is, "I got a gun in my pocket and I'm going to take it out and shoot you," and you then put your hand in your pocket and the police officer shoots you, that's victim.
Kind of make it more tedious.
But if a woman wears a short skirt, shows a bit of breast and has 5 drinks and passes out on the sofa, that is asking to be raped. That's Mac's 2 examples for you. And he says the first one is victim blaming and the second one isn't.
No, you said that the first one is victim blaming. You said the second one is not. That's
No,
what you said.
The first one is not victim blaming because the man said, "I've got a gun, I'm going to shoot you."
Well, I mean, Mark, you're trying to refute the prophet of the new church. So I don't know why you're trying to do this, Mark.
Right, so in the first example,
Thanks,
obviously,
Mark
if you threaten a police officer with violence, then you should expect to probably be shot or something to that effect.
Exactly, yeah.
That's a non-issue, right? The issue with women is a little bit, it's a gray area in the sense.
It's not a gray area.
It's not,
Wearing a
it's
short
not a
skirt
gray
is not
area.
asking to be raped.
It's not a gray area in the sense that it becomes their fault. It's a gray area in the sense that there's a certain amount of due diligence that's expected.
No, wearing a short skirt is not about due diligence.
Are you talking about, Iron?
Thank you, Iron.
Seriously, really?
All right,
Mac?
so it's like
Really?
Yes,
what would you
really.
think if somebody
Holy
wore
shit!
a bunch
I'm
of
like
raw
an alien
steaks
in
and
here.
went
This
into a
is
lion,
insane. What am I hearing here?
I don't know. Maybe your own deceitfulness of your sin.
What's the
Wow.
due diligence
You're
of the...
endorsing rape. Man. You're
How
endorsing
am I
rape.
endorsing rape from that statement? Are you
You're saying
high?
he deserved it.
Are you high?
The due diligence of the first example, Iron.
Are you serious right now, Rev? Are you seriously trying to play something stupid like that?
Yeah,
Yes.
you need to listen to yourself, Mac.
I'm endorsing rape by telling women to cover up and actually be in a position to where they can defend themselves. Are you serious?
Listen to your words more, Mac.
Wow.
He isn't endorsing rape at all. You guys are completely off the mark on this one.
I didn't say he was endorsing rape. I said he was blaming the victim for being raped simply by what she was wearing.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not what I
think
said.
Exactly,
Yes,
Mark.
it is.
I think what people like to call victim blaming is different from what we're talking about, right? So we're talking about people not taking the necessary precautions that are expected of them.
You shouldn't have to take precautions against being raped. The problem with rape is...
Mark, we all know that, right? Like, that's not a disputed issue, but that's not the world we live in.
Apparently is by you and Matt.
The world we live in.
That's not the world we live in. That's exactly what Iron is telling you. You know that there are people out there who don't care, who don't care about a woman having personal space. And you know that people are going to they're going to take advantage of a woman who cannot defend herself. Why would you put yourself in a position like that? That is stupid.
Rape, which is rapists and men that want to rape. You don't attack the women for having the freedom to wear what they want and have a couple of drinks and enjoy themselves.
We all understand that.
You sound
right?
like a fucking
we're not 10 years old. We all understand the principles behind it. We agree with you on that. But what we're saying is that pragmatically, in the real world, we can't catch all these rapists. If we could catch them before they rape people, that'd be fantastic. But that's not the way.
Well, actually, it sounds to me like you, Iron, and Mac.
It sounds to me like you're a liar.
It sounds to me. It sounds to me like you.
Lying coward.
It sounds to me like you and Iron, brother.
You're not my brother, Rev.
If you're looking at a woman, and you can't control yourself, oh well, it's not rape. It's not rape.
Or if it is, it's not my fault.
She was I'm not a rapist. This isn't, I have no skin in this game, right? But I'm just saying.
You want to execute people for thought crime, so why do you want to do it with rapists?
That's not Iron.
Iron said he wanted to execute pedophiles simply.
Well, I would absolutely execute rapists.
Fucking sick.
I don't see why we wouldn't execute rapists.
Well, potential rapists, you're quite happy to execute people for thought crime. Why not ask men, did you think about raping someone last week? Or no, by Mac's example, did you even just think about having sex with her, have lustful thoughts? Therefore, you're a potential rapist and we'll execute you now to save you raping later on.
That's not Iron's
position. I don't have the exact same worldview.
Exactly. That's not Iron's position.
Yeah, it's your terrible position.
Oh. Like, really? Really, Joe? Do you have anything you want to contribute?
I just did. I said you have a
didn't. You didn't contribute a jack. The fact that you even have Rev in here saying I'm endorsing rape, and the only person who's sticking up for me, who's actually listening in here, is Iron. And it's ridiculous. I got grown men in here, as well as a woman, who's listening to this conversation and seriously thinking that I'm endorsing rape.
I think perhaps
the only person who's actually in my defense here.
I think perhaps endorsing was the wrong word. You're just a victim blamer, Mac. That's all.
Wow, and I'm a victim blamer. Which makes no sense.
My contribution is pretty much to say that it was despicable of you to compare thought crime to like an actual act of rape. And it's also something that makes me think you should cool down and come back later when your thoughts are collected. Because I can't imagine you actually thinking that unless it's in the heat of the moment.
Okay.
Or you're in a bad mood.
What is premeditated murder?
Well, murder is premeditated killing, Mac.
Oh, it's premeditated killing, right?
Yeah, so premeditated murder.
Okay, so where does it start from essentially when you?
Oops.
Me.
It looked like it was it was a cell phone glitch. Every once in a while, if you're on a cell phone, it like.
Yeah.
I didn't kick him.
No, did I?
Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to come back in.
Oh.
Yeah. Concerning premeditated murder,
there's no such thing. It doesn't make sense to say that.
There's no such thing.
No, murder itself, the word murder, okay, is premeditated killing. You don't call it premeditated murder, you just call it murder.
No, murder is the unjust of killing someone.
Murder is the premeditated killing.
Oh, it's premeditated killing.
Unlawful, premeditated.
He's got a lot he needs to correct.
Manslaughter
I think the linkage
manslaughter is where you kill someone but don't mean to. Murder is where you kill someone.
No, Mark, you're wrong. That's the difference between first-degree murder and second-degree murder.
Well, manslaughter is the UK, Dio. Fuck off.
Yep.
What are you talking about? No, premeditated murder.
In the UK, it's called manslaughter, okay?
No, hold on a second. Manslaughter is completely different than second-degree murder.
We're talking about the UK law. You're not listening.
I can't imagine it being very different, though. I mean, this is kind of.
It is. We don't have first and second degree.
Hold on a second. It's universal.
They call garages carports.
No, we don't.
You understand that manslaughter would be
call
like
French fries chips.
Dionysus. In the UK, okay, where I live, we have murder, and then we have manslaughter. We don't have first-degree murder or second-degree murder like you do in the United States. So I'm speaking from the law in my own country, okay? If you commit murder in the UK, it's something that you thought about, planned, and executed.
Well,
if you're convicted of manslaughter, it's where you still killed someone, but you didn't mean to, you didn't set out to, you didn't plan it.
Well, Dionysus, he's going off of a different.
So it's the same thing. It's first degree and second degree. There's no such thing as premeditated murder. It doesn't.
Okay, hold on, Mark, because in our country, yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
In our country, yes, it is.
It's first degree murder.
Dude, premeditated murder is a thing. That's what they call it in the court system. That's exactly what it is, Mark.
No, murder by. Oh dear, dear.
Yeah, thank you. Stop it. Okay, now premeditated murder in our country means yes, there is. In our country, yes, there is.
Show me.
We're not talking about in UK. We're talking about the US. Okay? Now, in our country, when they're talking about premeditated murder, what it is that you plan it out, whether in your head, well, actually that is where it starts, or it's a plan to where you write it down and you go over an act to where you're in a plan of killing someone.
Mark, do you understand now why this is the new Messiah that we're speaking to?
Yeah.
Do you understand?
Mark, here's the Wikipedia page. All right, dude.
I don't see why this like clarification of what I think a very important point is back to compare lusting after a woman in your mind to like physical rape in the way that you were is I would suggest you stop doing that.
Why?
Desire.
What's the problem?
Desire.
Because you're talking. Because according to you, Joe. Well, no. To address
you asked me a question.
Joe,
are you going to answer it for me?
No. I'm gonna make a statement. I'm addressing your point that you just said. Because you want me to stop. You want me to stop saying. You want me to stop saying that there's a correlation between rape and murder.
No, what he's saying is desire and rape are not the same thing. You can look at a woman and be sexually attracted to her and think, "Ooh," but raping a woman.
Okay. I'm sorry. Rape. Okay. I'm sorry. Rape and actually the thought of raping someone.
No, not thought of raping. Just forget the rape. The thought of raping. A man that looks at an attractive woman.
That's exactly what happens.
A man that
looks
at a man that looks at an attractive woman and desires perhaps fantasizes about having sex with
lust. Lust.
Yeah, lust. Okay, we use the word lust.
Okay.
I'll give you a hard on. I'm not finished yet.
Okay. Now, with that being said, Mark. With that being said.
I just muted you. That's different.
With that being said, Mark, and with that being said, Joe, the question is now, when a person thinks to rape someone, what's the difference between that and the physical act
Hey, Mac, why don't you ask?
No, Joe.
Like,
I'm
what do you
asking you a
think? What do
question.
you
Can
think
you answer it, please?
say?
Can you
What do
answer?
you think victims will say?
Can you answer it? Can you answer it, Joe? Because you brought a confusion to the conversation.
Mac, shush.
Can you give me?
Nobody can answer while you're talking. The difference.
No, he doesn't
Mac,
want to answer.
you just stated what the difference is. One is thinking of it, and one is the action.
Well, now you're cutting him
There's
off.
a fucking difference, Mac.
Okay, JJ,
You
stop
want to know
cutting
what
him
the
off.
difference is
I
between
didn't ask
thinking
you,
about
JJ.
something and doing it? The difference is one you just think about it, and
Didn't
the
ask
other
you,
one you
JJ.
do
I asked
it.
Joe.
Okay.
Are you? I'm actually a bit confused that you would ask such a stupid question. You're asking me what's the difference between between lusting after a woman and actually raping a woman.
No. Listen to what I said. Now,
It's a very
between
stupid question.
someone in their head raping someone, thinking of that, planning that out in their head, and then doing the act.
Hey,
What's
Mac,
the difference?
Mac, would you rather I think about...
I would love to answer it. I would love to get the answer.
Mac, you need to be quiet and listen then, don't you?
I was answering your question.
No, you was about to ask me a question
Joe
with a
and
question.
Mark, how dare you speak against the new Messiah? How dare you?
Carry on.
Blasphemous.
Max,
okay, so Mac, would you rather I think about punching you in the face or physically punch you in the face?
What would be the...
You are an idiot.
You're doing a physical act. We are doing a physical act that you started off in your head. What's the difference right now?
One is doing it,
really,
one is
what is
just
the
thinking
difference?
about it.
What?
What is the difference between you
The
doing
difference
the
is between
physical
nothing
act
happening at
of
all.
that was
Okay,
going
I
that was already...
just presented you a clear example showing you the difference. I don't know how you're not understanding this.
Difference.
I don't see why you can't just get... I don't see why you just can't address it then.
Mac,
Say
I
what the
did.
difference is.
Okay, everyone else in the room, did I not give...
Okay, hold on. I don't hear him. Everyone be quiet and let me hear him say it
saying that
again.
there is no difference between something...
Let me just hear him say it again.
Don't that me. Mac is saying that there is no difference between something happening and something not happening, which is bizarre.
Mac, what would you rather have? Me thinking about kicking you in the balls or me actually kicking you in the balls?
Well, the fact of the matter is,
Okay, I'm asking
we're
you
all blaspheming.
again. You're asking me a
new
question with a
Messiah
question.
here.
Can you give me the answer, please?
He just
Mac,
gave you the question.
Okay, well, hold on. Mark, hold on. Mac, I think that if you're not an idiot, you would rather...
I would love for an answer, please, instead of you just...
Mac,
stop that.
Being such a moron.
How about you stop being condescending and give me the answer
Well,
that
I'm taking your volume down, Mac, until you can learn.
See, like, only an idiot thinks that letting someone speak... I'm trying to answer you, Mac. Okay, Mac, I'm going to give you the answer, and don't be an idiot and interrupt me, all right? Okay, Mac. I think that if you're not a complete dumbass, you would like it if I only thought about kicking you in the balls rather than actually kicking you in the balls. But that's just me. I would imagine a dumbass would actually see no difference between the two. Go ahead.
So you're still not going to give me an answer to my question. You're still going to say that? Really? Now
He did give you an answer, Mac. You just didn't like the answer. He did give you an answer, Mac. You just didn't like the answer.
Mac.
This is recorded, right?
What was you going to say? What was you going to say, Iron? What was you going to say, Iron?
You remember how you wanted me to clarify something? Because maybe if I finally did, you would sort of get this point. If you're interested, you know.
Well, I'll wait because Iron wanted to say something. Go ahead, Iron.
Very well.
I was just going to say that Joe is obviously using like Western values of law, which make a clear determination between actual acts and just thinking about acts, and that might not necessarily be the case in your worldview, but if you would be able to walk across that line and meet him halfway or whatever, I guess
Iron,
it would
I'm
be useful.
interested. What would you rather happen? Well, I'm asking you a question. I don't know if that's breaking, but would you think a dumbass would be the type of person who would I can't even say it. It's such a stupid thing. Would you be a dumbass if you think there's no difference between me thinking about kicking you in the balls.
Well, see,
actually
Joe,
kicking you in the balls.
Joe, do you see what's happening here? The new Messiah is actually
a dumbass.
He's confounding your words. You can't speak right now because Mac is in the room. You know what I mean?
He's testing us.
So
yeah, so I think what the difference is like if we would probably put things on a spectrum, right? Whereas
I
Mac,
just kicked you in the balls 20 times in my head.
Right, whereas Mac has a more absolutist position where it's not on a spectrum, it's just one or the other. And so that's why there's a difference in the conversation. But yeah, Gretchen, go ahead.
I can't even see...
Go ahead, Gretchen.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, actually.
Okay, thank you. So what I was trying to clarify has to do with when you use the word a passion or a lust, okay? There can be...
I just wait.
Okay, anyone else thinks that only a dumbass would think what I said?
Yeah, I agree. I'd rather you thought about kicking me in the balls all day long rather than because it would hurt. Whereas you thinking about it doesn't do me any harm. Does that make sense?
It almost makes too much sense. My head is hurting.
I mean, I'd rather you thought about shooting me in the head than actually shooting me in the head. That's another example. Because shooting me in the head would probably kill me.
You know, Mark, at this point, we're all guilty of blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. We are. Because we don't believe in the Church of Mac.
Did anybody kick Gretchen?
I didn't see that
She got kicked.
No.
Who kicked her?
Well,
Christians have
an eternal worldview, right? So like they view, like, given that's an eternity, the temporal slice of time that you're worried about, the physical realm is utterly insignificant.
Gretchen, you probably did. Are you on a phone?
Yes.
I
fell out, but it actually said I got kicked, and I was like, "Oh, that's odd."
Yeah,
but I got back in, so I wasn't kicked.
If it says you got removed, if it says you got removed from the hangout, then it just disconnects. That's kind of how they.
That's what we said 15 minutes ago.
I just thought about kicking you in the balls 5 more times.
Can you actually do it though?
Yeah, and the difference has to
go
do.
ahead, Gretchen.
They can actually be prosecuted for it. So that was the other end of the statement, and that's it. So there you go. Play with that now if you want to.
Well, no, hold on. I didn't give all of that because it kind of cut out. Say it one more time.
It cut out.
Oh, that the difference between the action and the thought are that one you can be prosecuted for due to assault. The other one you cannot. Unless there's thought police.
Right. No. Okay. Yeah. That. I understand that.
That's what Joe said.
If you're looking at it from that perspective, yes, I understand that difference there. What I'm trying to get at here is that when a person is looking out for a victim to rape, that thought is in their head. That's where it starts, and then it develops into the action. Right there. All your actions started off in your head first.
No shit, Sherlock.
Okay. So with that being said, what is the difference if you're clearly thinking of raping someone in your head, and then you doing the very things that you had in your head?
There's not a difference because it's the same person having the thought and then acting upon it. What Joe's trying to explain to you is there's a difference between acting upon it and not acting upon it. That's the bit you're missing.
Wow.
So no one is guilty for having thoughts because we don't prosecute people for having thoughts. If the same person that had the thought then made the action, carried out the action, then they would be prosecuted for rape. If person
we actually do prosecute
person
people
A,
for doing
what Joe is trying to explain to you is person A could think about it and not act upon it. Person B thinks about it and does act upon it. We prosecute B,
Dionysus, are you there?
Person A.
Dionysus, are you there? Because I need your help for a second. Or Iron.
Don't understand, so you ask someone else to explain.
Okay, Dionysus.
5 times.
Okay, yeah. Dionysus, you're there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Run, Mac.
Okay. Now, when a person when there's premeditated murder that goes on, and then there's manslaughter where a person just kills someone, or you know what? Let's just say murder, just plain murder. The person just shoots them.
I'm smelling red herring.
I just want to clarify. I think it's important to clarify the difference. I didn't realize there was I checked it out. There is a difference between the UK laws. I think ours is better because it discriminates. Hold on a second. It really breaks it down.
Countries.
Can I finish making my statement?
Sorry. Go ahead.
Because there is a big difference in him being negligent and killing somebody, right? And then killing someone out of a crime of passion, which would be second-degree murder, and then first-degree murder when you actually plan it out weeks ahead of time, right? That would be first-degree.
It doesn't have to be weeks ahead.
To think about it beyond your emotions.
Well, really quick, I just want to, before we move on to another topic, which I'm sure is going to be an interesting topic, I just want to be clear. Mac, you are conceding the point, and I would hope in the future you don't speak that way.
I'm conceding the point.
Yeah.
What am I conceding exactly? I'm lost here.
The difference between thought and action. It's not that difficult.
And the difference between sex and power.
Okay.
It's Mac, sometimes we're wrong. It's not a big deal.
No, it's two different worldviews, right? So like Mac's consistent and correct.
You can have a wrong worldview.
He's wrong in our worldview.
Did you say there was a difference between sex and power? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
I don't think there's much of a difference. So go ahead.
No, well, but they're using sex to gain power. The sex
I think all
sex
is about power.
Not when we're talking about rape, but that's a totally different thing. So.
Mel, that would not necessarily be the case. That someone is doing it just for power.
Right, it would depend on the rapist and the circumstances, right? So, like, if you're just a drunk frat guy and you go bang some passed out chick, that's not necessarily like a power structure thing. That could just be a lust thing.
So there you go, Gretchen. It's not right.
What do you mean? There you go. You haven't explained anything.
Iron just defeated her point.
No, he didn't defeat my point. He simply gave a pass to the individual. He
gave a pass to the individual. Wait a second. You said that rape is just a.
You don't even know what you're doing, brother. You don't even know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Wow.
You said that rape is just a person asserting his dominance.
You're sad.
Or asserting their dominance.
Sad. You're sad, Mac.
You said that one is for pleasure and one is for power. Isn't that not what you said?
No.
I'm asking her. Be quiet, Mark. Seriously.
Mark was correct in saying no, that wasn't what I was saying.
Okay, what did you say? Because you said that it had something. You said that rape had to do with power.
Try listening, Mac, for fuck's sake.
I am trying to. If you would shut your mouth.
You're just trying to hear what you want to hear. You're not listening to what people are saying.
If I'm trying to hear what I want to hear, then I would just keep on going on with my own understanding of what she said.
And
if
that's
I'm
what you're
wrong,
doing. That's exactly what you're doing.
Gosh, I'm trying to get clarity, dude. Will you be quiet?
You'll have a long wait.
What, Gretchen? Can you repeat what you were referencing to in when you was talking about the power aspect of it? Because I didn't get that.
Okay, you're using the word lust. There can be a lust for anything at all. It's a desire to have something that is, what you don't have. You have a lust for power, a lust sexually. The person is using sex, but that's the byproduct of exerting power. They could be attracted physically or not. Doesn't matter.
You get that, Mac?
They can use lust.
Yeah, and one of the ways that that's known is it's evidenced through the fact that most men, when they are raping, do not actually ejaculate and complete.
Again, I think that depends on the definition that you're using for rape, because like
Anything
if we're just
you don't
using
want put
using
nowhere.
rape
How
in the
about
sense
that?
of non-consensual
Anything you don't
sex.
want put nowhere. How about
Right,
that?
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying that non-consensual sex is rape, and therefore, like a passed out girl that's technically an act of rape, even though that doesn't really suit the dynamics that you're talking about.
15% left
You're raped.
on my phone, so I'm gonna fall out at some inopportune time. So, thanks for letting me talk with you guys.
Yep.
Christ is King, Gretchen.
Take it easy.
I'd like to hear you talk more.
Not to you, he's
Making
not,
sense.
Rev, because apparently you don't listen to him.
Yeah, fake Christian here. You already exposed that, Mac. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I'm willing to expose that all day.
Mac,
I'm hoping that you actually get right.
You have no justification for identifying who's a Christian.
Oh, thank you, Joe, for a person who doesn't read the Bible and actually can't even give any background on
said
that.
that to me, though.
Yeah, so you're still
very
trying to
good
open
friend
your
to you.
mouth as if that actually means anything? What's the point?
Mac, Joe is being a friend to you. And telling
Joe
you
is
to
not.
go to them.
No,
Yes,
he is not. He's
he
not a
is.
friend of mine. No, he is not.
He is treating you in a friend way by
No,
telling
he is
you
not, Mel.
why
No, he is not.
So the only friends, Mac, are going to be
The
people.
fact that he just called me a dumb donkey, and you're telling me
I'm
he's
sorry,
treating me
I
as a
didn't
friend
hear
of that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
yes, I did hear that, and
Okay,
I
but the
understand
point
that
of
you was
it
not
is,
here. No. I understand
from
you was
the
not
beginning,
here.
he's telling you you might
Church of
need to
Mac-
go cool
sorry.
down so that you don't say something that you might later view differently. Isn't that what he's basically been saying?
No, he was not.
Oh,
Because
no,
he's
that's what I
basically
said
saying that my
earlier.
position is
I
off.
did
He
say that earlier,
Yeah,
but
he
then
did.
he almost seemed like righteous in being a horrible person. So I started calling him a dumbass.
Yeah.
To be fair.
Yeah, so he's
he
not a
was
friend of
being
mine.
a dumbass,
He's not a
moron,
friend of mine,
an idiot.
he's not a friend of mine, and neither is Rev.
I
But
mean,
with that being
I wouldn't want to be
said,
a friend of someone who would think such terrible things. So
right, and I wasn't thinking any such terrible things, but that's fine. You're not understanding where I'm coming from, and that's understandable. The fact that you want me, the fact that you want to call me something, the fact that you want to say that I'm a dumb donkey.
Dumbass.
Yeah, that's I find that interesting because did I say anything about you, Joe? No. All I told you was to be quiet. That's about as good as it got. But yet you want to just call me.
Hey, Mac, on your
I
own
appreciate
head.
that. I
Mac,
appreciate that,
hey,
Joe.
Mac.
I appreciate
You're
that, Joe.
using calls on your own head,
But what should
Mac.
I
everyone
expect?
else feels like he's actually talking to them. I don't get
Mac,
that.
He's
Mac,
heaping
brother?
calls on his own head.
Yeah, Mac.
You're not my brother, Rev. Stop it.
Yeah,
Stop
Mac.
deceiving yourself.
Mac.
You don't want to be brothers
Mac,
with such a douchebag,
Mac,
anyways.
Mac.
Yeah.
I think you need
You
to
see?
humble yourself before Christ.
Humble myself before Christ.
Yes, you do. You think you are the only within the body. You need to humble yourself.
When have I ever said that, Rev?
You need to humble yourself before Christ.
Rev, when have I ever said that?
You need to humble yourself before Christ. You shouldn't even be in these hangouts.
Uh-huh. And neither should you.
You need to humble yourself.
If I'm not supposed to be in here, Rev,
Christ.
if I'm not supposed to be in here, Rev, you shouldn't be in here.
Humble yourself before Christ.
I need to humble myself before Christ. Well, I've already done that by admitting that he's my Lord and Savior and King. What have you done, Rev? Because obviously you're not obeying him. Obviously you're not abiding by his word. Obviously you're not treating your brothers and sisters in Christ as brothers and sisters in
Obviously,
Christ.
you should be disgusted by your own sin and keep your nose out of everybody else's.
Why should I do that? Jesus wasn't.
Well, you
didn't do that.
You can't
He
identify.
said that do not marvel at the things that I do, for you will do greater. And the
But
very
Mac,
things that he did was got into people's business and said that they needed to repent and
Mac,
get right
you
with
said
God.
that you can't
That's
identify
exactly the point.
Another.
You're equating yourself
How
to
would
Jesus,
you
Mac.
like to be a servant today?
He said that we shall be like him, and
How
that we
would you
shall
like
do
to be a
greater works that he
servant?
did.
And how would you like to be a servant today?
How would I like to be a servant today?
Yes.
I'm serving you guys right now by taking time out of, well, me just going to sleep and actually
You should have gone to
talking to
sleep,
you.
man. You should have gone to sleep.
I'm sorry, Joe.
But Mac,
I'm sorry,
I've been saying the same thing, and your usual tactic of being obnoxious and evading stuff is getting kind of tiresome.
Joe,
so why
your
don't you
usual
address it?
tactic, yeah, your usual tactic
Mac,
of,
don't be
you know, calling me
derivative,
names.
just copy what I just did. Try
No. You want to call me names and talk about my way of speaking? Why would you
And
address
that
me?
should be
What standard? What reason do
I'll
I
answer
have to
your
listen
question
to you?
if you answer my question, Matt.
Okay, so
Joe,
I'm
do you
being
love
okay.
Pixar movies?
I'm being obnoxious. I'm being obnoxious. And what else am I doing, Joe?
My question was, did you not tell me that you can't identify who another Christian is?
Yeah, by their fruit. Jesus, the Bible says, by their fruit you shall know them. Yes, I can.
Yeah, but whenever people try to refer to who are and who are not other Christians, you say that you can't ultimately know.
No, I said in a broad spectrum. I don't say that.
Not by what one person says in the
like, for
handbook.
instance, when I say that again, when I say, like, for instance, all Roman Catholics, I can't say that all Roman Catholics are not Christians. I don't say that. I say that their doctrine. I say that their doctrine and theology is not.
Since Christ keeps that all in a ledger, and Corinthians tells us that we do not collect the sins of others, maybe that's something to put to the side and focus on something else.
Are you talking about 1 Corinthians? Wait. Oh, no. You're probably talking about 1 Corinthians 2:15, where it says that the spiritual man judges all things, but he himself is judged. He himself is rightly judged by no man. Oh, that's not what you're talking about?
You're using your Bible to excuse your poor and appalling behaviour in front of other Christians. And
what appalling behaviour? And what other Christians?
Everyone that's been in this hangout has said the same, and yet you still are saying, no, it's all you lot.
What other Christians? What other Christians have said the same?
And Gretchen have said that you're...
Rev is not, and Gretchen's not a Christian.
We can ask other
Christian.
people who they think are
Gretchen's a Christian?
And so is Rev.
Really?
Yes.
Why do you think I would say to him, Christ is king, several times tonight?
Yeah,
you didn't say Christ was
you're
king
the one.
several times.
Yes, I did.
You're the one who can't say who is and who is not a Christian.
That's the first thing that I always say to Rev.
So, Mel, okay, that's the first thing I always say to Rev. So, let me get this straight. So,
really quickly,
Gretchen, where were you? Hold on a second.
No,
where were you, Gretchen? Gretchen, where were you? Where were you rebuking
on the night
Rev?
of July 12th?
Yeah, where were you rebuking Rev when he was saying cuss words and basically saying that I'm erecting my own church in my own name? Where were you rebuking Rev for that?
Where was I?
As a Christian,
I was not collecting the sins of others because Paul told me not to do that. So I'm going to try to focus on, my own sin and be discussed only by my own.
Mm-hmm. Can you give me I don't know let's see here. Let's see here. 1 Corinthians 6, 9, and 10.
You're going to use your own Bible to...
it says, "Know ye not that the unrighteous shall not inherit the kingdom of God? Be not deceived, neither fornicators, nor adulterers, nor adulterers." So if these people are not talking about we're not collecting... Hold on.
No.
Oh, it's not... okay, can you give me context as far as what you're talking about? That they're not collecting the sins of others? Can you give me context about that? Can you give me scripture that talks... Because as far as I'm concerned... Hold on. Because as far as I'm concerned, the Bible says that we're supposed to judge... Jesus Christ said you should judge with righteous judgment. I'm just confused. Where's the righteous judgment here?
Well, you can never
have... That's not what I was talking about, because what I was saying is, love does not boastful, that whole section, and that they'll know that you are his disciples because you love one another. You treat another person in a loving way. They'll know that you're his disciple. You don't have to tell someone. You don't have to declare it. I pray and I hope that I am a Christian. That Christ will say that. I hope. I can say I hope.
Hey, Gretchen, do you think Mac's like your foil?
I don't even... I haven't had sleep to be able to process that. But I know that those are English words that I should understand.
No,
I'm
you're
way past
coming
tired.
off as a solid religious person, and Mac's coming off as a terrible religious person. So
But I'm the terrible one. I'm the chief listener, I promise.
What stands out for me is that Gretchen hasn't criticised Mac. She's not collected, as she's just said to him, I'm not collecting sin. So she hasn't criticised Mac or Rev. The only one criticising fellow Christians and calling them non-Christians is Mac.
And he has no justification to do it either.
Yeah.
Well, to be fair, you guys have been throwing around a lot of very questionable insults tonight as well, so...
Well,
I
to
don't
be
think it's
fair,
really fair.
Stop crying, for goodness sake.
But no, Iron.
I'm not crying. I just think you're out of line.
Iron
That's all.
did say to me that you can't use like any empirical means to figure out who is and who is not a Christian.
Someone tells me they're a Christian, I accept they're a Christian. No big deal. So move on. They're a Christian.
Well, yeah, for you and I, because we're actually thinking about it for more than, I don't know how little, like it has to be the smallest possible moment of time that Mac actually thinks about these things before he says them. So, yeah, we actually think a little bit more than that, and we realize that saying that it would be contradictory to say you're not a Christian, but then to say we don't know if these people in these surveys are Christian. It would be.
Yeah, but you'd think that people like Mac would want as many people to be like them and be Christians as possible, rather than just saying, well, no, you're not a Christian, but you are, and you're not, and you are. All
Yep.
All that wasted time. They're Christians. Someone believes in God, the God of the Bible, believes that Jesus was crucified and rose from the dead. They're Christians.
Oh, the devils believe the same thing. Are they Christian now?
Devils?
Yeah.
If a human
The
being...
demons.
I'll explain again. If a human being says,
Oh, okay.
I
You
believe
gotta
that Jesus...
classify that.
If a human being says... Well, I haven't seen many demons. Anyway, when the human being says, I believe that Jesus Christ was the Son of God... Jesus Christ was the Son of God, and or God in the flesh, and that he was crucified and rose from the dead 3 days later, I take that they're a Christian.
Would that include Satanists if they did that?
Yeah, well, Satanists wouldn't believe in Jesus Christ, would they?
How would you know that?
I ask them.
Oh, and they could be lying to you, considering that one of their 10 Commandments
You
says
could
to lie.
be lying. You could be lying.
No, I have no reason to lie.
One of the
The Bible says that an upright man will not speak lies, but a wicked man will utter lies, like you, Mark.
I don't give a shit what the Bible says. Why should I?
Right, I understand you don't. That's
Well,
why
then
you
why
present this
mention
as a
it to me?
problem,
I don't
because
care.
you're trying to combat me with what, little to nothing. Because you have no reason to say that I would lie to you. None whatsoever.
Yes, because I think you're a dishonest person. Anyway.
Right, but you have no reason to think that, do you?
Yes, I do. I've listened to you in Hangout.
Oh, okay. Can you show me where I've actually lied to you?
Lots of times. My late mother.
Can you give me one?
My late mother believed that Jesus Christ was the Son of God, came to earth, was crucified, and rose from the dead. She was a Christian.
Yeah.
Yep.
What about you? That's good. That's good. I'm glad about your mom. What about you?
I used to believe in God. I don't any longer.
Okay.
I'm an ex-Christian.
No, you're a lost. You're a lost person.
No, I'm an ex-Christian.
You're lost, according to the Bible.
I'm an
That's
ex-Christian.
what you are. You're not. There's no such thing as ex-Christian.
Mac, you can't even identify Christians. Don't try and identify ex.
I can't identify Christians?
You said that yourself.
When did I say that?
When people tried to give you like empirical evidence of like demographics of Christians for like.
That's not. Oh my gosh, that is not what I said. I never said that.
You said that you can't use empirical means to know who is and who is not a Christian.
Mac, if
when you're trying to use a statistic, a statistic on a Christian or Christian denominations, quote unquote, what reason? Again, people who are taking these statistics are not going by the spiritual aspect of what a Christian is. They're only going by people's profession. And that does not fly according to the biblical standards of what a Christian is. It's not by your profession that makes you a Christian. It's by the actions that you're doing.
Themselves? What about before the Bible was even written? What were they called then?
The people of the way.
They were called Christian. Well, that
No,
too. They were called
they
Christians.
were called the people of the way.
They were called Christians as well.
No, only
In the book
that
of
was the
Acts, they were
epitaph.
called Christians at Antioch.
Yes, I know. I'm Antiochian. Believe me, but we
Okay,
were.
so what are
that
you
was an
arguing with me
epitaph,
for?
Because
Matt,
that
please.
was an epitaph. That's like the N word. Okay, we were called the people of the way.
Mac, and those people that followed Jesus before the Acts, before the Gospels, before the Bible was put together, in the 30, 40 years before those things were written down, they were called Christians. They didn't have to refer to a Bible or a book to determine whether they were or they weren't. They followed the teachings of Jesus Christ and believed in him and the fact that he was crucified and rose again. They didn't have to refer to a Bible to say, I'm a Christian, to the next man.
Well, no, they kind of did. At least some of them.
No,
Yes,
not
they
at all.
did.
No,
Yes,
it
they
Not
did.
at all.
Yes,
Not
they
at all.
did.
In fact, Christians were not allowed to read the Bible when they first became Christian. It was only chanted to them.
It was
Okay?
not chanted to them.
Yes,
it was
was.
preached to them.
Yes, it was.
It was
chanted.
preached, not chanted.
Just like, yes, it was chanted.
What do you wait? No, hold on. Before I
Preaching
even do
takes place in
that,
many
what do you
forms,
mean?
Matt.
Wait, what do you mean by chanted?
It's a way of singing, like in a poem.
And a way of learning it, to repeating it.
Okay, but they also. Oh, okay. I can no. I can see that.
Works.
I could see that, but they also were preached to.
What about Matt?
That's exactly what was going on in Acts. So I don't see why you was arguing, saying that they were chanted.
It wasn't written,
They
Matt.
were
It wasn't even
proclaimed.
written then.
Okay.
These things weren't even written down.
Okay.
We're talking about
Mark.
10 days.
Mark.
10 days after Jesus Christ.
Okay, Mark. In the book of Acts,
You will listen. 10 days after Jesus Christ rose from the dead.
Stop muting me, Mark.
People were called Christians.
And you know what? I'm
when
done.
someone
I'm
said
done here
to
because
them-
apparently, since you want to mute people.
Well, I'll keep until you be quiet.
Yep, and you since you're still gonna mute people, that's all I'm gonna say.
Those
The word of God says,
those people were called Christians, even though they had no book to refer to determine whether they were or they weren't.
Anyway, I'm going to go to bed. You guys have a good night. Mac, don't let these hooligans get you down. You did a good job tonight, so I'll see you guys later.
Good
night. Repent, man.
Yeah, even though he was backing you up, you still got to repent because you're still a fucking sinner. Nice one.
Apart from that, it's perfect. Cool.
I don't know. I mean, when Godless Girl was helping him, he didn't think it was weird that even though she was clearly parodying him, that she was so accurate with his actual views. Now I wonder how he feels that the white nationalist is like, good job today, man. To his horribly... What terrible things he said tonight.
And not to understand the logic of what he was saying. When I tried to use the analogy of an innocent black person being killed, well, they put themselves in that position, they're partly to blame, or it's their fault. No, it's not the same. And and then when you've got to call Dionysus for help, you know you're in trouble.
It's just...
And I don't particularly, blame Mac. And Mac refers to the Bible for everything. If that's your only, I just can't understand that attitude. That the only book I need is the Bible. If the Bible says it, it's true, and if it doesn't, it's not. The Bible says women are shit. Women are shit.
I have no... yeah.
If you
I am
think
the most wretched amongst creatures. I have no thought in my head. Not a thought in my pretty little head. Not at all. Not at all.
Exactly. And then if you look at a woman with a bit of lust, that means you're a rapist.
Ay. Now, isn't that like the super feminazi idea as well?
Well, this is the thing.
That's so meta. Did that just cross over?
Yeah.
It's not about like whether or not like I should be worried about being accused of it's being accused of being a rapist because I'm lusting over chicks all the time. It's that to make that thought and just conflate it with the concept of raping someone, and then to try to make it a point in order to support your theology. It's
well, And he still didn't get the difference of, you know, the power and the sex control business. That was lost on him.
Well, yesterday we had a similar thing with paedophilia. This. I mean, I'm not obviously child molestation, child rape is a hideous, evil thing. We can all agree that. But this idea that Ian was saying yesterday about paedophiles that admit that they're paedophiles, even if they never act on it, should be executed. Purely for having.
Okay.
I've read a couple of articles. One was really moving. One by I think he was a 17-year-old boy.
Wow.
Who knew he had the attraction to children.
Mm-hmm.
So he knew he was a paedophile. He'd never acted on it. Never. He says he never intends to. He doesn't look at any images of that sort. He goes out of his way to make sure. But he said, I just cannot help the way I feel.
Right.
And he wants to kill himself, and he feels himself less of a person. That he thinks he's a monster. It's a really moving, long article. You know, but I would execute him for having those thoughts.
Well, and there are, you know, support groups for people to maintain the distance and to have that understanding of not ever crossing that line.
A lot of people do forget there's a difference between not all paedophiles are child molesters, and not all child molesters are paedophiles.
Wait. Is it what? Wait, what?
Not all paedophiles are child molesters.
No, I'm an idiot. No, sorry. I'm an idiot.
No, I'm the idiot. It's the company you keep. I'm sorry.
A bit of Macitis there. Suddenly transferred over.
Like, just how transparent he was to just go, moving on to another topic. Like,
yeah, and using the example, if it's an unarmed black man, well, yeah, what about the black man that says, I've got a gun in my pocket, I'm just about to shoot you, and then you put your hand in your pocket and you get shot? He shouldn't, he's not to blame? Yes, because he kept changing the circumstances. Like, I'm not going to answer your question, I'm going to invent a question of my own, and then I'm going to answer that one.
You need to be really quick with him, because he won't understand them. Right? I don't know, like, I know I call him names, but, like, this I am serious about. You have to be really quick. Like, I've gone back and listened to Hangouts and heard him just from one sentence to the next go from, like, when I said, like, early Christians what they would do to see if another person was a Christian, they would draw, like, a curve in the sand, and another Christian would go up and draw the fish. He was just like, so that's stupid. But then when people were like, no, that's a thing, and they started talking about other symbols, he chimed in with an example of another symbol. But, like,
So, no ichthyus, no ICXC, no fishes and loaves, none of that, no.
Self-awareness.
He was just...
It's the same with grace, when we were saying about grace. Oh yeah, yeah, that's the favour of God. And he said, no, it's not. No, it's not. We were saying, yes, but that's the point of grace. If you could do anything you've done, if God says at the end of the day, yeah, you've done all these bad things and but I'm going to show you grace and you can still come into heaven. He said, no,
I've heard that one before. There before the grace of God go I. Oh, yeah. That is so insulting, isn't it? That one bothers me.
To say that's not grace, when the definition of grace is unmerited favour, no, it's not. No, it's not.
And it insults both people at the same time. It's pretty vile, yeah.
No, grace isn't unmerited favour. It's when God says you can still do something, even though, that's what grace is, Mac. It's the same thing. No, it's not. It's just like,
But isn't that the whole thing about how he never sins? Isn't that why Rev says that?
Yes, that was, again, I was an argument, that was me and him. He said that he had sinned before, he has done in the past, but he hasn't ever sinned since, so therefore he is righteous.
Okay.
And therefore, even when it says even Veckel came in and said to him, no, the Bible says we've all fallen short.
Yeah.
So we've all sinned, and even if you follow the commandments, you're still a sinner because saying that you follow all the commandments is a lie.
And yet it's not a.
Say again?
And since it's not a contest, who cares?
Yeah. Oh, I saw my neighbour's lawnmower this morning. I thought, that's a nice lawnmower. I wish I had one of them. I mean, really? I'm going to be...
That doesn't mean that you're going to go steal.
If God exists and at the end of the day he says, well, you've led a fantastic life to the best of your ability, but you once coveted your neighbour's lawnmower, so I'm sorry you're not coming in. Well, I wouldn't want to.
You want to know what? If that were the case, I'd go to hell and hang out with you. I sincerely would. I will save me a seat because I'm coming.
Oh, dear.
All right, I had.
Not that I had. My neighbour's lawnmower is awful. It's not as good as mine. oh, that's pride. Damn it.
Either you're going to hell for one of them. Maybe both. Maybe a couple. All right, I needed to come in and yell at Mac for saying the terrible things he did.
We're trying to be a friend to him.
Like, I have, but there's some sort of, there's a disinterest in making sure the things he says are not going to be, like, toxic to this community. There are a lot of people in this community who have been, who have gone through, like, experiences that can be affected by the things he says. And I mean, yeah, whatever, okay, it's not Stalinist, like Russia or whatever, but that doesn't mean I can't call someone a despicable piece of shit for not giving a damn about that.
I think it's very different than like college safe spaces. I don't think that you're trying to do that at all.
Okay.
You know, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I mean, can you just imagine? I shared your anger earlier because say God forbid, I don't believe in God, but for the purposes of, Mac has a daughter at some point in his life, and she comes home from a night out saying, I was raped.
Yeah.
Is he going to say to his own daughter, well, it's your fault, you were wearing immodest clothes and you had too much to drink?
And in regards to the Good Samaritan, because that's the way Jesus, treated the person who, was besieged by robbers who beat him. Did you happen to hear that I said that to him?
Yes. Well, over his head though. He doesn't listen. That's his problem.
So upset. I was so upset.
That's the reason I came in. I was just
really.
How can you blame women for being raped? I didn't get it at all.
Well, I'm glad that you did come in.
And when everybody but to a man almost was saying to him, Mac, this is wrong, to then deny it and then.
And then when I said, well, so what about if they were all the men that gotten raped? Did you hear all the stuttering and stammering after that?
Yeah.
That was cute. Do you know, actually, the only thing that I wanted to ask you tonight, what is your favorite Prince song?
I would say either Sign of the Times or When Doves Cry, probably.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I was a big fan, but I think I've only got two of his albums, but I was into sort of different stuff.
Yeah.
78, didn't he?
Yeah.
I was into sort of punk then, and the new romantic stuff starting, and.
Here's where the twist goes, because that's where I am. I'm like, because if I told you my favorite one, I wanna be your lover. I love that one. Because I love how he does the muting. You know what I mean? When he mutes when he's strumming. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love when they do that mute thing. I don't know why. It's strange. I love that.
Well, I heard that. I think I posted it. Someone said to Eric Clapton, "What's it like being the best guitarist in the world or something?" He said, "I don't know. Ask Prince."
Was this before or after his passing? Is that real?
Before, yeah.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
I think it might be an urban mythish sort of thing, but I saw it.
Oh, funny.
He was
Wow.
a fantastic music. I mean, considering he played every instrument on all his albums.
Yeah.
It's staggering. And he released, was it 35 studio albums? And they reckon he's got enough stored music to release an album every year for the next century.
Yeah. And he was an amazing business person, you know, with all the ways that he was trying to make sure artists were covered and taken care of, not taken advantage of.
Yeah. I was in the music business when I was younger, and it's a very, they don't care about it, you know. And I admire those that stand up, and there's no other industry where people would expect you to give away what you work to produce for free.
Well, actually, there is, and I'm part of it. See, wow. I do all the ones where they want it for free. Massage, singing. Yep.
Amazing.
I guess it's good for trade.
Yeah. Right, I better go and make some coffee and get some work done. I'm supposed to be working from home today, so it's lunchtime. I'll get something to drink and eat. And we're the only ones left, I've just noticed.
Have a great day.
And you.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye. Surprised my phone didn't die, because I'm like 9%. Oh well. Night, Nadia.